I'm nearly to Roswell when the sky splits open. Not metaphorically, actually splits with fireball brilliance, a trail of fire that cuts across the dawn like a jagged scar. Two more zigzagging arcs chase something, blossoms of flame catching it. The booms rumble down and shake the desert floor. Whatever it is, it screeches and spins out of control, trailing smoke and flames, crashing downwards, twisting futilely to escape, disappearing in the crags and rocks about half a mile ahead, among a cluster of boulders and scrub brush. My first thought? Tech scraps. A Pacifica drone probing. Pa claims they're constantly testing new tech out here, goading us, taunting the king. And my pause guys are always shooting at them. My second thought is I should keep moving, steer clear. Getting to Pacifica is all that matters now. Don't get involved. But my third thought, the one that wins, while hair bristles on the back of my neck, is that it's different. It seems alive, trying to get away. Someone flying it. Someone might be hurt. I shift my backpack, switch off my latest pirated playlist, doff my buds so I can hear what's going on around me, check the water bottle strapped to my belt, and head toward the dwindling flames in the distance. Pa would have barked, telling me I'm being foolish, putting myself at risk. None of my business, let his goons handle it. But Pa had also threatened to send me back east, to military school to fix me, so his opinion doesn't count for much anymore. The crash is smaller than I expect. Some experimental aircraft? I've been around flight lines and missiles all my life, and this is different. It's sleek, with an iridescent surface that reminds me of the wings of a beetle. No markings, no logos, no Pacifica flag, nothing to identify who it belongs to. No canopy, no viewports I can see. No one on board. Just another exotic drone from the bad guys over the horizon. Maybe I can salvage some tech before Pa's goons arrive to celebrate actually hitting a target for once. The desert is cold in that way it gets just before sunrise, when the heat hasn't remembered itself yet. My breath puffs white as I slow off the cracked asphalt and into the scrub. My bike's air-lith battery blinks an anemic 12%. I have to pump again before I go much further. My knees still ache from the previous time, 30 minutes stamping up and down on the presser, swapping sweat for pressure. The battery farts incessantly as it scavenges ions. It's not glamorous, but neither is being stuck 100 miles from anything with border patrols sniffing for body heat. I'd skedaddled from home before midnight while Pa was off on one of his inspections, coasting the back roads at 30, maybe 40 when the hills and valleys let me. Roswell is about 108 miles if you stick to the kind of routes no one patrols and that maps pretend don't exist. I can go 40 miles when I pedal, then pump. But I only get 20 when I'm lazy and run full throttle. Repeat. The pump is a rhythm your legs learn before your brain agrees. You stop thinking about how dumb it is to call this escape and start counting reps and telling yourself the ache is proof you're still in motion. Smoke is a dark smudge against the violet backdrop of early sky. Static crackles overhead, the sound of someone shredding a sheet of aluminum. I duck instinctively because that's what you do when you've spent your last several years learning to be small and invisible. An afterimage burns my retinas, a comet smear flickering blue-green before dying to grey. I grab a carabiner from the handlebar bag, clip on my multi-tool, and wheel my bike into a notch between two sandstone slices. My bike wouldn't be immediately visible if a trucker zoomed past. The rocks are cool under my palms, heat long gone from yesterday. I pull my hood up and take a breath that tastes like gypsum and ozone. I hoof the last stretch, picking my way among shattered debris and burnt veg. Up close, the thing looks less like a plane and more like a discarded seed pod from a tree that evolved conceptual art. A cracked oval about the size of an old electric bug, half buried at an angle, one tip sunk into sand, butt sticking out, with something else crammed up its rear. Not a consensual act, I'm sure. The iridescent hull isn't paint, it's the material itself, shifting colour with angle, oil on water. Where the surface has blemishes, the edges refract starlight into faint prismatic sparkles. No rivets, no seams. Just a single blistered shell with the structure of something that never needed to pass inspection by a guy named Gary. No fuel spill, no burning puddles, no chemical stink beyond the sharp, fresh bite of ionized air. The heat rolling off it isn't that brutal, skin-curling heat of a fire. It's electric, thing, like standing under power lines and feeling the hair on your arms decide it has opinions. And then there's the smoke billowing from the stinger burning in the thing's butt, waggling control fins like it's still the master. I recognize it immediately. One of pause. Another klutzy dud from old Russ. It might have struck this thing, but didn't detonate. Maybe the two machines fought for control on the way down, and pause miss lost. Good. I circle wide. If the thing isn't ours, I mean the king's, then it belongs to nobody here, and both options mean I should keep my fingers to myself. But I hardly ever do what I should. I crouch and reach out anyway, and the air hums like a refrigerator on the edge of dying. "Hello?" I say to no one in particular. "If anyone's in there, I'm not a goon, I'm just me. Avery." Nothing. No response. What do I expect from a machine? I jump at a soft, high whistle, zeeping. It's so faint I'm sure it's in my head. I spin around, scan the rocks and bushes nearby. A laboured, keening sound, seesaws and zeeps, and whistles again, cuts off, then returns, then cuts off again. Not mechanical, not inside the machine. "Okay," I whisper to the desert, feet apart, hands on my hips. "Okay, someone's here." I straighten my shoulders to look bigger and braver and suppress a shiver. Maybe I should have kept going and not stopped. I could still leave, pretend I hadn't seen anything. I turn back to the iridescent wreck and look for a hatch. Nothing obvious. A tiny seam from the impact point in the butt, thin as a hair. If someone had been inside and gotten out, they'd sealed it again pretty snug. Even with my multi-driver, I'm not sure how I'd break into it. The whistle comes again, a note that snags deep in my soul and pulls my attention to the rocks on the other side of the debris. In the faint light, the red sandstone stacks in awkward slants, a gash of shadow between them deep enough for a person to wedge into, if that person has no plans for circulation in their legs. and doesn't want to be seen. Like, I can see anyone in the dark anyway. I pull out my phone and toggle the flash, shining it on the gash as I slide sideways toward the darkness, keeping the hull in the corner of my eye. The whistling Xeeping grows a fraction louder, and with it comes a low, almost inaudible stab of pain behind my ears. Whoever it is does a good impression of a cross between a tea kettle and fingernails on a dry chalkboard. "I'm coming in," I announce, because vids have taught me you announce yourself around crash sites to avoid being shot or eaten. If you can understand me, don't freak out. Chapter 2. Invisible Touch. The space between the rocks is cooler, never sees the sun directly. The smell changes from smoke and hot metal to something metallic and weirdly green, like pennies and crushed cilantro. My pupils dilate to pull in what little light there is from my phone. Nothing moves. Then the air 5 feet to my left shimmers. Not heat shimmer, something else. The background gets conned into doing one magic trick and is convinced to stay for 2. A shape bulges out of empty air and then vanishes. Only I've seen something, already seen the wrongness, and you can't unsee wrongness once your brain calibrates. "I see you," I lie, throat tight, seeing nothing. "It's okay, I'm not—" I stop, catching myself. Who am I kidding? Not what? Not a threat. Says whom? "I'm Avery, I'm going to—" "Do you need help? I'll help if you'll let me." "Why? What am I thinking? Leave now! Leave now!" The Xeeping rises, trembles, goes thin. A scrape sounds on stone. And then the air bends, light catches on a surface that decides to stop pretending it isn't there. Not completely, more like my eyes find the edges and hold. Ghostly. Isn't that what the vids say? An outline, the suggestion of a shoulder, an arm, the curve of a head. The surface is skin? Not armour. It tracks the rock's colour and texture with eerie accuracy as I scan with the corners of my eyes, and then lags when I move, like a chameleon with a software update downloading over dial-up. Something like a hand clutches at a crack in the sandstone and slides. The shape slumps with a soft, pained sound that makes my stomach twist. Instinct beats training. I drop to my knees and reach out. My fingers meet a surface that's warm and damp and softer than it has any business being. The shimmer flinches and misfires where I touch, like I've freaked out the person, blooming into a pale, translucent grey that shows a hint of what's underneath. A mesh of fibres under skin, limes pulse with a slow, dim light, a dying heartbeat. Not blood vessels exactly, but whatever does the same job. I freak. What am I doing? Hey, it's okay, I say, which is what you say to frightened dogs and crying kids and apparently invisible people. Yeah, people had dogs once, till the kingdom banned all dogs. I guess they didn't like the king much, so none of the rest of us could have pets either. "I'm not here to hurt you." The shape turns rigid. Under my palm, light speeds up, then steadies. The air fills with that faint cilantro metal smell. There's a wheezing, sucking, popping, the sound your peanut butter makes when you first open the jar. "Water," I say, patting at my belt. "I've got water." I open the bottle and reach out. The shape recoils so fast, my hand slaps rock, knocking the bottle across the gap, spilling the precious contents into the sand. The whistle pitches up into a screeching Xeep. "Ouch! Okay, no water," I blurt, pulling my hand back and lifting both palms in the universal human sign for, "See, no threat, I'm just a soft idiot." "Got it, no water." "No kidding, mine's gone now in the desiccated gravel. Good thing there's more on my bike." The screeching softens to a breathy, tremoring exhale. "Do you understand me?" I ask. All strangers understand if you speak slowly enough, right? Silence, then, "Xeep." I hear, no, I feel, in the base of my skull, a finger tracing the lip of a crystal goblet. The voice is higher than I expect and comes in pieces, like it has to slot each sound into place. The vowels have a funky, old-timey radio-taught roundness to them. Old announcer vowels. "You're hurt," I repeat, and dig one-handed into my pack. I keep stupid things in there. Useful stupid. A roll of kinesiology tape, a triangular bandage, a mylar blanket folded down to the size of a graham cracker. I pull the blanket free. "I'm going to put this over you, okay? Just a corner. It'll make it easier for me to see where you are. You can still do your hidey thing with the rest." There's a pause in the zeeping, and then a minute movement I decide means yes. I ease the blanket open as quietly as I can. It crackles, potato chips in a library. I drape a corner over what I think is a shoulder and part of a chest. The shimmer under the film hiccups, then gives up. The blanket reflects back a distorted version of the rock and the sky and me, but the shape under it becomes readable. All the shimmering ceases and a form emerges. I choke back surprise. Not a Pacifican pilot in a fancy stealth flight suit. Not hardly. Nor the Kings. Not even. I mean, what? I gulp and rock back on my heels to take it all in. This only happens in vids. Arms, yes, but jointed wrong. Hands with too many parts, fingers tapering into fine pads. A torso with subtle ridges that moves with each labored breath. Not ribs exactly, but structural. A head with no hair except a dollop of scraggle poking out of the top. Smooth features until the light catches them. 2 glossy eyes, a small mouth, the only orifice I see. No nose or ears. Does the pilot use that for everything? The shimmer must be camouflage. Now the skin under the misfiring camo is a pale opaline gray dotted with darker nodes that pulse with each breath. "Hi," I say, repeating my intro, because my brain has decided we are doing this like a school presentation. "I'm Avery. I'm going to look at your—" I gesture at the ridges. "Your ribs? You seem to be having trouble catching your breath." "Xeep," the pilot thing says. The voice wobbles. "Xeep, xeep." "Yeah, that's what I said." I swallow. My mouth is dry, the way your tongue turns into a disappointing sweater. "I'm going to check for bleeding. No water, promise. Do you bleed?" I stare, not sure what to do. What am I saying? I slide my hands along the blanket and under, let my fingers learn what my eyes can't. The skin is slick in places with fluid, but it isn't blood, just by smell at least, not human blood, no iron reek. It smells saline and veg, like tree sap farmed by someone who thought about electrolytes a lot. When I touch one ridged section, the pilot flinches, and that zeeping breaks into a series of whistles my ears can't parse and makes my eyes hurt. Sorry, okay," I move higher. One of the ridges has a step in it that seems out of place, displaced. I remember that feel from the time I fell off the roof and a rib was sticking out of my chest in the wrong way, and Pa reset it with a grim line and a lecture about toughening up that lasted longer than the pain. "This is going to hurt," I say, which is code for I am about to do a thing that will make you hate me. But it'll help you breathe. I'm going to count to 3. No one ever waits for 3. The pilot's head bobs, which I take as the faintest approval to proceed. The blanket makes everything slippery, but it also makes the pilot visible, and visibility is non-negotiable now that I have to apply pressure in the right place. I brace a hand above and another below the step in that ridged structure. Count, because that's what I always tell other people I do when I'm about to do something painful. And on 2, push. Shocker, I don't wait for 3. The Xeep the pilot makes zaps straight into the place between my teeth and my spine. The ridge slides and makes a gurgling poof, just like that punctured tube you patched and popped back into your bike tire. The pilot's pulse throbs through the blanket, then slows. No more drowning in dry air sounds. I let my own breath out. I don't realize I'm holding it, which is a thing people say, and I always assume is dramatic nonsense until now. I lean back. "Better?" I ask. The glossy eyes squint shut and then blink. "Xeep." That's one way to say it. I let a shaky smile leak onto my face where the pilot can't see. "Okay, what now?" Light is coming to the sky and filling the void beyond the rocks. The big, round eyes scan me slowly and look out toward the wreckage. "I don't think you're going anywhere in that." I snort. "No surprise that crappy missile didn't work. The goons can barely get them off the pad. I'm amazed it actually hit you." The pilot starts to rise, pushes my blanket back to me. All the shimmer stops, and I see clearly now. The silly feather tuft sprouting from the top of the pilot's head makes me chuckle. "That's some doozy camouflage you've got there. That's what it is, right? Is the shimmer camo to blend in? Oh, or is it glamoring? I've listened to enough stories where they use mental glamour as disguise for the weak-minded." I grimace. "And that's me, all right. That's what Pa told me. Weak-minded." That memory sets me off. His goons aren't going to celebrate on this one. I can at least rob them of their trophy, even if it isn't a Pacifican pilot. Chapter 3. Lean on Me. "We need to get you away from the crash. There are going to be goons here soon, and they won't be friendly. I can only imagine what they will do if they find you. Alien spaceship, alien pilot, they'll have a heyday. Get promos from the king, probably." How do I know that? Isn't everyone who comes looking for crashed alien spaceships a bad guy? Alien spaceship. Did I really say that? Alien pilot. Not what I expected on my escape to Pacifica. I hesitate. "Or do you want to stay?" The pilot shifts. The outline contracts, then shudders and locks. Xeep. Another set of whistles, then, carefully, Xeep. "Can you move?" The pilot slowly rolls sideways and strains to get up, stumbles on back-jointed knees. I figured. I peek out of the shadow toward the egg-shaped ship. The smoke is thinning, pulled sideways by a breeze that hadn't been there 5 minutes ago. The light along the horizon is brighter, the first smear of sun turning the sand to a colour Crayola would call old Band-Aid. Things that fly tend to notice other things that crashed when the day makes seeing easy. Okay, we do it together. Let me help you up. I'll grab a harness. I slide out of the crevice and jog to my bike, keeping low because that makes you invisible if you're in a vid and just gives you dusty knees if you're not. I unstrap the cargo cord from the rack. It isn't meant for aliens, but I can make a belt sling to help. Back at the rocks, I show the pilot the makeshift sling. We're going to strap this under your arm, okay? Then I can hold you upright. It's going to suck. Optional screaming is allowed. The pilot blinks, which is more a slow shuttering than a human blink, but makes no additional whistles. Yeah. I wedge my hands under the shoulder and hip analogues and count again, because even if I lie about the number, counting helps us both. On 1, I shift weight. The pilot is so much lighter than I expect. Or maybe I'm stronger than I think. 2, the sling works. The pilot is in a cuddle embrace under my armpit, ready to trek. 3, breathe with me, I say, because I need it as much as the alien does. In, out. Think of radio static, coming and going. Radio static? What am I even talking about? Digital casts have no static. The bytes either come through or they don't. Xeep, the pilot repeats, and the next breath matches mine. We make it back to my bike with a momentum I charitably call gravity-assisted. Fall stumble walking. The sandstone boulders give us cover from the crash site. It also hugs cold, like it owns stock in it. I drag the alien pilot under the overhang that shields my bike. A clump of rabbit brush coats my cheek with tiny, sticky stars. I loosen the sling, and the pilot slips to the ground beside the bike. I crouch to catch my breath, which abandoned me somewhere back by the crash. Hands on my thighs, head down until the twinkling stars decide to stop auditioning for a fainting scene. When I look up, the pilot's watching me. The eyes are impossible to read, but in the reflective black, I see a too big hoodie and a stubborn grimace. Hi again, I say, because humour fills the space where fear otherwise unpacks. Welcome to Roswell. Crash here often? Nice locals. Population, a lot of people who will not be cool about this, plus me. A distant hum cuts the air. My spine jumps. I scramble to kill the bike's display, which I've forgotten to turn off in my adrenaline-fueled genius. The humming grows louder, beats against the edges of the wash. A drone, maybe 2. Their tone is familiar. Little quad rotors the Federated Kingdom likes because they're cheap and you can fix them with pieces from the junkyard. But these have an extra undertone, a faint ping, a bat echolocating with a master's degree. Stay still, I whisper. Pretend you're a rock. Try as I might, the pilot does not turn on camouflage. I flatten against the wash wall. The drone buzz deepens, then passes by, never coming into view. I guess they see no reason to check the actual highway for crashed aliens. After a long minute, The drone sounds shift, fading away as they arrow toward town. Probably to fetch friends. I exhale so hard my vision blurs again. I hate those things, I say to the wash ceiling. I glance at my bike. The rack on the back will suffice as a seat if my pilot friend dons my pack. We can do this. You'll ride with me, tandem. Not much traffic out here. Plenty of warning if we need to stop and hide you. No one is looking for me. Pa probably hasn't even noticed I'm gone and won't care when he does. Xeep? Is that a question? I look at the pilot. This is rough. I'm ignorant. Barely speak one language. Not that I would have learned alien even if school taught it. I wait for the laugh, but only get a blank stare. Can you tell me your name, so I stop calling you alien like a jerk? The skin around the pilot's throat ripples, a colour shift like sunlight through water. Xeep, the pilot says finally, crisp as a cast advert. Xeep. Xeep, I repeat. The name fits in my mouth like a coin, coppery, hard, metallic. Again, I repeat my name, like an old Tarzan vid. I'm Avery. We'll get you out, I promise. The eyes shutter and open, a slow acknowledgement. Xeep? Yep, exactly. Where I'm from, it's a thing you say when you mean it a lot and hope the universe takes it seriously. I slouch against the rock wall. I mean it a lot. I stand and pull out the presser. It's a Frankenstein thing. A scavenged floor pump connected to a high-torque single stage with a mini flywheel, piped to the battery inlet valve through a homemade regulator box that looks exactly like a fire hazard, because it is. High pressure in, noxious flammable fumes out. Or farts by any other name. Time to pump up the battery to full charge if we're going to get anywhere. But first, I strip the rack of everything non-essential and stuff them into my backpack. A spare tube, a patch kit, the dead weight of a book I keep for luck. Beef jerky, water. I consider leaving the book behind, but it stares at me with paper judgment. I shove it in with the rest, no desire to tempt fate. I've heard superstition is just physics we haven't named yet. Yeah, well, I'm no scientist, but that book has accused me for years of being lazy, listening to stories instead of gently caressing its intimate pages. Maybe so, but I have beaucoup libraries from around the world of audio that I pirated and devoured, but only one paper book. Yep, lazy. Proud of it. I scrunch down the contents of the pack and zip it shut. Hopefully it's not too much for the pilot to wear. Xeep, that is. Have to get a handle on that name. Xeep watches studiously. Xeep. And somehow makes it sound like a line from an old cast where the sponsor sells competence in a box. Resourceful, I correct, because I'm not good at compliments. Skillful would be me inventing a teleporter in the next 4 minutes. Resourceful is using trash to avoid dying. Xeep. The pilot's mouth makes a hint of an almost smile. Or maybe that's my imagination. Chapter 4. A Horse with No Name. The desert west of Roswell stretches like the universe got bored halfway through making it and decided beige was good enough. Mile after mile of nothing, punctuated by more nothing, with occasional tumbleweeds trying hard to be something interesting, and failing spectacularly. Xeep rides behind me on the bike rack, arms wrapped around my waist in what I hope is a grip of necessity rather than fear of my driving. The backpack wears heavily, tugs Xeep off balance to the rear, stuffed with everything I couldn't bear to leave behind. But no complaints from my passenger. Every bump sends a jolt through both of us, and I feel Xeep's strange breathing pattern against my back. Not quite the rhythm I expect, but steady enough. We ride for maybe an hour, the sun well above the horizon now, when it starts. Not a whistle, a new sound. A low hum, barely audible over the whir of the Lectric motor and the swish of the tyres on warming asphalt. At first, I think it's the bike making a concerning vibration from the additional load, because that's what bikes do when you need them most. But then I realise the sound is coming from behind me, from Xeep. Na na na, na 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 na, na na na. It takes me another mile to recognise it. The melody is unmistakable, even hummed by someone who learned it from casts and has never heard live music in their life. I twist around to look at Xeep, which is a mistake on oil-slicked asphalt going 30 miles an hour. We wobble, I correct, and Xeep's humming quits abruptly. No, keep going, I call back. I know that song. The humming resumes, tentative at first, then stronger. The tune loops back to the beginning, and this time Xeep adds little flourishes, radio-smooth vowel sounds that almost form words but don't quite commit. I find myself grinning despite everything. That's classic rock. Where'd you hear that? Xeep, comes the response, but it's different this time. Questioning. Oh, of course, space creatures. Isn't that what all the alien invasion stories I listened to said? The aliens learned all about us from us. Watched our vids, but listened to our casts? Rock! That's a new one. The song, I say, slowing the bike slightly so I don't have to shout. It's about travelling through the desert, on a horse with no name. But you knew that, didn't you? Behind me, Xeep goes quiet. Then, very carefully, Xeep? Na. Xeep? I laugh, and it surprises me. When's the last time I actually laughed? Yeah, exactly. Except we're on a bike with no gas tank. I pull over and coast to a stop, turning as far as I can to look into those big, glossy black eyes. Xeep leans back, seeming concerned. You understand me, don't you? Every word I say. Now I feel even dumber. I can barely speak and write human, but this one speaks intergalactic. Music. The humming picks up again, but now there's something different about it. Xeep is experimenting, trying different inflections, adding little trills that sound almost like questions. Like knowing the song means something beyond just notes strung together. I feel a weight lift. I might be an ignorant human, might not be able to understand my new alien acquaintance, but there's a bridge between us now. The gap's smaller. I set off again, feeling freshness in my spirit. The asphalt ribbon curves around a mesa, and suddenly we see for miles in every direction. Nothing but scrub brush and red rock and the kind of sky that makes you feel very small and very temporary. The sun is climbing higher, turning the air into something you have to chew before breathing. First time in a desert? I ask, waving to our vista. Xeep? The sound is softer now, almost wondering, yet acknowledging. It grows on you. Or it doesn't, and it kills you. There's not much middle ground. We crest a small rise, and I pull over again, this time to dismount and pump some charge into the battery. My knees are starting to agonize at the frequency of our pump stops, but we have no other choice. You never want your airlift to go to zero pressure, or the ion transfer thingamajig might not rekindle. I keep a pretty tight watch on that charge level. The silence out here is the kind that makes your ears ring, broken only by the distant cry of something that's probably a hawk and the soft tick of cooling metal. Xeep climbs off the bike with more grace than I expect, those back-jointed legs handling the dismount like they are designed for it, which I suppose they are. The camouflage flickers for a moment, just a shimmer at the edges before steadying. "You okay?" I ask. I pull out my water bottle and take a careful sip. Water discipline in the desert isn't optional. Xeep nods one quick down with the chinless face, which is startling because it's such a human gesture. Then Xeep restarts humming, that same melody, but this time walking in a slow circle around my bike, head tilted up at the sky. I watch, fascinated despite myself. There's something almost ceremonial about it, like Xeep's trying to understand this place by marking it with sound. The humming shifts, becomes more complex, harmonizing with itself in ways that shouldn't be possible with one voice. "How do you do that?" I ask. "The harmony thing." Xeep pauses humming, looks at me with those impossible dark eyes. "Xeep? Nana? Xeepna?" Xeep is asking me something. I can tell by the rise at the end, the way the head tilts, but I have no idea what. "I don't understand," I say, and the words feel heavier than they should, again shouldering my ignorance. Which is silly, I know. Who can understand Xeep? "I'm sorry. I want to understand, but I don't." Xeep studies me for a long moment, then points at the bike, at themself, at me. Xeep hums a few bars of the song, then points at the horizon. "The journey," I say slowly. "You're asking about the journey?" "Xeep!" It's not quite agreement, but it's not disagreement either. We're in that frustrating space between almost understanding and complete confusion, like trying to tune in one of the king's casts that keeps drifting in and out of reality. Not that the king's casts have anything worth listening to, certainly no tunes. Plenty of ranting, though. But I sense what we are doing anyway. Musical charades. That's it. Song, question, song, answer, song, question, repeat until fermented. I look out at the miles of nothing ahead of us. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. We're trying to get to Pacifica. That's where... I pause, realise I'm explaining my life story to someone who can't understand it or possibly care. That's where we're going. Xeep does the stoic head jerk downward again, then does something unexpected. Reaches out and touches the bike. Runs fingers along the battery housing where the charging port still smells faintly of its earlier emissions. Xeep makes a sound that I wonder about. Disgust or amusement? Yeah, it's not exactly elegant, I admit, but it gets us where we need to go, usually. "Na na na," Xeep hums softly, pats the bike like it's a tired animal. Na, 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 na. And suddenly I get it. The song, the humming, the way Xeep looks at the bike when I call it a horse with no name. Xeep's making connections, finding patterns from the music, linking signals learned in space to the world we're sharing now. You're trying to understand us through our tunes, I say, aren't you? Xeep's humming stops and looks at me with what might be surprise, if I read alien expressions right, being an expert from so many hours of invasion vids. Music is universal, I try. Like math, but with feelings? Hope it isn't too close to math, or I'm out of luck for sure. Xeep. Xeep? I wish I could explain it better. Wish I had words that could cross the chasm between us. Instead, I start to hum along, pick up the melody where Xeep left off. Two voices, human and not human, harmonizing badly in the middle of nowhere. It shouldn't work, but somehow it does. We finish the song together, and the desert seems to approve of our small noise in its vast silence. Come on, I say, climbing back onto the bike. We've got a lot more desert to cross, and this horse isn't getting any younger. Xeep settles back onto the rack, and as we pull away from our brief rest stop, the humming rolls with us. And this time, I join in. Chapter 5. The Sound of Silence. The fire crackles with the kind of conviction only dead mesquite can manage. Flames hidden under an outcropping, nothing that would show up on satellite thermal, just enough light to keep the desert's bigger appetites at a respectful distance. We're maybe 20 miles past the last settlement that deserved a name, having skirted Roswell and headed towards Sierra Blanco. I'm beat, more than enough pump and ride for the day. We pull off far enough to tuck into a wash between two ridges that look like sleeping giants in the starlight. Finding dried scrub to burn is no issue, and a firelighter is one of those essentials I never leave home without. Doesn't everyone have one in their kit? Xeep sits cross-legged on the opposite side of the fire, that weird back-jointed way that looks uncomfortable but somehow isn't, at least not for Xeep. The flames catch the iridescent quality of Xeep's skin, turning it into something that shifts between copper and silver and colours I don't have names for. The camouflage flickers occasionally, like a nervous tick, but mostly stays steady. We're quiet for maybe an hour. Not an awkward silence, more like the desert has used up its quota of all the spaces where conversation can fit, and we're both okay with that. My boots are off, and my toes are wiggling, remembering what circulation feels like. The bike's propped against a boulder, battery ticking as it cools. 13% charge left. We'll need to pump again in the morning, but I'm too exhausted to try tonight. Long day, I say to the fire, because talking to flames feels less weird than talking to someone who can only say their own name back. Xeep, comes the response, but softer than usual, almost thoughtful. I poke at the coals with a stick that's seen better centuries. Sparks spiral up towards stars that look close enough to pluck. Out here, away from the glow of townies, the sky remembers how to be enormous. Makes you feel appropriately small. I wonder if one of those is Xeep's. You know what's funny? I say, not expecting an answer. I've been trying to get to Pacifica my whole life. Well, since I found out that's where Ma went. After I found out Pa was lying. And now I'm actually doing it, and I'm not thinking about her at all. Xeep's head tilts, those big eyes reflecting firelight like black mirrors. I'm thinking about you instead. Wondering what you're thinking. Wondering if you're scared or homesick or just really, really tired of listening to me babble at you in a language you probably think sounds like a garbage disposal with feelings. The fire pops, sending up a shower of orange sparkles that die before they clear the outcropping. Somewhere in the distance, a coyote tests its voice against the night. Song of the dark. Another answer from a different ridge. Conversation. At least they understand each other. That's when Xeep starts humming another tune. It begins so quietly, I think it's the wind through the rocks. But then the melody takes shape, and my spine straightens like someone just walked on my grave. I know this song. Not just know it, feel it in that place behind my ribs where tunes live when I'm not paying attention. The words spin impossibly in my head, spiked from memory. Darkness and friends. The tune emerges from Xeep's humming, note by perfect note, translated through alien vocal cords into something that sounds like longing given melody. I stare across the fire. You're not just humming random songs, are you? Xeep. But this time, there's something different in it. Purpose. The hum continues, that haunting progression that sounds like conversations you can't have and words that won't come when you need them most. Xeep's eyes never leave mine, and suddenly I understand this isn't entertainment. Xeep's telling me something important, something I have to understand. The sound of silence, I whisper. You're trying to tell me something about the silence between us. Xeep stops humming and nods that stoic head bob, that sharp human gesture that looks so out of place on those features. Then Xeep does another unexpected thing, although everything aliens do is surprising. Xeep rises, moves around the fire with smooth, back-jointed poise, and settles close beside me. Close enough that I smell that strange metallic green scent, see the slow pulse of light under the skin. Xeep reaches mouthward with one of those fingers with too many joints and knuckles. I should probably be alarmed, anxious, frightened. Yep. Instead, I'm frozen, a statue, fascinated. The finger disappears into that small mouth, and there's a sloppy, soft, wet sound, like someone opening a jar of something gooey, but kinda grosser. When the finger emerges, there's something small and dark clinging to the tip, wriggling, reflecting firelight. I stare. It squirms and twitches, no bigger than a grain of rice, but definitely alive. Okay, I say, a bit hesitant, because my brain has apparently decided to take a vacation, if it was ever here at all. How many times have I seen this in a horror vid or a space trek? What's that? I squeak bravely. It's either really disgusting or really important, and I'm hoping it's the second one. Xeep holds the tiny thing up so we can both examine it more closely. Did I say I'd flunked biology? I have no idea what I'm looking at, other than a crawly bug thing held by a chameleon singing alien. It's translucent, with what might be veins running through it. As I watch, it extends feelers, Or maybe they could be micro-legs, reaching, stretching. Sure enough, toward me. I want to shrink away, but I'm in that dream fugue, trapped in thick oil. Xeep leans closer and points to my ear with the other hand. You want to put that in my ear? I say. It's not a question. You're going to bug me. Joke, but not funny. I'm not laughing. Xeep. The word carries weight now, urgency. Xeep points to the thing, then to me, then to themselves. Xeep hums a few more bars of that song, then points again. Oh, we know this trope. Gotta be a translator. Has to be, or a brainworm to take control of me. How bad could it be either way? Xeep chooses now, by firelight, after humming the sound of silence. Will it hurt? I ask, remembering how I'd squashed Xeep's distended rib back in place. Fair payback, huh? Is Xeep gonna count like I did and lie? Xeep stares and mimics something going into an ear, then makes a soft Xeep sound, like a sigh of relief. I look at the tiny creature floundering on the fingertip, looking for a new home. Maybe I'm just too exhausted to care. It should be terrifying. Instead, it feels like hope with legs. Sure, why not? I say, turning my head to give access to my left ear. But if this thing starts laying eggs and bursting out of my stomach, I'm going to be very disappointed in our friendship. I feel Xeep's finger at the edge of my ear canal, gentle and warm. There's a moment of tickling, an insect walking across my skin. I shiver down my spine, a snick of a mosquito bite, and then nothing. No pain, no discomfort, just the awareness that something small and alive has rented a condo in my head. Something useful in my mind, finally. Xeep sits back, watches me with those impossible eyes. The fire crackles, the desert breathes around us. For eternity, or at least seconds, nothing changes. Then Xeep opens that single orifice mouth, and instead of Xeep, I get, "Can you hear me now?" I choke, I sputter. That old saw from the Cell days about coverage. A long-dead vid advert. The voice is still Xeep's, announcer quality, precise enunciation, someone who learned language from listening, maybe watching, the worst we humans have to offer. But words! Words that make sense, sliding into my brain like they were always meant to live there. Holy shit! I breathe, articulate as always. Is that a positive expression? Xeep asks. And there's something almost shy in the question. I laugh, and it comes out shaky with relief. Yeah, that's positive. Xeep, I can hear you. I actually hear you. I mean, I could hear you before, but it was just whistling your name. Now it's words, and you speak my language. Can I hug you? Yes. Xeep lets me squeeze, and then settles back, recrossing those legs in that impossible way. There is so much. Words can't come fast enough. I have been wanting to share words with you for so long. I'm stymied and ask, why now? What is that bug? Is it alive? How long have you been able to do this? The translator thing? I still hear your Xeeping, but it's like background noise. Now there's like subtitles or dub in my head. Xeep raises a hand to slow me down. I have always had a Xeep, but never used it. Of course it is alive. It is part of me. My only Xeep. Did not know what it would do in a human, but I thought I could take a chance since I encountered difficulties. Xeep's mouth quirks in what might be embarrassment. I did not expect to crash into your desert. I'm befuddled. I arch my eyebrows and ask, "Your people know you're here?" Silence for a moment, and I see something flicker. Could that be shame? Xeep's answer is a little disconcerting. Not exactly. This journey was unauthorized. Chapter 6. Don't Fear the Reaper. I wake to music that doesn't exist. Not the crackling remnants of our fire, which died to embers about the time we ran out of things to use our new words on. The evening stretches deep into the night, and we ramble from one silly topic to another. It is as if we've always known how to talk to one another. Xeep knows so much and knows nothing, just like me. The gentle lilting isn't a rude awakening, but pulls me softly back to the surface. It isn't the desert wind picking arguments with the tumbleweeds. This is melody, sweet and haunting. A flute made of starlight, accompanied by a rhythm that sounds like rain on leaves, if rain could keep perfect time. The dream clings as I float toward consciousness. Wistful notes from something more alive than any instrument should be, accompanied by maracas that seem to be having a conversation with themselves. The rhythm is hypnotic, swaying, and in the dream I am swaying also, moving to notes that feel older than words. My eyes drift open to grey pre-dawn light. The flute fades, but the rhythm doesn't. It takes my sleep-addled brain approximately forever to process what I'm seeing next to me, next to the cold ashes of our fire. Xeep sits cross-legged as always, rocking side to side gently. But Xeep isn't alone. Coiled between us, easily 6 feet of diamond-patterned death. A rattlesnake thick as my forearm. Its tail is a blur, creating that rhythm from my dream. And Xeep? Xeep resumes making soft, flute-like sounds, throat rippling with precise tones that sync perfectly with the rattling. Both of them in perfect harmony, snake and alien conducting some kind of desert sunrise symphony. Time to freak. Yep. Wave my hands and screech. The monkey part of my brain is screaming about striking distance and venom and the fact that I'm trapped in my sleeping bag like the world's most pathetic burrito. But something is mesmerizing about the scene, almost meditative. The snake doesn't look aggressive. If anything, it looks relaxed. That's when I try to sit up. My elbow hits a rock. The rock clatters. The peaceful musical moment explodes into chaos. Holy shit! I shriek, which is definitely not part of the desert symphony. The rattlesnake's head whips toward me, that perfect rhythm dissolving into an angry buzz. It rears back, mouth open, fangs extended, and I see exactly how this story ends. Local teen dies stupidly after interrupting alien snake concert. But before the snake can strike, Xeep moves faster than anything that size should be able to move. One moment Xeep is sitting, the next, those long arms are extended, catching the striking snake mid-lunge like it's a particularly aggressive piece of rope. In a flash, Xeep is up and over, while I'm still thrashing in my sleeping bag like a demented caterpillar, and deposits the rattler gently in the sage beyond our campsite. The snake, apparently as confused by this turn of events as I am, gives one last indignant rattle and slithers away into the desert. Xeep turns back to me with those impossible dark eyes, head tilted in what I'm learning to recognise as mild amusement. "Well," Xeep says in that too smooth voice, "that was not how I intended to introduce you to Harold." I finally manage to extract myself from my sleeping bag, which seems determined to keep me wrapped like a burrito until the heat death of the universe. "Harold? You were talking with a snake? Some sort of conversation partner?" My voice comes out squealing several octaves higher than usual. "That was a rattlesnake, Xeep, a big one, with fangs, and venom, and a serious attitude problem." "Yes," Xeep agrees pleasantly. "Quite articulate, actually. Very strong opinions about territorial boundaries." I stare at my alien friend, who apparently thinks nearly being killed by desert wildlife is a normal Tuesday morning occurrence. "You really were talking to it?" "Naturally." Xeep settles back down in that position that makes my joints ache just watching. Serpents are excellent conversationalists once you learn their language. Much more straightforward than humans, actually. Their language. I run my hands through my hair, which looks like I stuck my finger in an electric socket. "You speak snake?" "I replicate the precise frequencies and rhythms of their communication patterns, yes. It is not difficult, once you understand that rattling is not aggression, it is simply emphasis. Like your species' tendency to raise vocal pitch when excited." I gesture wildly at the brush where the snake disappeared. That thing was about to turn me into a chew toy. "Oh no," Xeep says, and now I definitely hear amusement. "Harold was merely startled when you disrupted our dawn meditation. He was actually quite concerned about your well-being once I explained you were my travel companion." "Harold?" I sit down hard on a rock, just connecting the dots. Or names. Okay, so people give wiener dogs odd names too. "You named the rattlesnake Harold." "He introduced himself. Roughly translates to guardian of the eastern stones in his dialect, but Harold seems more convenient for regular conversation." I put my head in my hands. This is my life now. Travelling with someone who conducts meditation musicals with venomous reptiles and gives them human names. "Xeep, that snake could have killed me." "Unlikely." Xeep's expression grows more serious. "I would not have permitted harm to come to you. Harold was simply being cautious. Your species has a reputation among the serpent community." A reputation. For irrational fear responses and poor communication etiquette. Harold mentioned that humans often react to polite introductions with screaming and violence. I gesture at myself. "Well, he wasn't wrong about the screaming part." I pause, brain catching up. "Wait, you've done this before? Talked to snakes?" "Of course. How else would one navigate desert regions safely? The serpent network is far more reliable than your electronic communication systems. Harold informed me that water can be found 3 miles northwest, that your military patrols passed through yesterday evening but continued south, and that there is a human settlement approximately 15 miles ahead with what he described as metal beasts that roar but do not hunt. Metal beasts that... Oh, cars, trucks. I shake my head. This is insane. You're telling me snakes have a communication network, like desert internet? An imprecise but not entirely inaccurate comparison, Xeep agrees. Information travels much faster through serpent channels than through human infrastructure, and with significantly less, what is your phrase? Fake news? Despite everything, I find myself grinning. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Terrifying, but cool. A desert net. I pause. So what else did Harold tell you? Xeep's skin shifts slightly. That subtle colour change, I think, is embarrassment. He also mentioned that my companion, you, are experiencing what he terms anxiety dreams and suggests that musical therapy might be beneficial. The flute music, that was you. It's not a question. Harold and I were attempting to provide soothing frequencies while you slept. Your rest seemed troubled. I think about the dreams I've been having since leaving home. Pause, loathing and threatening to send me away to the Royal Rehabilitation Academy. The disdain he'd had for me over the years. My discovery of his hidden cache about Ma, not actually dead, as he had lied. The constant worry about what we're walking into at the Pacifica border. Nah, no bad dreams at all. Yeah, I admit. I'm worried about having baby aliens burst from my belly. Xeep's head tilts, not sure if I'm joking. We don't do that, but I don't have enough experience with humans, so I deferred to Harold's wise judgment. He was right. The musical therapy appeared effective until you awakened. Your vital signs, breathing, heart rate, had stabilised considerably. Xeep pauses. Though Harold expressed some concern about your species' tendency to perspire during sleep. He found it quite peculiar. We sweat because we're not cold-blooded like... I stop. Wait. How did Harold know I was sweating? I was inside a sleeping bag. How close was he? Xeep's silence is telling. Xeep, how long was that snake watching me sleep? Sleeping with me? I shiver up and down. Harold is very dedicated to his role as area guardian. He may have been monitoring our campsite for most of the evening. He enjoyed our long discussion last night. He said it was a refreshing change from most campfire vigils. I look around at the rocks and brush surrounding our little wash. Suddenly, every shadow looks like it might be hiding scales and fangs. Are there others? Naturally. This is prime serpent territory. I count at least 4 distinct rattling patterns within conversational distance. 4? My voice cracks. Harold's cousin Phyllis has been quite curious about your wheeled conveyance. She inquired whether it is domesticated. And Harold's nephew, I believe his name is roughly Rocks That Sing, wanted to know if humans are actually capable of learning proper rattle speech, or if you are limited to those crude mouth noises you favour. I stare at Xeep. Then I start laughing. Not the hysterical kind, though that might be coming, but genuine amusement at the surreal absurdity of my situation. Who is the alien here now? So, while I was sleeping, worried about border patrols and finding water and whether my bike battery would hold a charge, you were having a neighbourhood social hour with a family of rattlesnakes who think I'm a weird, sweaty alien who can't speak properly. That is remarkably accurate, yes. I shake my head, still chuckling. And here I thought snakes were something to be afraid of. Oh, they absolutely are. Xeep says seriously. Harold was very clear that humans should maintain a respectful distance. Your species' communication limitations make peaceful interaction quite challenging. One wrong frequency, and even the most patient serpent may interpret your presence as threat behavior. Threat behavior. Loud noises, sudden movements, the peculiar human tendency to wave appendages frantically while making distress calls. Xeep looks at me pointedly. All of which you demonstrated admirably this morning. Great. So I'm the rude one in this scenario. Harold was surprisingly understanding once I explained that humans have limited sensory capabilities and poor frequency discrimination. He expressed something like pity, I believe. Wondered how your species survived evolution with such significant communication deficits. I pull on my boots, shaking them out first in case Harold's family decided to investigate the interior. Well, that's humbling. Being pitied by a rattlesnake. If it helps, Harold was quite impressed by your resourcefulness with the wheeled conveyance. He's never seen humans who could make their metal beasts produce such amusing digestive noises and odours. The battery farting, I say. He likes the battery farting. Finds it quite sophisticated, actually. He mentioned that proper digestive communication is a sign of mechanical health in his culture. I can't help it. I burst out laughing again. This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had. And yesterday I learned my best friend is an alien who learned English from oldies in outer space. Classical music, Xeep corrects. The radio signals from your planet suggested that harmonious frequencies have cultural significance. Harold confirmed this. Apparently, your species' musical expressions are among the few human communications that serpents find aesthetically pleasing. I look toward the brush where Harold disappeared, then back at Xeep. So, think he'd be willing to tell us more about those military patrols? Xeep's expression brightens, literally, the skin taking on a faint luminescence. I will inquire. Harold seemed quite knowledgeable about human movement patterns in the region. And maybe ask about that water source. My bottles are getting low, and we've got a long day ahead. Certainly. Although, I should warn you, Harold mentioned that his cousin, Phyllis, would very much like to meet you properly. She's apparently never encountered a human who travels with what she terms a light bringer. Light bringer? Xeep's camouflage flickers briefly. She may have been referring to my bioluminescence. Serpents find it quite fascinating. And one more thing, Phyllis passed along a warning. Beware the metal beasts that roar and kill us sleeping on the black. I stand, stretching muscles that remember every mile of yesterday's ride. The sun is beginning to paint the eastern horizon in shades of copper and gold. Time to get moving. All right, I say, starting to roll up my sleeping bag. But next time you want to have a musical therapy session with the local wildlife, maybe give me a heads up first. I'd rather not wake up thinking I'm about to become a pincushion for snake venom. Agreed. Though if we stay, Harold did extend an invitation for you to join tomorrow morning's meditation session. He believes that learning basic rattle speech might improve your survival prospects. I pause in my packing. Harold wants us to extend our stay so he can teach me to speak snake. The fundamentals, yes. He was quite insistent that any traveller in serpent territory should understand at least basic courtesy protocols. I look around at the desert, which suddenly seems much more alive and aware than it did 20 minutes earlier. Somewhere in those rocks and shadows, an extended family is discussing the strange human who screams at dawn and travels with a glowing alien. "You know what?" I say, shouldering my pack. "That might actually be the nicest invitation and most useful education I've ever been offered." Xeep rises, ready to whistle Harold for travel information. "Shall I inform him that you accept his generous offer?" I grin, checking the battery charge on my bike. Still 13%. Time to pump before we get started. "Tell Harold that while I'd be honoured to stay and to learn from such a distinguished guardian, you and I have a long, long road ahead of us. Not today. But maybe if we come back this way. And please, also suggest that if any of his relatives down the road plan to practice conversation while I'm sleeping, a little warning rattle would be appreciated." "I believe that can be communicated," Xeep says, settling down to watch me pump the airlift. As I start stepping to ramp up the battery pressure, filling the morning air with mechanical farts that apparently count as sophisticated communication, I can't help but smile. The rhythm of the desert, the rhythm of the step, 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 and the silly farts. What could be better? 2 days ago, my biggest worry was making it to Pacifica without running out of food and water. Now I'm chatting up my new alien best friend, who was shot out of the sky by the Golden Dome while travelling through a desert that turns out to have its own social network and snake etiquette. The farting stops, indicating full charge, and I look around. Xeep standing ever so patiently waiting for me. I swing my leg over the bike. "Ready for another day of adventure?" I ask. "Always," Xeep replies, and settles in on the rack behind me. Chapter 7. True Colours. The settlement Harold mentioned turns out to be what you'd expect from a place where metal beasts roar and kill us sleeping on the black. A truck stop that's seen better decades, a leftover of the decrepit Federated Kingdom's old highway system. The road marker calls it Bingham, last grub before the Rio. Even from 2 miles away, I see the dust clouds kicked up by ancient rigs grinding through overused gears. Hear the barely functional diesels stumble and gasp, echoing off the hills. Not a casual day spa. The kind of place where questions get asked, where the tender barks, "We don't serve their kind in here," like I'd bring in a droid or alien or something, and strangers get remembered. "We're going around," I announce, pulling off what passes for a road onto a game trail that winds up into the Del Muerto foothills. A detour from our beeline westward to the river crossing, but the safest bet. "The Serpent Network suggested this location has resources," Xeep points out from behind me as we bump over rocks and scrub. "Resources, yeah. Also, nosy truckers, possible FK patrol checkpoints, and definitely people who'd have opinions about you. And not good ones." I navigate around a particularly stubborn boulder. Harold's intel was good, but he didn't mention the part about avoiding humans who shoot first and don't bother to ask questions. The trail climbs through juniper and pinyon pine, the air getting thinner and cleaner as we gain elevation. My airlift battery's working harder now, the charge dropping faster with the constant uphill grind. We'll need another pump session soon, but for now we're making good time through terrain that would stop most four-wheelers. Besides, I add, I see a place marked on the old road signs, called a rest area or some such. Should be abandoned. Most of these mountain routes have been ignored since the king stopped all roadwork. 20 minutes of rocky switchbacks later, a vintage brown and white sign, torn through with bullet holes, announces this is the Bosque Apk Redre. It's idyllic, even from my jaundiced worldly experience, in a clearing surrounded by ponderosa pines like a forgotten shrine, overlooking the valleys to the east and the west. Several concrete tables with immovable benches, a rusty barbie that hasn't cooked meat in untold ages, and, worldly infrastructure, one of the most important inventions of all time. Ancient, no, primordial outhouses that look structurally intact, if not exactly inviting. I kick down the stand, and we both climb off, stretching muscles that remember every rock we've bounced over. I stare at the looming horizon, and in the far distance to the west, I see evidence of our biggest upcoming challenge, crossing the Rio. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Or not, as the case might be. No point in fretting Xeep over that obstacle. Very nice, Xeep whispers, strutting over to examine the table like a minister of silly walks. Your people built places to commune. I guess so. Used to anyway, before everything went to hell, long before my time. I pull out my water bottle and take a sip. We're still good on water, thanks to Harold's intel, but desert habits die hard. I've watched vids where families explore the world around them, enjoy time together in places like this. I unpack my meagre lunch supplies, jerky, some crackers that have achieved the consistency of cardboard, and dried fruit that's probably older than my salvaged bike. Xeep watches with that tilted head expression that suggests deep thoughts are in progress. 2 days and I have not seen Xeep eat anything. The jerky makes me thirsty, which makes me realise I've put off the inevitable biologic necessity too long. The combination of breakfast water, bumpy rides, and general human physiology is demanding attention. I need to use the facilities, I declare, standing and jerking a thumb toward the outhouses. Xeep immediately stands as well. What will we use the facilities for? I will join you. I freeze. No, you won't, really, no. Why? Is there danger? Should I help you? I have heard no rattle of our friends here. No danger, it's just... How do you explain bathroom privacy to someone who what? I realise I have no idea what Xeep does for bodily functions. I've been forced to use bushes along the road, but just like eating, I haven't seen Xeep do anything. Not that I want to, don't even want to imagine it. Humans need privacy for certain processes. It's a cultural thing. Xeep's head tilts further. What process? What will you do there? You know, what goes in must come out? I choke on my own words, but have no idea what to say. Do you mean recycling? Something like that. Just wait here, okay? I'll be quick. I feel Xeep watching me as I walk to the slightly less decrepit of the 2 outhouses. The door creaks like a haunted house sound effect, and inside it's about as lovely. A derelict roadside toilet. Horrific in the best of times, and this is the worst of times. But it's a long drop, which is what matters when you're 30 miles from the nearest alternative and tired of bushes. I'm just leaving when I hear it. Not quite a scream. Not quite the whistle zeeping I remember from before the translator bug. This is something new and terrifying. A death shrill with broken glass, pitched high enough to make my teeth ache. I burst out of the outhouse, scanning the area wildly. Xeep! Xeep! The death scream is coming from a thicket of manzanita bushes 20 feet away, and the plants are wrong. They're thrashing, shimmering, pulsing with light and colour like someone threw a disco ball into a kaleidoscope. The camouflage is going absolutely haywire, cycling through patterns so fast it makes my eyes water. And giddily flitting through this light show, landing and taking off and landing again, is a butterfly. A bright orange monarch that seems absolutely delighted by whatever it's found in the bushes. Xeep! I rush into the thicket, hands out, grasping for the amorous flying beauty. Here! Here! I cup my hands and capture the winged creature, cradle it gently and carry it away from Xeep. It's okay, I say to the butterfly, hoping Xeep can hear me through whatever panic is causing the light show. I've got you now. I move yards away from Xeep and open my hands. The lone butterfly flits up and lands on my nose, and I go cross-eyed, captivated by its intricate wings and colours, waving ever so slowly. Pretty thing. I blow gently, gaze longingly as it flutters away. Gradually, as the butterfly disappears, the frantic pulsing in the bushes slows. The camo flickers once more, then fails completely, revealing Xeep shrunken into an unrecognisable tight little parcel, arms wrapped around knees, head sagging down on chest, flat like a cartoon, as if all the air has been sucked out. This is unexpected. I can't hear even a whisper of breath. Is the alien dead? Hey, I say softly, and crouch at the edge of the thicket. You're okay? It's gone. I reach out and poke Xeep's shoulders, not knowing what else to do. Xeep's head puffs and inflates, the mouth orifice sucking in air and the eyes open, focusing on me with obvious effort. All gone? Gone? The butterfly? Yep, bad boy, all gone. You're safe. What happened to you? Like a balloon, Xeep inflates further and becomes whole again. I'm too startled by the transformation even to comment. I extend a hand. Want to come out of there? Those branches look uncomfortable. It takes a few minutes to extract Xeep from the manzanita without causing more panic or injury. The poor alien is shaking, actually shaking, which I didn't know was possible for someone built like an inflatable doll with such apparent physical control. That was awful, Xeep says once we stumble back to the closest table. You are so brave. I didn't know you had such deadly threats here. Threats? I sit across from Xeep, trying to project calm. Deadly? It was trying to eat me, I cough. The butterfly? It's our greatest enemy. They devour whole farms of us. And with that, Xeep demos the ability to recycle, the stress of the last few days finally catching up. Emptying days of internal whatever on the table between us. Projectile gushes out. I mean the most noxious, foul-smelling, greasy, slimy, gooey vomit you can imagine, only worse. One huge, long, loud barf. And then sits back, quite content, satisfied, and smiles, just like wiener dogs do. Ah, so much better now. Starved. Xeep says it so matter-of-factly, like there isn't a lagoon of black sewage between us, oozing towards me. I nearly add my own contribution to the vomit, but instead leap up and away before it runs off the edge of the table into my lap. Ew! So gross! What is that all about? Xeep just looks at me. Get up. We can't sit there. Let's get out of here. I turn for the bike, but Xeep is at my side, touches my shoulder, and urges me to wait. I don't understand. You did recycling over there, in the special house, and I think you do something by the roadside. I did not think it was an issue. Not recycling. That conjures images I don't want to imagine. Waste disposal. And, well, generally we don't share it with others. Why not? What if there are still useful nutrients? Ew! Double ew! Is that not how you do it? And why do you have special houses for it? Do you store it there to use later? No, oh God, no. Moving on. It's just that it's your mouth. Yes, it is. Didn't you say what goes in must come out? But, I don't know what to say. Not sure I want to ask. You seem to have a variety of orifices. Are they for different purposes? I have one. It is for everything. You have one? The strangeness of it, all the things it has to do with that one hole, is a bit too much. I feel weak in the knees and lean on the bike's handlebars. How many do you have? Xeep stares at me, waits for an answer. I gather wit and strength and count on my fingers. Well, a mouth, 2 ears, 2 nostrils in my nose. I stop. Nope, not going there. Not going to give biology lessons to an alien. Sorry, Xeep, I'm not answering that. Why? Because it's weird enough that you have one. I'm not going to make it weirder by cataloguing all of ours. Xeep's expression grows more curious. Your species has more than one recycling orifice. I am not having this conversation. But for scientific understanding, nope. Surely educational exchange. Yours seems very inefficient. You must have a lot of valves and plumbing inside. How do you decide which orifice to use? How unfortunate for you. We're moving on, I say, getting on the bike. Different species, different biology. End of discussion. TMI, too much information. Maybe some other time. Which would be never, as far as I'm concerned. You are easily embarrassed for someone who discusses liquid recycling so casually, Xeep says, settling onto the rack. There's a big difference between talking about needing to pee versus comparing parts, I retort, checking the battery charge. Still good for another hour or so. Euphemisms. Your species' relationship with your own biology is fascinatingly contradictory. Yeah, well, your species sings with snakes, but gets terrorised by butterflies. We're all weird. I kick up the stand and we pull away from the rest area, leaving behind a scene burned forever into my memory as the most awkward lunch break in human-alien history. As we wind down the westward side toward the desert floor, I stew about the morning. Xeep's vulnerability during the butterfly panic. The matter-of-fact way we'd discussed body stuff that would have sent me into mortified silence with any human. The easy way we'd fallen back into comfortable teasing afterward. "Xeep?" I call back over the engine noise. "Yes?" "For what it's worth, I think your single orifice system is probably more practical than ours." "Thank you. I believe your multiple system approach demonstrates impressive biological redundancy." Are we really complementing each other's waste management arrangements? I believe we are. I laugh, and the sound carries across the afternoon desert air, mixing with the hum of the Lectric motor and dust devils rustling sagebrush. A few days ago, I was afraid of everything. Pause anger, an unknown journey, being alone in the world. Now I'm sharing embarrassing details with an alien and finding it funny instead of terrifying. Maybe this is okay, just accepting each other's weirdness. Even if that weirdness includes getting attacked by butterflies and having explosive bathroom emergencies on concrete rest area tables. "Next stop," I call back. "We're checking for butterfly activity before I eat." "Agreed," Xeep replies. "And I shall endeavour to maintain better biologic timing." Don't worry about it. We've all been there. Though probably not quite like that. Chapter 8. Bridge over troubled water. We make good time heading west from the rest area, the afternoon sun glistening on the road ahead. Now it's more like a suggestion of pavement, with occasional patches of actual tar, but it beats bouncing over rocks. "So," I cleverly begin, after we've been back on the highway a few miles. "What's up with the butterfly?" Behind me, Xeep's grip around my waist tightens slightly. They're apex predators!" Even with the road noise and vibration, I feel Xeep shudder. "Hey, okay, we all have things that freak us out. I mean, you saw me this morning with Harold. I practically jumped out of my skin." "But Harold couldn't eat you." I slow the bike a bit, partly to conserve battery, and partly because this feels like an important conversation. Harold is huge and venomous, and if he bit me, I'd probably die. Painfully. But you sat there having a jam session, two folk in a rock band. Xeep is quiet for a moment, then, "For us, the flutterbees are monsters, ravenous, insatiable. Flutterbees seek us out, consume us. It's in the very fabric of our beings to be terrified of them. They will eat an entire generation for an afternoon snack." Xeep pauses, searching for words. "Ah. I haven't thought about it that way." "But you're huge. How could they eat you?" "We start very, very small. Little seedlings licked onto a leaf." I can't quite unpack that, so I'll come back to it later. "So it's not just fear, it's like genetic programming." "Yes, those are the words. When I saw it, my body reacted. The camouflage system became confused. I deflated as escape. Is that why? Is that why you have camo? To hide in plain sight? I thought you were dying. Emergency response. We don't fight to protect ourselves. We compress our internal structure to become nearly invisible and much smaller. But it requires complete stillness and controlled breathing. The flutterbee made that impossible. I navigate around a pothole that could swallow the front wheel. Butterfly, but I get it. So your camo was misfiring because you were panicking, and you couldn't deflate properly because you were too scared to stay still. A most undignified display, Xeep admits. Are you kidding? That was the most human thing I've ever seen you do. Sometimes our bodies just do stuff when we're scared. Fight, flight, fart, or freeze, you know? You just have more options than we do. We crest a small hill, and I smell it before I see it. That distinctive, earthy, muddy scent of water in the desert. The Rio Grande, or what's left of it here. In the distance, maybe 2 miles ahead, I see the bridge spanning what looks like a mostly empty riverbed with green cottonwoods marking the actual water channel. That's when we hear it. A deep, throaty growling that definitely isn't wind through the cottonwoods. Diesels, ancient, poorly maintained, coming up from behind us. We've got to get off, now, I hiss, sliding off the broken asphalt into the scrabble and onto a game trail that leads behind a cluster of mesquite and prickly pear. The roaring gets meaner, closer, and now there's another smell mixing with the river scent. Raw diesel exhaust. Badly tuned, off-firing, barely burnable diesel. I switch off my bike's motor and we coast to a stop behind the largest mesquite. Through the thorny branches, we crouch low, watching as they pass. 5 hogs, but not like any I've seen before. These are the smokers I've heard about. Scavenged machines that look like someone strapped Harley frames onto toilet plumbing. Defunct diesels spinning generators to drive the Lectrics of their wheels. Putrid clouds billow, and the Lectrics screech like tortured squirrels, bearings that haven't seen grease since before the king. The goons echo their rides, covered faces, leather chaps, stained white tees barely covering their too many beers' bellies, rifles slung loosely. Moseying along like a vacay, scanning the scenery like they own it. Which, based on my brave diving for cover, I guess they do. Certainly not worth debating. Beware the metal beasts that roar and kill us sleeping on the black, I whisper, remembering Phyllis's warning. Maybe she means trucks, but the warning seems apt enough for me. But those poor suffering engines haunt me. Give me a few hours and wrenches, and I'd have those bikes quiet and smokeless. Those are the metal beasts? Xeep asks. Not exactly. Maybe worse. Definitely the kind of people who would have opinions about you. Very bad opinions. And likely not good opinions about me either. I can't quite see the faces beneath the masks, but even from our obscured vantage, the broken nose on the last one seems familiar, and the twos on his arms are straight from Paws Missile Brigade. Not a fortuitous coincidence, although this guy's likely AWOL. Even if Pa cares enough to send goons after me, and he sure doesn't, they'd be strutting in the king's dust fatigues head to toe, jackboots and pointy-arse helmets, though the bikes would be just as lousy. We watch them rumble across the bridge, smoke cloud hanging in the air long after they've passed. They don't pause on this side, just disappear over the lip and snort their way across. I breathe a sigh of relief. Too soon. The distinctive back-pressure bark of diesels downshifted and placed in neutral, and stopping in the cottonwoods on the far side. Well, I say astutely. My heart pounds way too loudly in the silence after the engine shuts down. At least now we know. Can't use the bridge. Isn't it just nice they found a good spot to camp? Good, bad, or indifferent, if it was just me, I'd plough ahead and badger my way past the goons, and they'd be just as likely as not to ignore me. Scrawny kid on a bike, not worth firing up their sorry machines. But my hackles are on edge, whatever hackles are. I'm not alone, and my travelling companion doesn't exactly fit in. No point in taunting the goons with fresh meat. So, there, I point upriver. Our next challenge, since we can't take the bridge. Xeep peers and turns to me. It appears wet. Hopefully not. The river runs low this time of year, sometimes completely dry in spots, running underground. If we're lucky, I'll only have to carry the bike across a little bit of running water. Do what? Go across open water? Carry the bike? Right. Even if it's shallow, I'm pretty sure the Lectrics would fry if they were dunked. I can manage it. We'll just offload all the baggage, maybe dismount the battery and presser. Let's move upriver and look for a place to camp. I turn on the bike and manoeuvre onto the path north, paralleling the river. But now every shadow looks like it might harbour smokers, and every distant sound makes my shoulders tense. 20 minutes later, I park at the edge of a cottonwood grove, and we walk to where we can see the riverbed clearly. The bridge is well out of sight, several bends behind us. The Rio Grande here is maybe 300 feet across, but most of that is dry sand and gravel, with just a narrow channel of muddy water down the middle. Knee-deep at most, and a mere 40 feet wide. But be worse, I mutter, studying the crossing. Upstream from the bridge, the banks are gentler, less steep. Perfect for carrying a bike across if you have the energy and time for it, and don't mind getting your boots wet. The water, Xeep says quietly. I can't. Right. Some kind of water terror. I've almost forgotten in all the excitement and haven't even asked. We'll figure it out, don't worry. Maybe I can carry you across, but not tonight. I'm beat, and crossing water in the dark sounds like a great way to drop you, me, and the bike all in the river together. We tuck into the grove where the trees will hide us, and the sound of the water will cover our voices. It's peaceful here, with the gentle babble of the narrow channel and the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. As I set up our minimal camp, no fire tonight, too risky with the smokers around, I can't stop thinking about tomorrow's crossing. Carrying a bike and a water-phobic alien across even a shallow river is going to be interesting. Xeep? I say as we settle down, and I rummage through what's left of my food. That deflation thing you did today, how long can you stay compressed like that? Several hours, if necessary, but I cannot move, and breathing becomes difficult. I nod, an idea forming. Because tomorrow, when we cross that water, I might need you to compress yourself so I can carry you more easily. Think you could handle that? Xeep looks toward the sound of the river, those big eyes reflecting the last light of the day. I could hide in the pack and not see the water, so it would be like it didn't happen for me. But what about our horse with no name? I look at my bike, a lot of mass of salvage tech and stubborn engineering. One problem at a time. First, some sleep. Tomorrow, let's see if we can get 2 scared kids and a Lectric bike across the Rio Grande without drowning, getting shot, or attracting the attention of diesel-burning goons with anger management issues. An ambitious day, Xeep observes. Yeah, well, I say, pulling my sleeping bag out of my pack. I never said it would be easy. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. And if it is easy, you've done it wrong. Chapter 9. Angel of the Morning. Desert mornings are cold, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The pre-dawn air wafts muddy water smells and cottonwood leaves, mixing with something that might be distant diesel exhaust. I've been awake for an hour, watching the eastern sky lighten and listening to the lulling gurgle of the Rio, while Xeep stares straight ahead, crazy cross-legged yoga master. Makes my tailbone ache just looking. Do you sleep? I ask. Xeep unfolds and leans towards me, peering closely at my morning face. Little death. That's what we learned from your songs. It's a terrible thing you have to cope with. You die for a while every time your sun sets. Does that explain your face when the sun also rises? I glare. What's wrong with my face? Look, I'm no angel of the morning. I choke on my words. Did I just say that? Maybe Xeep hasn't heard that one. I can hope, even if hope isn't a strategy. Other than me, the bathroom mirror, and once in a blue moon, Pa, no one else has ever seen my morning face. Well, I suppose Ma did, but I was in diapers then and don't remember. Ugh, never mind. What do you mean, little death? I think I know, but I'm really curious what Xeep thinks. Every cycle of your sun, you become unconscious, unresponsive. Your breathing slows, your body temperature drops. You look dead. Xeep's eyes widen with what looks like horrified fascination. Then you resurrect, but changed, disoriented. Your hair defies gravity in unnatural ways. Your eyes are unfocused. You emit strange sounds. Your face orifice exudes noxious odours. I run a hand through my probably ridiculous bedhead and cup my hand to test my breath. Xeep's right. Dinosaurs' butts. That's just morning hair and groaning because I'm tired and I've got morning mouth. But watching your broadcasts taught us about your species dying and coming back wrong. I think you call them zombies. Walking dead. Things that consume the living. Xeep leans back slightly. Are you undead? I stare at Xeep in disbelief. You think I'm a zombie? Skip the revelation Xeep's kind watches our vids, and zombie ones at that. What else had they seen? probably not our best side. If we have one, that is. You died for approximately 7 hours. Harold and I talked about it the other night. Now you have returned, but your appearance is dishevelled. Your movements are sluggish, and you appear to have an intense craving for blood? Xeep pauses, thinking. What do humans consume immediately upon resurrection? Caffeine, Java, Go Juice, Joe, I say automatically. Lots of blood-jolting fire, hotter, stronger and blacker the better, and maybe a cronut, not blood. Ah! Xeep's skin flickers. Excitement? Mixed with terror? You crave the black poison. More of your dihydrogen monoxide with burned plants in it. Liquid of the dead. And you must feed upon organic matter to sustain your resurrection. I groan and say, It's just breakfast, Xeep. Xeep's voice drops to an awed whisper. Every single day. Your entire species practices daily death and resurrection. This explains so much about human behaviour patterns. Now I'm curious. Take the bait and ask, like what? Xeep becomes so serious, like a teach laying it on back in detention. Your aggression before consuming the dark liquid. Your shambling gait in early morning hours. The way you avoid mirrors immediately after resurrection. Clearly, you cannot bear to see your undead reflection. Xeep pauses and stares. It's just too much for me. I can't help it. I start laughing. Chapter 10. Take on me. The smokers never come upstream. Either they moved on, or they're still camped by the bridge. But either way, we can't wait around to find out which. The river's not getting any shallower, and my stomach's been having increasingly pointed conversations with my backbone about the sorry state of our food supplies. I poke Xeep gently and point to the river. Time to go skinny dipping. Those big, dark eyes focus on me with the kind of penetration that suggests aliens don't get jokes. Is it time for the water crossing? Yep. And I've got good news and bad news. Xeep gets up, oozing upright in a way that shouldn't be possible without groaning and stretching. What is the good news? The water's low, probably knee-deep at most. Currents gentle, perfect crossing conditions. And the bad news? I gesture toward the sound of the river. It's water, and we still have to get across it. Xeep's skin does that colour thing I gather means anxiety. I cannot. Yesterday with the butterfly was rough, but like we started to talk about last night, you said you can deflate like that when you want to, and maybe fit inside the pack? I start pulling gear out, organising it into crossing loads. I'll carry you in it. Xeep looks at the pack, at me, at the boundless, infinitely wet 40 feet of terror and says, I trust you. And something warm unclenches in my chest that I didn't realise was twisted up. I strip the bike of removables, battery, presser, tools, saddle packs. The battery starts squeaking soft farting sounds, objecting to being disconnected from its livelihood. Our horse with no name makes sounds like I hear from you sometimes, Xeep observes. I grimace. Those were supposed to be sneaky and quiet. My stomach is upset. Yeah, well, it can complain all it wants, as long as it works when we get to the other side. And my stomach, too. I shoulder the first load, battery, presser, and the heavier gear, and examine the route across. First trip, back in a few. Never start unless you know where you're going. The litany bubbles up, a long-lost image of my ma teaching me to swim. I shove it aside and march ahead. The water is shockingly cold, soaking right through my boots and into my bones. The surface tells lies, deceptive and calm mud flow, but beneath it, a nasty current tugs at my ankles, and the submerged rocks are slicker than snot. Halfway across, the battery lets out a particularly indignant fart, conjuring stories of wiener dogs outgassing old tamales after full system processing, and I find myself coughing and holding my breath from more than stress. The far bank is a relief under my feet. Never stop until you get there. I can still feel her words. I stack the gear well above the veg and debris, stop for a moment to wipe my eyes, then turn and wade back for load 2. Xeep waits yards from the water's edge, looking about as enthusiastic as that tamale-eating wiener on the way to the vet to be expressed. You know, the butt-gland-squeezing thing vets supposedly did to torture dogs. I can just envision that. Indignant, even for ones that self-lick. Xeep is not happy. The sound is quite loud up close. Yeah, rivers do that. Let me get the bike across and I'll be back for you. This trip is harder. The bike frame is awkward, holding it as high as I can, motors dry, but tyres catching the current in ways that want to twist it out of my hands. The water seems deeper, colder, more insistent. Halfway across, my left boot finds a rock that's apparently been having secret meetings with an ice rink, and I start to fall. Time does that slowing down thing, where you can see exactly how badly this is about to go wrong. The bike frame is about to become an expensive piece of river bottom decoration. I shift into overdrive, reflexes firing at light speed, and I goose-step rapid march, leaping to the shore, falling forward, tangling into the now safe frame. If Xeep could laugh, I am sure I'd hear guffaws even across the muddy water. I extricate myself and move the bike up with the rest of my gear. Xeep's watching all right, no sign of laughter. Even from this far, I see what looks like ever-mounting terror. No point prolonging this. I trudge back through the current. I've got this under control now. Speed is life, right? Move fast, take names later. On the other side, I spread open my pack in front of Xeep, look at it, and then back into those fully dilated eyes. Are you sure this is okay? Can you do this? I ask, as soothingly as I can manage. Not that we have any choice. Xeep stalls, gives that head bob that means yes, and then projectile barfs to the side. Not what I thought would be the process. It sounds like a balloon popping, accompanied by a torrent of gross sewage. Ew! I didn't know you had to do that. I realise I hadn't seen or heard the deflation cycle up at the rest area. Probably for the best, or I'd never have asked for it again. It's unsettling, the way that solid, person-shaped being just collapses. This time smaller and smaller, until it's a flat cartoon of itself crumpled on the gravel. I bend to scoop up the toon, but it's 20 times heavier than it looks, which makes sense, I guess. Xeep has expelled waste, liquids, sludge and gases, but there's still the rest of whatever Xeep is made of. The eyes stare spookily at me, lids frozen open. "You okay in there?" I ask, gently stuffing the caricature into my pack. A barely audible "Xeep" vibrates in my ear that's got the bug. Didn't know it could work without sound. Right, here we go. Try not to think about the water. Duh. This time is much easier than I expect. Xeep is comfortable, oblivious. I've crossed 4 times, back and forth, and found the best path and footing. I can do this. Speed is life. I thrash forward, gleefully splashing across. Then I remember, if it's easy, you're doing it wrong. Too bad I remember so late. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I start to swear at myself, but I trip. The ice rink rock that nearly creamed me before is determined to snag me this time. And it does, and this time it wins. Time speeds up. It's supposed to slow down, isn't it? I can't even get out my shh as my feet come out from under me and I am falling sideways into the rushing muddiness. Some instinct overpowers my helplessness and my arms thrust up and out to the side, a perfectly legal, heroic, 2-handed rugby goal. Just as my head submerges in the swirling mess, completing my graceful tumble into the Rio Grande. Spewing gravel, sand, mud, other river filth, and tastes of the nasty dreams of fish, I right myself, crawling to the shore. 5 feet up, and there is my pack, in a heap, spilled open. Xeep's toon face staring at me. A hiss, then the sucking sound of a vacuum cleaner on full power, and poof! Xeep is whole again, at my side, reaching out to give me a hand up. "Was that a good skinny dipping?" Xeep asks. Still doesn't get the joke. "Yep, that's me." Not hardly. Totally soaked. I'm shaking now, not just from the morning chill and soaking. Reminding me of my Mars litany, never stop until you get there. But at least you're completely dry, so I call it a win. Xeep looks at me, reaches out and touches my soaked sleeve, that strange metallic green scent getting stronger. "You threw me to safety." "Of course I did." I look away, move up to my gear and start reassembling my bike, partly to get moving and partly to keep my hands busy, and partly to not think about what just happened. I pause in reconnecting the battery leads. That hadn't even occurred to me. In that split second of falling, my only thought had been getting Xeep to safety. "Guess I'm not as practical as I thought," I say, attaching the presser. "Come on, let's see if this thing still works." The bike motors spin on the first try, humming with relief. The charge is down to 8%, not enough to get us anywhere. Time to pump some pressure back into the system. I'm halfway through my step routine, counting reps and trying to ignore my chattering teeth, when Xeep surprises me again. "Energy replacement." "Yes, I'm charging the battery. I have to pump air into the airlift for it to work." "Correct. Me too." What? Did Xeep need to be pumped up? If anything, the alien seems bigger, puffier than before. I recycled as much mass as possible in deflating to lighten your load. I am deficient now. I need input. I'd never considered it. What goes out must go in, sort of. Are you hungry? I've never seen you eat. Truth be told, I'd never seen Xeep do anything except talk and barf. Normally, I extract everything I need from the atmosphere. Although your planet's atmosphere is, what would you say, yucky. Xeep opens that mouth orifice wider than I've ever seen, no teeth in that pie hole, and sucks in a massive gulp of air. Yes, that is your word, yucky, but contains most of the energy and components I need, but not after expelling so much on the other side. Much was still unprocessed. Xeep was sure right about that. That barf was even worse than the one on the rest area table. Just when you think things can't get grosser, your alien friend poops from their mouth. Food? What would you eat? Your atmosphere is filled with multicellular spore creatures, decaying life forms, invisible. Everyone is someone else's meal. You mean mold, fungus, spoiled things? Yes, that sounds correct. Can we find a concentration? I stew about it. I'm down to my last protein bar, jerky all gone, nothing else. The tiny hamlet of San Anton is a short ride back down the path on this side. They'd have an 11 for sure, if nothing else. Could I dare to stop and stock up? Maybe some smelly cheese, maybe shrooms for Xeep. If Xeep could do the backpack thing again, it might work. In and out. I have enough creds on my chip, worth the try if Xeep is game. I pull out the paper map I've been guarding like a state secret and spread it on a flat rock. Socorro's about 15 miles northwest, big enough to have stores, but we might attract too much attention. I pause. Well, I might not attract attention, but you would. Maybe not the best bet. But we can backtrack down this side, where the bridge crossed, and hit San Anton. You could leave me here while you acquire supplies. No. The word comes out harsher than I intend. No, we stick together. That was the deal, remember? But I will cause complications. So we get creative. I look at Xeep, then at my backpack, then back at Xeep. Think you're up for another deflation session, just for a quick trip through town? Xeep's expression is unreadable, but Xeep's throat skin ripples, colour fluttering. You are asking me to deflate twice in one morning. I know it's a lot, and if you can't, I did not say I could not. Xeep looks out toward the southwest, where San Anton waits. I said you are asking me to do it twice, which means you trust me to do it successfully twice. Of course I trust you. Then I will do it. Xeep turns back to me with something that might be a smile. Besides, if Harold's cousin Phyllis is correct about human settlements, I am curious to observe your species' retail behaviours. I laugh, which turns into a cough as my wet clothes remind me they'd really prefer to be dry now. Oh, you're going to love watching me try to negotiate with a convenience store clerk while soaking wet and carrying a backpack that occasionally makes alien noises. This should be educational. That's one word for it. I finish pumping the battery, which celebrates by farting once more and falling silent. All right, Let's go see what San Anton has to offer two broke kids, one of whom technically doesn't exist, and the other of whom looks like they just went mud wrestling in their clothes. Which is not accurate. Yeah, well, accuracy's never been my strong suit anyway. I climb onto the bike and Xeep settles in behind me, arms wrapping around my still damp waist. The morning sun is climbing higher, promising heat that might actually dry my clothes before we reach town. Xeep? Yes? Thanks for trusting me back there, with the water and everything. Chapter 11. Stayin' Alive. Ready for round 3? I ask, and spread my backpack open on the gravel beside the Rio Grande. Xeep looks at it with the kind of resigned expression we humans usually reserve for extracting teeth and visits from the King's tax auditors. Third deflation since the Flutterbies. Hey, at least you're getting good at it. And no vomit purges this time, all empty. Xeep pauses, considering. Though I suspect you won't miss that aspect. I can't help but grin. Probably not, but you've got to admit you're much lighter now. Now you're down to 1 moderately starving being. Xeep finishes, already moving into position. True to form, no projectile bath this time. I've learned to stand upwind just in case. And then that unsettling deflation into what looks like a punctured balloon animal. I wrestle the compressed Xeep, still so much lighter, no, heavier than the toon looks, into the pack. Try not to think about the town, I suggest, zipping up. Think about static, white noise, classic rock, something peaceful. A barely audible Xeep vibrates through the bug in my ear. Right, here we go shopping. San Antone looks like it gave up some time before I was born. Shuttered storefronts, doors and windows boarded up, a few sun-bleached billboards for things that don't exist. 6 blocks might once have been a main drag, scattered with vehicles running out of spite, pickups held together by duct tape and stubbornness, ancient sedans with no matching tyres. Just another prime real estate location in the King's dreamdom. I coast slowly down the main street, trying to look casual. Just another kid riding in off the high desert on a weird bike. Instead of a fugitive carrying contraband aliens and a growing collection of anxiety disorders. My bike hums quietly, drawing wary glances from the locals. There, between a boarded-up diner called Mabel's and another wreck that claims to sell hardware, sits exactly what I'm hoping for. The faded red and green of an 11. Not fancy, but all the basics. I chain my bike to a rusted post on the edge of the curb, the battery giving a satisfied fart as it settles into power down. A few people on the sidewalk glance over. My ride definitely stands out in a town where high tech probably means can go. The 11's door shouts my arrival with a loud bell, and the shopkeeper grunts from behind the till, eyeing me up and down. The interior smells like stale, burned caffeine, sickly sweet cherry, and the mould of fridges that forgot their job. Fluorescents flicker overhead, just like in all the horror vids. I should abort, turn around now, flee while I can. But hunger overpowers brains. How bad could this be? Behind the counter, the shopkeeper watches me like I'm some kind of suspicious teenager, or maybe a rattlesnake. Now I see what Harold meant. His name tag spells Earl in scratched marker. And Earl clearly subscribes to the guilty until proven otherwise. I grab a red plastic basket like all good shoppers do in the vids and make my way through the bare shelves. The selection is non-existent. But there, in the not-cold fridge, something labelled cheese, as blue as you can imagine, not likely from aging properly. I'm sure I'll find out if Xeep thinks it's smelly enough. And there, among the condiments, mushroom spread. Who would have thought? But the best find, a full, sealed pack of jerky. Heaven. And some tattered bars that claim protein is somewhere in their lineage. A couple of bottles of water because hydration is life, and I can add them to the empties on the bike to refill later. Earl tracks my every movement, like I'm smuggling missile secrets from Pa instead of shopping for road trip snacks. When I approach the counter with my haul, his eyes narrow to slits, suggesting years with kids practicing for 5-finger discount careers. 1847, he says, not bothering to tally anything. I nod and pass over my cred, looking cool as day, while my stomach is currently housing a maelstrom of fear. Nice town, I say, because polite teens make convo with strange men at the 11. Just passing through, I add, to complicate things. Uh-huh. Earl nods and finishes with my cred, but doesn't hand it back. Funny bike you got there. Never seen no pure Lectric round here. Built it myself. Salvage. Scrounged parts back at... I stop. TMI. Found 'em in Rex. Right. Earl waves my cred like a hostage. You travelling lone? Yep, just me. Another technical truth. Xeep doesn't exactly count as travelling company when compressed to the size of a misshapen rugby ball. I should be worried by the tone, but I'm slow. Earl's eyes lock onto my backpack with targeting precision. Mind if I looky inside? My blood turns to slush. What? Why? I back away from the counter, leaving my bounty behind. Earl grunts and shoves off his perch to ooze around the counter, bar fat belly hanging over his belt. Store palsy, kid. Too many of yous walk out with more than they have cred for. His hand grabs me by the shoulder and pushes me up against the counter. Just a quickie. Make sure everything's square. He's too close, and if Xeep's vomit reeks, it's nirvana over this creep's breath. I could refuse, could claim rights, make a scene, storm out, tell him my pa would rain hellfire down on him, which would be nice, but those crappy old Russ missiles can't get this far. But that would mean leaving without supplies, and Xeep needs those shrooms. Plus, refusing would confirm every suspicious thought Earl's entertaining. Sure, I say, trying to stay calm, to sound like someone who definitely isn't carrying deflated aliens. No problem. I swing the pack around and unzip it, fighting to keep my hand steady. Inside, nestled among my spare clothes, phone, tools and survival gear, sits a rugby ball. Brown, ovoid, with that well-worn leather that suggests many rough games rather than compressed extraterrestrial life forms. Earl peers in, pokes fat fingers at the rugby ball with the kind of professional suspicion that suggests he's neither professional nor any clue about sports, but has found everything over the years. Rugby, I explain, because silence would be weird. Good exercise. I'm a flanker. Not true, but I had watched a vid once. Huh. Earl straightens up, not having any idea what I said, but satisfied that big balls aren't part of his inventory. He turns away and squeezes back behind the counter, re-grunting as he climbs back on his stool. He shoves my bounty towards me and hands back my cred. I stuff the loot into the pack and zip it up, trying not to look relieved. Thanks. Earl grunts some more and waves me toward the door. Outside, I let out a careful sigh of relief as the afternoon sun hits like a warm slap of freedom. I unchain my bike, spread the snacks and water into the side bags, and take a deep breath of desert air. And listen. And smell again. That's when I hear them coming. And smell them coming. That same sound from yesterday hits me first. That distinctive growl of never-serviced diesels mixed with the metallic distress of missions tortured by their riders. The smell wafts in on the breeze. That same raw exhaust, unburned fuel, and something that might be Lectrics regretting their role in life. The 5 bikes round the corner, smoke billowing like the old vids of factories belching skyward. The smokers from the bridge, leather masks and bad attitudes. They downshift like nimnoids, gears grinding, and swing to the curb around my bike. How could they not? One-stop shop and all. I'm just in the wrong place at the wrong time and have taken the prime parking spot, the exact one they want, among the dozen lining the street. The lead bike inches close to mine, diesel spitting and coughing like a dying walrus. The rider's leather has seen more road than most truck tyres, and the mask doesn't cover eyes that speak violence. "Well, well," he says, voice muffled by both mask and the general wheeze of his engine. "Look what we got here, boys. Nice bike, kid." The other 4 bikers form a loose circle around me and my ride. I feel sweat starting between my shoulder blades that has nothing to do with the desert heat. In my backpack, Xeep makes no sound, but I almost feel alien concern pressing against my spine as I feel a very faint Xeep in my skull. "Yeah, nice bike, kid," says the rider to my left, intelligently echoing his boss. Another says, "Real artistic, kid. Like someone threw a junkyard at a bicycle." "Franken-scooter," laughs another, clapping his boss on the back. The boss goon glares at him, but turns back to me. "Bet it gets great mileage." "Yeah, all 5 minutes of it," the clapper chortles. The boss slaps him, and he stumbles back. I should keep my mouth shut. Should nod, look scared, let them have their fun, and move on. But my mouth has other ideas, and my brain has long since left the scene. "Actually," I hear myself saying, "it gets about 60 miles per charge, which is better than whatever's about to happen to your mission." The lead rider's engine coughs again, followed by a grinding sound like metal eating itself. His eyes narrow above the mask. "What'd you say?" "That screech you're hearing? That's your second gear synchro giving up on life. Probably got maybe 50 feet before it seizes completely." I point at his bike with confidence, like I'm not someone surrounded by hostile strangers. "The smell. You're burning fluid. Bearings shot. Too much hot rodding, tearing off the starting line, bad shifting." The rider stares at me, engine grinding with mechanical agony. "You calling my hog a piece of shit?" "I'm calling it a mechanical time bomb. But hey, what do I know? I just built mine from scratch." The tension cranks up about 3 notches. Leather creaks as hands move toward what are probably weapons. This is where my mouth gets me killed, and Xeep along with me. That's when Earl saves my sorry ass. I suck at judging character. The 11 bell gongs, and Earl emerges with a pump shotgun that looks older than the town, but significantly more reliable than most of the vehicles currently surrounding me. He points barely above the goons' heads and blasts off the first round, pumping in a second. The shock stuns us all to silence. "That's enough," Earl announces, voice betrayed by his too fat belly, but carrying the kind of authority that comes from years of dealing with troublemakers. "Kid bought supplies, paid fare, caused nah trub. Y'all move along." The lead rider looks between the 12 gauge and my no gauge. Mathematics wins. "Just a friendly convo, friend," the rider says, but he's already swinging back onto his hog. "Git, you ain't no one's free end," Earl replies, not lowering the shotgun. The bikers all remount, eyes averted, a symphony of mechanical distress and poorly burned fossil. As they begin to pull away, I catch the rider with the broken nose, the one who looked familiar at the bridge, do a double take of me and lean toward the leader. The engine drowns his voice, but my earbug seems to grab it from the air. "Hey, I think that's the old man's kid. Heard the kid ran away, nicked some tech." My blood freezes. The old man. I knew that patch. 3rd Brigade, the stupid ones who can never get a shot off. Pa hated them. Pa shredded their sarge in public and banished them all to the desert. Not good. In so many, many ways, the last thing I needed to hear. Besides, I didn't steal anything. I liberated some junk from the salvage yard. The boss rider glares at me while he rolls backward and away, but Earl's still standing there with the shotgun, and they must decide a scene in the middle of town probably isn't worth the hassle. I hope they think I'm not worth it either. They growl away and turn south, a cloud of smoke and mechanical complaints trailing behind them. "Thanks," I say to Earl, surprised by how shaky my voice sounds. Earl doesn't even notice me, turns and lumbers back inside, grumbling, "Don't much like troublemakers. Bad for biz." He pauses, turns, and studies me with those suspicious eyes. "If I was you, kid, I'd be real careful who I mouth off to." Understood. I slip onto the bike, hands shaking. The sweet hum pulls me away from the 11 with as much dignity as I can manage, while trying not to look like I'm fleeing for my life. Which I probably am. I make it 3 blocks before the adrenaline crash hits, and I have to pull over behind an abandoned gas station to stop shaking. And vomit. Xeep would be proud of my recycling. I crouch beside the bike, head between my knees. In my skull, a bare Xeep suggests Xeep heard it all. "Yeah," I whisper. "That could have gone better." 5 minutes later, I've got myself back, pulled together, and ride the short distance to the underpass of the old cement highway. A funky, bullet-riddled sign proclaims it's 25 north towards Socorro. Xeep takes no time to inflate and gorges on the room and smelly cheese feast while I down a bar, jerky and water. But Broken Nose's words echo in my head. The old man's kid. They know who I am. Which means Pa probably knows where I am, or will soon. I'd used cred to buy snacks, but I'd had no choice. No way I'm a non now. Which means we need to get to Pacifica faster than I thought. Chapter 12. Break My Stride. The sun's sinking low, and we need to stop soon. We sidestep Socorro on the feeder road and barrel westward at a great clip on Old 60, past Magdalena and Datil, and almost to Pie Town when I hear them again. That same mechanical death rattle, but closer this time, gaining ground, but missing something. Xeep, I say, down-throttling the Lectric to listen better. We've got company, and I don't hear the dying mission, so one bike is down. They're going to be pissed. They'll think I did it. Xeep's grip around me tightens. Not good. Nope, and they're not giving up. I check the battery. 37%. Not great for what's about to happen. Time for the rugby ball trick again. So soon? I just finished digesting. I pull over and open the pack. Now, Xeep, can you keep in your recycle this time? Your extra weight won't matter. Please? No point in wasting good, smelly cheese, after all. The engine noise is definitely getting louder, echoing off the canyon walls as it bounces around the curves behind us. 4 bikes, pushing their dying missions hard enough to catch a Lectric on open road. Doesn't take much commitment to chase a kid. Just cruelty. Sorry, I mutter, stuffing the compressed alien into my pack. I know this sucks. Or blows. Bad joke, but I can't help it. A barely audible Xeep in my ear, which I choose to interpret as a snicker. I swing the pack on and head the bike off the asphalt, bouncing down into the wash. If I can get enough of a head start, find some broken ground they can't follow, maybe I can lose them in the maze of arroyos and mesas that stretch upward toward Alegres Mountain. The wash bottom is sand and gravel, decent traction for knobby tyres, but my bike's not really built for serious off-road. It's more of a road tripper pretending to be adventure-ready. The suspension bottoms out on the bigger rocks, and I feel every impact through the seat and into my spine. Behind me, the diesel growl gets louder, meaner. They've found the wash. I glance back and count headlights bouncing through the scrub. 4 bikes, just like I thought, just like I heard. The wash curves between red sandstone, and for a moment I think I might have lost them. Then the headlights sweep around the curve, and I realise they're gaining. Whatever those smoker bikes lack in refinement, they make up for in raw Lectric torque. And they don't mind bouncing their riders to death to catch me. The wash forks ahead. Left goes deeper into the Badlands, right curves back toward the highway. I take the left fork without thinking, because thinking takes time I don't have. That's when my front wheel finds the hidden boulder. The bike goes airborne, not gracefully, more like a mechanical interpretation of panic. I have half a second to realise I'm about to eat sand before physics explains why off-road requires more than good intentions and decent tyres. The landing drives my teeth into my tongue. Blood fills my mouth as the bike slides sideways, rear wheels spinning uselessly. The motor whines in distress and then cuts out completely. I roll clear and come to rest against another boulder, back to the wall, so to speak. Shit, 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 I gasp, spitting blood and sand. My left shoulder feels like someone hit it with a sledgehammer, and my right knee is doing that thing where pain hasn't arrived yet, but you know it's coming with interest. I stare at the bike and thank the stars it doesn't look damaged, although I have no clue as to how. My pack lies between me and the bike, and my earbug gives a "still alive?" sort of Xeep. I nod, not thinking. The diesel thunder echoes off the canyon walls, getting closer. The headlights sweep around the curve, 4 angry suns that turn the wash into a theatre of shadows and dust. The bikes slide to a stop, cutting the raging diesels one by one. Silence fills the canyon, broken only by the tick of cooling metal and my own ragged breathing. "Well, well," comes the familiar voice of the boss rider. "Look what we got here, boys. Kid with the smart mouth, all alone in the middle of nowhere." They dismount with the casual arrogance of thugs who've done this before. 5 figures in leather and bad intentions spreading out to surround me. The boss and Broken Nose from the same bike, just like I figured. "Nice ride," says one of them, kicking my bike's front wheel. "Real smooth landing there, Evel Knievel." "Kid's got some serious skills," laughs another. "Maybe we should give some pointers on desert navigation." They're enjoying this, taking their time. That's good and bad. Good because they're not in a hurry to do whatever they're planning. Bad because they're planning something that isn't good. "Please," I say, spitting blood, hating how shaky my voice sounds. "I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to get to Pacifica." "Oh, isn't that just nice? To Pacifica," the boss mimics. "Yeah, we figured that out. Question is, what's the old man's kid worth to certain interested parties?" My stomach drops. They're not just random thugs looking for fun. This is business. "I don't know what you're talking about," I try. Broken Nose spits in the sand. "Sure you don't. Marcus Reese, commander of the whole friggin' Royal Air Defence Post. You know, Old Cannon, home of the Golden Dome. Ring any bells? Creamed my arse after he shit-canned my Sarge." I'm not. I can't even finish the lie. These guys know exactly who I am. "Touching," says the boss. "Such sad family drama. Real tearjerker." He steps closer, pins me up against the rock, and I smell diesel exhaust and stale sweat. See, thing is, the old man hasn't said squat about no missing kid. No alerts, no search parties, no bounty notices. Makes a guy wonder if maybe the kid ain't missed at all. Well, the goon was right about one thing. I never thought I'd be missed by anyone, or even notice I was gone. "So we figure," Broken Nose adds, "maybe we do everyone a favour. Return some lost property, stolen tech, collect a small finder's fee. Everybody wins." "Except you," laughs the third one. "You definitely don't win. But maybe you'll enjoy the fun we can have together." The 5 of them hoot. They're closing the circle now, casual and confident. I'm trapped. We're miles from nowhere. No witnesses, no help. In my pack, Xeep's silent, hopefully unconscious from the crash. "Course," the boss continues. "First we gotta verify some that stuff you stole from your pappy. And the king." He lets go of me and bends down to open my backpack. That's when everything goes wrong in the best possible way. The pack erupts. Not opens, erupts like a grenade exploding. Faster than thought, faster than panic, faster than eyes can follow, a huge blur. One moment, I'm surrounded by 5 malicious thugs. The next moment, Xeep is flashing and slashing among them like violence with an anatomy. I don't see it happen. Can't see it happen. It's too fast, too brutal, too far outside human reaction time. I see Xeep deflated in the pack. Then I see 5 bodies hitting the ground, and in between is just the wet sound of impact and shattering bones. Blood. So much blood. Bodies contorted in unnatural angles, limbs bent backward, shoulders, legs and arms pointing the wrong direction, bent in ways that joints aren't meant to bend. Faces almost unrecognizable. Like a bulldozer has crashed over the 5 of them. The boss is down, blood pouring from where his mouth used to be. Broken Nose lives up to his nickname even more thoroughly than before. The other 3 are scattered around the wash like discarded toys. None are moving. In the sudden silence, Xeep stands in the center of the carnage. No longer the anxious, gentle being who gets terrorized by butterflies and sings with snakes. This is something else entirely. Something that moves like liquid death and hits like a runaway freight train. Are they? I can't finish the question. Xeep turns toward me, and for a horrible moment, I think I'm about to feel what the bikers just experienced. Then, the alien features soften, the posture relaxes, and it's just Xeep again. Worried, concerned Xeep, who's probably as shocked by what just happened as I am. Dead, Xeep says quietly. Little death? Or permanent sleep? I don't know. Perhaps they still breathe. Should we check? I look around at the scattered bodies, at the blood soaking into the sand. Shit, Xeep. What did you do? They were going to hurt you, Xeep says simply. But how? How did you move like that? How did you... I don't know. Xeep's voice is small now, uncertain. I heard them threatening you, and something inside me just acted. I've never done anything like that before. I stumble over to the nearest biker, the one who'd been laughing about my crash landing. Can I feel a pulse? I don't know. I'm not sure I know how to check. And there's so much blood. Too much blood. Too slippery. Not a vid. Not a game. No reset button. I grit my teeth to suppress retching. Maybe he's unconscious. Maybe not. Deserved it either way. We have to go, I say, the practical part of my brain finally kicking in. When they wake up, they're going to be real unhappy. If they wake up. I'm not sure I have a preference. Xeep nods, still staring at the destruction. Is our horse with no name okay? I look at my bike and nod, gathering stuff back into my pack. They're hogs, I say, pointing at the smokers. Give me a moment. If they did recover, I'd prefer they didn't follow us. I go to each bike and slice the diesel lines and Lectrics. Reparable, but not without parts and time. Probably the same as the goons. I look around at the battlefield, at 5 bullies who picked the wrong target. Xeep, we need to chat. Back on the road. We mount up and wheel slowly out of the canyon, back towards the relative safety of the highway. And Xeep? Yes? Thank you for protecting me. Xeep gives that nod, expression unreadable in the dim light. Chapter 13. Born to be Wild. I never like to ride in the dark, hate to use the LEDs to see and hate not to see. But the pavement is remarkably unbroken and there's nobody for miles in either direction. We ride in silence a long, long time when Xeep finally speaks. I hurt them. The words vibrate through the earbug with something I've never heard before. Horror. Confusion. Xeep discovering a new colour, and it's the wrong shade entirely. You protected me, I repeat, and keep my eyes on the road. The nighttime heat from the asphalt shimmers. Moonlight reflects waves and makes the horizon dance. It's hypnotising, and I don't especially want to fall asleep at the wheel, so to speak. There's a difference. Is there? Xeep's grip tightens. My people, I don't think this is who I am. Xeep searches for words. I slow the bike a bit so I can concentrate on the road while talking and chewing gum. Well, I don't have any gum, but this discussion is important. You did it, I say, and glance back. When it mattered. I hate quoting my pa, but I do anyway. When I'd get beat up at school, my pa would bark at me and say, "Grow some spine. Never threaten a bully. Either walk away or kill them, as they will always come back to get you." I shudder. At the time, I thought he wasn't serious about killing, but looking back now, I wonder. Xeep pauses and then whispers, "That's what terrifies me." Xeep's skin shifts to deep emotion. What if I'm broken? What if leaving home, coming here among your species, changed something fundamental about who I am? I think about Pa's rigid rules, about the King's Royal Rehabilitation Academy back east in the mountains of Palatia, about all the ways the world tries to force you into shapes that don't fit. Maybe you're not broken. Maybe you're just becoming who you need to be. Your species has interesting philosophies about identity, Xeep says, but there's a smile in the words. Is that what you're doing? Becoming who you need to be? Hell if I know. I laugh, surprising myself. 2 weeks ago, I was hiding from Pa and pretending I understood the point of trigonometry. Now I'm having philosophical discussions with an alien about the nature of violence while riding through the desert on a farting Lectric bike. Our horse with no name, Xeep corrects, and starts humming. I join in, and we ride on for a bit, humming in peace, admiring the stark, moonlit beauty of the desert. We pass a partial sign welcoming us to Zona, and the vista is endless, not a soul in sight. Rolling, barren hills. Freedom. Or almost. Pacifica is still days away through more desert and mountains, but no more people worry. This is the dead zone, abandoned ages ago after the succession, an unintended barrier between the paradise of Pacifica and the remnants the king claims are loyal. My earbug, I say suddenly. How's it work? I mean, I feel it sometimes, like it's learning. Xeep's posture shifts, becoming more animated. That's not just sounds. It's creating a bridge between us. The longer we're connected, the stronger it becomes. A bridge? Concepts, wisps of emotion, sometimes even shadows of memories. Right now, it's still developing, learning your patterns. Some things will always remain, Sorry, that's an example. We're too different. But you might call it an translator. But it's a dictionary missing many pages. I prefer earbug. Xeep pauses. Sometimes I feel like I understand not just what you're saying, but why you need to say it. The music helps, when you think in tunes. That stumps me. How'd you learn so much music? Xeep answers like it's obvious. We've been listening forever, of course. Why wouldn't we? Your people are so expressive, sharing it all with the stars, inviting us. It's required for us to learn, from first leaf and older. All of us listen, study. You made it so simple for us. You started so easy training us, with basic amplified variances in stable frequencies, and we knew there was communication there. The patterns were Xeep, but we resonated with them, repeated, not random but regularly, then moving on to other patterns. In time, we'd captured enough to understand you were telling us everything about you. You added variations to the frequency. And then the magic. You layered it with so much depth in the signals, we found imagery. From the beginning, we listened to everything you beamed out. Now we see the visions of everything too. Why? We don't create much. All of us are the same, think and feel the same. You let us feel wild, untamed. Xeep leans into the curve as we round a tight bend. But why do you know so much? That seems atypical for your species. Yep, that's me all right. Atypical. All I have is my room and VPNing out to the world. It's my sanity, my escape. I grab every bite I find from anywhere, anyone, steal. Some really dumb stuff, some classic. The vids and stories let me forget, or terrify me. And all the tunes. I can't get enough tunes. I hide in the rhythms when I go to school. I point to my ears. Buds, always have 'em in. Teachers think I'm so studious. I smirk. If they only knew, I'd be toast. They thought I was tuning the king's goons and their constant truths. I remember the thrill of not getting caught. Xeep notices. Deceit? You lied? That stops me cold. Wait, you can read my thoughts? No, oh no, thankfully. That would not be appropriate. More like, feel the shape of the music in your mind. That's how we learned from you, all of us. The stories and emotions in your broadcasts. Xeep's voice gets quieter. When you mention Pa, for instance, there's pain there that goes deeper than words, and the music is very jumbled. I gather that is a human close to you? My chest tightens. We're venturing into territory I don't usually explore, even with myself. Yeah, well, families are complicated. Family, human concept, Xeep says. I twist around to look. Families? We are farmed, but that does not mean we do not have relationships. We have structure, elders, the deciders among us. Xeep's skin flickers through several colours before settling on that familiar pale grey. This journey, it wasn't exactly authorised by the deciders. Yes, I remember, you mentioned that. You're on an unauthorised trip. To be here. Unauthorised how? As in, completely forbidden. As in, if elders knew I had taken a pod to visit here, They would be having collective philosophical discussions about my concerning judgment patterns for ages. I grin. You stole a spaceship for a joyride. I borrowed an exploration vessel to investigate the sacred site where some earlier tourists were murdered. Sacred site? Murdered? Xeep's expression grows more serious. Where my pod crashed. Where you found me. Roswell, I say, the light finally flashing for me. Even after all the vids I'd pirated, I'm still slow on the uptake. Long ago, many spawnings, but always taught to each of us as soon as we learn your music. A leafing recreating the travel, the visits, their elders had done for generations. Had a tourist visa from our elders, our deciders. They were shot down, captured, tortured, and dissected. That site holds great significance for us. A place of tragedy and learning about your species' capacity for fear-driven violence. None are allowed to visit there anymore. Only other deserted locations. My stomach drops. I skipped the part about other deserted locations. That explains a lot of old vid stories. I just blurt, "Oh shit, you came to pay respects and Paws goons shot you down too." The irony was not lost on me during the crash, Xeep says dryly. My pod fought valiantly for control, but the strike made us spiral to the ground. That's not why I am embarrassed. I have to admit, it wasn't a respectful pilgrimage. It was a dare. A dare? My leaf mates thought it would be amusing to challenge me to retrieve physical evidence from the site. Soil samples they could taste, they said. Proof I had actually been brave enough to visit the place where previous visitors met such unfortunate ends. I stare at Xeep. You stole a spaceship on a dare to collect dirt from where aliens got murdered. When you phrase it like that, it does sound rather poorly considered. That's the teenest thing I've ever heard, I say, and start laughing. Oosh, Xeep, you're just like me. I didn't realise you were a kid. For some reason, I thought you were much older. Running off without thinking it through, trying to prove something to people who probably don't even matter. Or care. They matter to me, Xeep says quietly. Or they did. I wanted them to see me as brave, instead of the anxious one who deflates at flutterbees. Yeah, I get that. I think about Paws' disappointment, about years of never being good enough, strong enough, normal enough. I've been trying to prove I'm not broken my whole life. Broken how? The question hangs in the air like heat shimmer. I could deflect, make a joke, change the subject. Instead, I find myself talking. When I was 3, my ma disappeared. Pa told me she died, but last month I spied on him, caught him looking at picts, chats and vid that showed she just left. Went back to Pacifica, where she was born. Abandoned us, abandoned me. The words feel like broken glass shards, like I will bleed to death saying them. That knowing the lie is worse than the abandonment. Pa, well, I guess he married the military after she left. Worked his way up ruthlessly. Got promoted again and again ahead of other people, stepping on everyone in his way, trusting no one, and became Commander Reyes, master of all the weapons left to the king, defender of the king's airspace, freedom, protector of the people, safety monitor for tech and info. He even got to visit the king once, back at the palace in Perpetually, commended as being the last rampart against the ravages of the evil empire of the West, Pacifica. I spit into the wind. And I became a limitation, this inconvenient reminder of his old life. He blamed you for her leaving. Not blamed exactly, more like that I existed at all, evidence of his failure to tame a wild beast from the coast. And then when I started figuring out I wasn't the kid he wanted me to be, wasn't interested in the right people or the right things, I trail off. The Royal Rehabilitation Academy, Xeep says softly. You were dreaming about it while Harold and I watched. Yeah. Fix the broken kid. Make them normal. Reshape them into someone Pa could be proud of. Or make them invisible. Or disappear. I run one hand through my hair. So I left, just like she did. It's what he wanted all along. But you're not running away, Xeep says. You're running toward something. Am I? Toward what? Or am I just repeating the pattern, escaping to freedom, to a better place? Xeep is quiet for a long moment, then, the difference is, you saved me, brought me with you. That hits harder than it should. I didn't exactly have a choice. Of course you did. You could have ridden away, left me in that crash. I saw you. You wanted tech. You were scavenging. But you got me instead. You could have called for help, or just let your father's people discover me. Could have abandoned me at any point when I was the one who became inconvenient. Xeep cracks a feeble joke. And I actually was the invisible one. I laugh and then feel my eyes getting watery, which is stupid because it's too funny and too hot and we don't have water to spare. Maybe we're both just broken kids making bad choices. Maybe, Xeep agrees, but we're making them together. Xeep starts humming On the Road Again, and I smile. Xeep has the best playlist. Xeep? I have an itch. Yes? Earlier, when you explained my earbug, you said it creates a bridge between our minds. Yes? Is that why sometimes I hear your name in my head when I can't hear words, when you're deflated? I think so. I have never Xeep a Xeep before. We each have only one. Something about that sticks in my brain, something to explore later, even missing the exact words. It's biologic. Xeep licks it into my ear. Maybe not quite mouth to finger and then pokes my ear, but the same thing. It's a creature of sorts. It grows and learns. I'm not sure I like the implications. Too many weirded out vids of alien-human relations. We ride in comfortable silence for a while, the desert rolling past, nighttime ghosts of scattered vegetation at our sides. The sun's trying to rise behind us toward its daily attempt to murder everything that moves, but somehow it doesn't feel as oppressive as it has before. Avery, Xeep says eventually. Wow, I'm not sure Xeep has used my name before. Yes? Can I ask you something that might be awkward? More than toilets? After everything we've been through? Go for it. Your species has multiple, how did you phrase it? Orifices for different functions. I'm trying to understand the efficiency of your reproductive processes. You never told me how many, or where. I nearly drive us off the road into a Joshua tree. Shit, Xeep. Way to change the subject. I don't mean to cause embarrassment. It's simply that my understanding of human biology comes primarily from your entertainment broadcasts, which may not be entirely accurate. It seems like your kind eats one another and uses all their orifices for lots of different purposes. Ew, gross. Why would you watch that? Yeah, no kidding. I take a deep breath. This is apparently what deep friendship with aliens involves. Sex ed while biking through the desert at a electrifying 40 miles per hour. I'm not sure I can handle this one. Okay, what do you want to know? Hoping it will be generic. The process itself seems unnecessarily complicated. From what I observe in your broadcasts, humans require extensive emotional preparation, specific environmental conditions, and what appears to be significant physical exertion to achieve reproduction. That's not entirely wrong. And somehow, your kind mechanically transfers seedlings from one to another. How? Where? It seems a bit random, and they need a lot of practice. And then grow them like parasites feeding on their hosts, swelling huge and burst out from there? Incompletely grown, not able to care for themselves? Well, yeah. I grimace. Not quite the romantic vision we humans paint. Whereas for us, we simply share, Xeep, seeds, self-sufficient seeds. Share seeds? Individuals who wish to create new, Xeep, press our mouths together with another's for a few seconds. Each activates the other's, Xeep. They separately lick their seeds onto different, Xeep, leaves at any of our farms. I try to process this. So you kiss and make baby Xeeps. If by kiss you're saying mouth-to-mouth contact, exchanges resulting in transcendent bliss, then yes. Though the sensation is reportedly so intense that most individuals only experience it once or twice in their lifetime. And then you just leave the baby Xeep on a leaf? We develop through several stages under farm care, community, no parents, no bonds. All of us in a leafing are siblings. I think about this as we navigate across a narrow bridge. I failed biology. Teach was pissed I wouldn't stick a pin in the neck of a live frog and slice it open. But what was it? There were some terms they tried to teach us back then. I scratch my head. You mean like larva, chrysalis, emergence? Xeep is silent as I chew on it. That actually sounds kind of nice, I offer. No family drama, no disappointed parents, no one expecting you to be someone you're not. Advantages, Xeep agrees, and limitations. We are all the same. No one person ever feels truly essential to another. Connection exists, but it's distributed. Lonely? Sometimes, and not. We have all of us, which is why your human concept of family is so confusing. The idea that individuals can create bonds beyond pure biological function, that they can choose to be essential to each other. Yeah, well, we're pretty good at screwing up the biological function and the connections. But you keep trying. Despite the complexity, despite the potential for pain, your species continues to form these intense bonds. Gluttons for punishment, I guess. Or optimists. And those farms with the leaves and your seedlings, that's where the butterflies, flutterbees, devour your kind? That's what's burned into your brain, isn't it? Now I understand. We call it a primordial fear, like humans have for snakes and spiders and tax collectors. Xeep leans into me, no words necessary. We crest a small hill, and suddenly the landscape opens up ahead, with the sunrise behind us fully illuminating it. Miles of desert valley stretching toward distant mountains that shimmer blue in the heat haze. It's vast and empty and beautiful in a way that makes me feel insignificant. Xeep? Yes? For what it's worth, I'm glad you stole that spaceship. Even if it was a dare, even if it got you shot down, even if your people are going to have philosophical discussions about your judgment. Why? Because if you hadn't, we never would have met. And I think I needed to meet you. I would not disagree, Xeep says, and I hear the smile in the words. The sun beats down, the asphalt stretches ahead, and our horse with no name hums its Lectric song. Two runaway, broken kids searching for where they fit. And then the thwop, thwop, thwop of a squadron of helos leaps from the desert floor to greet us, just as our horse with no name whinnies, spits flame, sparks, spews smoke, and dies in the middle of the road. Chapter 14. Your Wildest Dreams. The helos come out of nowhere and everywhere at once. One moment we're cruising west, away from the early morning sun, humming along to our increasingly ridiculous playlist. And the next moment, the sky is full of rotor wash and dangling harnesses dropping soldiers right and left, turning the scrub brush into a disco of long shadows. But worse, my bike shorts out. The motor freezes up, the wheels lock, and we slide to a stop. And my phone and tech rage hot inside my vest and my belt. Smoke billows from all my gear. "What the hell?" I yelp over the noise, jump off the bike, and shed my belt and vest. But my cry gets swallowed by the mechanical thunder descending on us like the wrath of gods with really good equipment. These aren't paws, clunky, patched-together flying junk from the Royal Air Defence Post. These are sleek death machines that probably cost more than most towns. The kind of helos you see in those ancient vids about those special teams doing impossible missions in impossible places. But from where? Whose? Nothing I have ever seen. My bike and gear are a mess. Xeep clambers off, and we look for a way to scatter. Not that we have much choice, with 7 craft setting up a perimeter around us. A lead helo maintains hover, maybe 50 feet ahead, guarding us with a cannon big enough to make my eyes water, and suspending a dish, comm or radar, that jars my memories. I've seen sci-fi silliness with that sort of thing. Zapper of some kind. Yep, they've zapped me, no doubt, and my poor bike and gear. Fried everything. Definitely nothing Paws Goon Squad amateurs could do. They wouldn't even understand the tech. Through the rotor wash and dust, I see another dozen figures rappelling down black ropes, moving with the kind of precision that suggests they've done this before. Not your average platoon of paws, an entire company of someone's elite. "Xeep!" I call over, Get ready to run! I don't know where or how, but if we need to, we will. But Xeep's not responding. I twist around to see those big dark eyes, skin cycling through that rapid colour shift camo thing. Panic and invisibility imminent. It's okay, I shout over the noise. We can... A soldier drops right beside us in a crouch, weapon raised, but not quite pointed at us. Black tactical gear, NVs pushed up, and a patch on the shoulder that makes my heart leap with relief. The stylized wave and mountain logo of Pacifica. I'd seen it in the pictures Pa had hidden. Mars Place. We're saved, I yell to Xeep, with my hands raised like I had when I met Xeep, that universal gesture for, please don't shoot the teenagers. More soldiers drop from the ropes, forming a closed circle around us. Their movements are lockstep, professional, almost ceremonial, like they're handling something precious rather than threatening. Avery Reyes, a lead soldier, a corporal, if I read the ranks right, steps forward, her voice carrying easily despite the rotor noise. I nod, not knowing what else to do. You're safe now. We're here to escort you to Pacifica. I nearly collapse with relief. Yes, that's me, and this is Xeep. I gesture toward my alien friend, who's still frozen next to the smoking bike hulk, shimmering between invisible and riotous rainbows. We've been heading there for days. Thank you for finding us. The corporal nods, speaking into a throat mic I barely see. Secure, a pause. Cooperative, another pause. Extracting, and signals her teammates. Something ickles, yep, ickles, at the edge of my consciousness. Maybe a small Xeep, but I'm too relieved to care. These are the good guys, progressive, enlightened people, people who believe in freedom and justice, people who will finally understand. Xeep's hurt, I call out as more soldiers approach my bike. Well, not physically hurt, but scared. This is all new and... Yes, we're aware. The corporal looks back at me, and there's something almost gentle in her voice. Medical team is standing by. We'll take good care of both of you. One of the soldiers produces a harness, the kind they use for rescue operations. We'll need to airlift you out. Too dangerous to land in this terrain. I look around at the perfectly flat desert floor and wonder what's dangerous about it. But these guys are the experts. Maybe there are hidden rocks or something. Sandworms. What about my bike? I ask, pointing to the frame like it's a loyal horse. Secured, another soldier says, already attaching cables to it. Everything comes with us. Another scoops up my still smoking belt and vest. Within minutes, they've got us trussed up in harnesses and hooked to winch cables. Xeep submits to the process with that stoic alien acceptance, though I see the skin flickering with nervous energy. My earbug whispers another faint "Xeep" in my ear, questioning but not panicked. It's okay, I say, as we rise into the belly of a huge helo. These guys are from Pacifica, remember? Where we're heading? The interior of the helo is all business. Med stuff, comm gear, and enough room for a platoon in full gear. A medic immediately starts checking us over with scanners that hum and beep in reassuring tech ways. Through the open door, I see the desert falling away beneath us, morning painted by early sunlight. We head west, toward the promise of sanctuary and acceptance and everything I've dreamed about. Everything I've longed for since discovering Pa's lies. "How do you find us?" I ask the corporal, who settled across from us, watching with relaxed alertness that suggests this is routine. She removes her headgear and shakes blonde hair free. Even in the dim of the cabin LEDs, I see deep pools of blue in her eyes. "We've been tracking your progress since you left the crash site. We got your signature with our drones, but we weren't ready to mount the tech recovery," she says. "Impressive journey. That bike of yours has quite a unique signature." "Signature?" "Electronic emissions, heat profile, effluence, sound profile. Your power system is distinctive." I grin. "Yeah, she's a Frankenbike, but she's gotten us this far." The corporal nods, makes notes on a pad. She reaches into a satchel at her side and pulls out some fancy headgear. "Here, put these on. You'll need them soon." She looks at Xeep, then whispers something in her mic, then nods to no one in particular. I take the goggles from her and slip them on. Everything looks the same, just clear glass, but they cut out the eye-desiccating wind blast from the open door. "Thanks," I say. She just smiles. "We'll need a full debrief on your route," she says. "Encounters, anything unusual you might have observed." "Sure, absolutely." I'm practically bouncing in my seat. Finally, people who want to hear our story instead of shooting first and asking questions later. Or never. "Oh, and you should know, Xeep's people are peaceful. This isn't an invasion or anything. Xeep was just..." "We're aware," she says again, and something in her tone makes me pause. But before I can ask more, the medic approaches again, this time with a scanner that looks a lot like a tricorder, and beeps the same dumb noises. "Just checking for injuries," the woman says, with a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Standard protocol for extractions." The scanner hums and squeaks as it passes over me, then moves to Xeep. When it gets close, it emits a different tone, higher, more urgent. She goes back and forth, and the whistling seems to be a path between us. "Interesting," she murmurs, makes notes, glances at the corporal. "Neural activity is unusual." "That's the translator," I explain. "Xeep gave me a kind of universal translator bug. It's how we can talk to each other. Like an earwig, but nice. I call it my ear bug." The medic and the corporal exchange glances that I can't quite read. Not alarmed exactly, but significant. The medic says something too quietly for me to hear, and then the corporal again whispers into her mic. "We'll want to examine that more closely once we reach the facility," the medic says. "Facility?" "Welcoming centre," the corporal explains. "Everyone who crosses the border gets welcomed appropriately. Documentation, medical clearance, security screening, standard stuff." That makes sense, I guess. Can't just let anyone wander into paradise without checking them out first. I settle back into my seat, watching the landscape change beneath us as we fly west. The desert gives way to hills, then low mountains, then finally the first green I've seen in days. Irrigated fields, silvery solar arrays that stretch for miles, row upon row of gigantic windmills spinning lazily. Roads, highways, irrigation channels, geometric patterns of planned communities that suggest a society that actually has its act together. "Look," I tell Xeep and point out the window. Civilization. Real civilization. Xeep presses close to the window, those impossible eyes taking in everything. Real civilization. I'm not sure if the echo is good or bad. That's progress, I say. Clean energy, planned development, people working together instead of shooting at each other. Yes, it's true. I did watch a lot of banned vids, pulling them in past the Royal Communication Network filters with my kludge VPN. It's one thing to grab ancient stories, vids and tunes, but high crime to watch or think about the untruths. Things the king decided were not in the FK's best interest. But the king's goons were worse than Paul's missileers. Spoofing them is entertainment of the best kind. As we approach what must be New Sacramento, the geometry resolves into a complex web of prosperity and organisation. It's straight from an old sci-fi vid. Maglev train lines, vertical farms, arcology towers spiralling to the sky. Grown architecture rather than built. It's what I'd hoped to find, and more. Pristine, perfect, white, shining, gleaming. I tap Xeep on the shoulder and point enthusiastically, shouting over the rotor thwumping. Incredible, isn't it? Xeep stares and mouths to me. Green and decayed? I shrug and realise the noisy helo is overwhelming my earbug, so I leave it at that. The corporal and medic are intent on us, the medic holding her tricorder thingy tight in her lap, but definitely pointed at us. Who wouldn't want a vid of an alien and a teen anyway? The helo's rotors shift tone, and it starts its descent toward a major complex on the outskirts. Landing pads, administrative buildings, the kind of infrastructure that suggests this is where important things happen. But it's the crowd in the plaza of the landing pad that makes my heart swell with hope. Lots of people. White coats, dark suits, crews with cameras. A proper welcoming committee for humanity's first official contact with alien life. And I get to be the initiator. Wow, I breathe, watching the crowd grow as we circle for landing. Look at that turnout. The corporal follows my gaze and nods. Word travels fast. We've planned this for days. This is amazing, I tell Xeep. Look how excited they are to meet us. These people understand how important this is. Xeep watches the gathering crowd with those unreadable eyes. Many humans, Xeep observes quietly. Friendly humans, I correct. Progressive humans who believe in peace and understanding and scientific cooperation. This is so exciting. The helo touches down without a bump, exquisite piloting. Through the windows, I see the crowd pressing closer to the barriers that keep them at a respectful distance. Camera LEDs flare like gentle lightning, and I hear the excited murmur of voices even over the winding down turbines. Ready? The corporal asks, standing and checking her equipment one more time. Keep your goggles on, no matter what. The air here is very, very dry, and the clear sky is too bright for you. No sweat. I can do that. I look at Xeep, then at the crowd, then back at my alien friend. After days of running and hiding and fighting to survive, we've finally made it. Safety, acceptance, and the chance to tell our story to people who will understand. Ready, I say, taking Xeep's hand as the cargo ramp drops. The lights and voices wash over us like a warm wave as we are welcomed into our new life. Part 2. Chapter 15. Paparazzi. The LEDs hit us like a physical force. I'm still blinking away after images when the sound crashes over us. Voices, questions, cameras in bursts that remind me of Harold's warning rattles. From the cargo ramp, I see maybe 100 people pressed against barriers, all of them pointing handhelds at us, all of them shouting. "Xeep, Xeep! How does it feel to be the first interstellar guest in Pacifica? What's your message for humanity? When do the rest of your people arrive?" The questions blur together into white noise, but I'm grinning like an idiot because this is it. This is the welcome I dreamed about. Beside me, Xeep's skin flickers rapidly. Xeep's camo tries to activate, then fails, leaving Xeep looking like an antique lava lamp. "Easy," I murmur, squeezing Xeep's hand. "They're just excited to meet you." The lead soldier, the corporal, I still don't know her name, guides us down a red carpet that's rolling out from the helo to a raised platform. Officials in crisp suits wait at the podium, all smiles and polished shoes. Behind them, banners flutter in the gentle breeze. "Welcome to Pacifica." Ginormous screens surround us like a rugby match, proclaiming the winning score. "First contact, a new era of understanding." A tall woman in a fastidious blue suit steps forward, arms spread wide. Her smile could power the solar arrays. "Welcome," she says, silencing the crowd. "Welcome, dear friend." She stops before Xeep and reaches out both hands to grasp Xeep's. "I'm Director Sophia Chen, and on behalf of the Republic of Pacifica, I want to express our deepest gratitude and excitement at this historic moment. It is so wonderful. We are so honoured you decided to come to us." More LEDs flash. The crowd presses closer to the barriers, and I hear so much chatter, voices discussing everything from xenobiology to diplomatic protocol. These people get it. They understand how important this is. Today marks not just first contact between our people, Director Chen continues, but the beginning of what we hope will be a long and beneficial relationship. You have travelled unimaginable distances to reach us, and that arrival humbles us. She raises one of Xeep's hands to wave at the crowd, and Xeep adds a head bob. Another wave of frenzy ripples through the crowd. The alien greeting seems to charm everyone. Appreciative murmurs, some repeated applause. Xeep pulls away and moves closer to me, and I wave awkwardly, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. But the cameras stay focused on Xeep, which is fine. Xeep's the real story here. Chen produces a pad and reads from what's obviously a prepared statement. The Republic of Pacifica has always been committed to peaceful exploration, scientific advancement, the expansion of knowledge and the equality of all beings, welcoming all that come to us. Today's events represent the fulfillment of that commitment. With this new relationship, we will advance to the stars. A cheer goes up and thunderous applause. Are there any questions for our distinguished visitor? Dr. Chen asks the crowd. Xeep, calls out a reporter from the front row. Can you tell us about your home, your people? Xeep turns toward the voice, those big dark eyes scanning the crowd. Xeep, 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 Xeep. The crowd chuckles appreciatively at the musical quality of Xeep's response. Someone near the back calls out, So cute! And others nod in agreement. Of course it's cute. They hear exactly what I hear through my earbug. Why are so many watching us? Is this how your people always greet strangers? Another question, Chen announces, pointing to a different reporter. What's your technology like? Can you tell us about space travel? Xeep's posture shifts, becoming more nervous. Xeep, Xeep, Xeep. More approving murmurs from the audience. I nod along, thinking how diplomatic Xeep's being. How would I know? I'm just a kid. Smart answer. Shows Xeep being respectful, not pretending to know something no kid would. Advanced, but not threatening. The crowd seems to love it, judging by the warm sounds of approval. One more question, Chen says, and points to a woman with a large filming crew. What do you think of Earth so far? What's your impression of humanity? This time, Xeep's response is longer, more complex. The skin flickers through several colours before settling on that pale grey I associate with anxiety. Xeep, 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 Xeep. The crowd breaks into delighted laughter. Several people applaud. Someone calls out, "What an amazing musical language!" Another voice, "So expressive!" I'm nodding along because Xeep's observations are a pretty good joke, better form than I could muster. Why are there so many predators here? This feels like being surrounded by flutterbees before they devour the farm. Director Chen beams at the response. Well, I am so certain we agree with you. I just know that was well said. We're so pleased our guest feels at home here. Let's give Xeep a huge round of applause in appreciation. The crowd goes wild, and the clapping seems to last forever. She turns toward an aide who's been hovering nearby, a young man in an expensive suit who's been whispering into his own earpiece throughout the ceremony. He steps forward and murmurs something I can't quite catch, but I see him point toward the corporal, then to me, and then tap his own ear. Chen's smile flickers for just a moment before returning to full wattage. She nods to the aide, then turns back to us. I wonder, she says, if we might ask Xeep's young friend here to help us for a moment. I've been told they share a special bond. It takes me a second to realise she's talking about me. Oh, sure, absolutely. I step forward, feeling proud to be useful. What would you like me to ask? Perhaps you could ask our guest to repeat that last response. We want to make sure our recording equipment captured it properly. I turn to Xeep. They want you to repeat what you just said about Earth and humanity. Xeep's eyes widen slightly, then repeat the same response. Xeep, 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 Xeep. Xeep said, I announce clearly to the crowd, why are there so many predators here? This feels like being surrounded by flutterbees before they devour the farm. A hush falls across the entire landing field. The camera teams keep pointing at us, but the crowd shifts to confused whispers. People exchange glances. Someone in the back calls out, "What?" but not in a good way. Director Chen's smile becomes strained. I see. And that's what you heard? Exactly? Yes, I say, confused by the change in atmosphere. I mean, flutterbees are what they call butterflies where Xeep comes from. They're kind of afraid of them. It's like a phobia thing. The aide leans in and whispers something else to Chen. Her expression hardens almost imperceptibly. "How interesting," she says finally. "Such an active imagination. Perhaps our guest would benefit from professional interpretation services. We wouldn't want any miscommunication." "But I'm not imagining," I start. "Of course not," Chen interrupts smoothly. "We simply want to ensure the highest quality diplomatic communication. Nothing lost in translation. I'm sure you understand." I don't understand, actually. I am translating perfectly, precisely, exactly. No miscommunication, nothing lost in translation. But before I protest, two of the corporal's black-garbed soldiers from the helo reappear beside me, taking me by the elbow, polite but firm. "If you could come with us, please," one of them says to me. "We'll get you settled while our guest continues." "Wait," I say, looking between them and Xeep. "We stay together. That was the deal." "Oh, just till we're finished welcoming Xeep," Chen assures me, that politician's smile never wavering. "Just while we get our professional translators lined up. You'll be together very soon." Xeep reaches out to me, skin sprinting through colour changes. "Xeep? Xeep? Xeep?" The crowd chuckles again at what they think are cute alien sounds. But I hear the real words through the earbug. "Avery? Stop! What is happening? Where are they taking you?" "It's okay," I call back as the security personnel guide me away from the platform. "I'll see you soon. These are the good guys, remember?" But as they lead me toward a different building, away from the main ceremony, away from the cameras, away from Xeep, I catch sight of my alien friend standing alone on that platform, surrounded by layer upon layer of well-wishing officials, each equally anxious to get their image taken with the interstellar arrival. Xeep's skin flickers one more time, and for just a moment, Xeep almost disappears entirely before the camo fails and Xeep becomes visible again. The crowd applauds, thinking it's a neat trick. I try to turn back, but the security personnel are firmly urging me through a door marked "Processing." The last thing I hear before the door closes is Director Chen's voice, smooth as silk. "Now then, let's give our honoured guest a proper welcome." Chapter 16. Hotel California. The building marked "Processing" turns out to be what you expect if you cross an animal shelter with a luxury hotel and add a dash of gulag. Marble floors, soft lighting, comfortable seating areas, and the smell of desperation, futility, and resignation, and topped with guards at every door. "Just a few forms," a soldier explains, and guides me to a reception desk pulled from a vacay resort. "Standard immigration procedures. We'll have you back with your friend in no time." The receptionist behind the out-of-place desk has a smile that suggests excellent dental work, or maybe deep drugs. Her nameplate IDs her as Miranda, Guest Relations Specialist. "Welcome to Pacifica," Miranda chirps, clearly happy to see me, producing a pad with an ancient green cursor. "We're so excited to have you visit our beautiful republic. Just need you to sign off on our answers and then respond to a few more questions, and we'll get you processed. I don't recall anyone asking me questions, or answering any. I take the pad, and the first screen makes my stomach drop. Immigration status determination. Subject classification, illegal alien. Entry method, unauthorized border crossing. Sponsor status, none. Disposition, immediate. Wait, I say, looking up from the screen. There's been a mistake. I'm not illegal. My mother's from here, and I never got to the border. Miranda's smile never wavers. Oh, that's wonderful to hear. We'll definitely want to document that relationship and your travels. Please continue with the forms. There's a section for family claims and the section for all of your destinations on your way here. I scroll through page after page of questions. No, not questions. Answers. All nicely filled out, in excruciating detail. The first are straightforward: name, age, place of birth. But then I swipe across to the lists. At the top it proclaims, I, Avery Reyes, confirm and verify. And my heart stops. List after list, screen after screen. Foreign contacts in the past 10 years. Followed by every damn kid I ever knew in school, every teach, every grunt at the base salvage yard I spent so many hours in. Everyone. Vids watched in the past 10 years. Titles I scarcely remember, plus all my faves, all the ones I hated, all there, bold as could be. Thousands of hours of vids. Tons that had been really tough to find. Stories listened to in the past 10 years. Ouch, yep, I sure did. Liked those, not so much these others. Hundreds and hundreds. Music listened to in the past 10 years, and so on. I can't even focus on the artists and songs. Games played in the past 10 years, and on and on. Every score from every game, ever. All participation in online chat, ever. Ugh, did I actually say that? I guess I've always been a bit raw. Never had much patience for online bullies. It was one place I felt big enough to push back. But there it all was. Every chat, ever. Every thread, every board, every post. Date I became a terrorist. Wait, more than 18 years ago, it says. I'd say my jaw drops, but I've already sunk so low, I'm beneath the floor. What the living I start, but bite my tongue. Terrorist? I ask. Where'd you get all that friggin' stuff? That's private. I double and triple hopped. There's no way. I have anonymity. Miranda stares unblinking because, of course, everyone knows receptionists don't blink. Standard security screening, the soldier beside me says. Standard data we collect all the time, on everyone, everywhere. Have to keep Pacifica safe? Just confirm the answers honestly. I try to glare, try to climb out of my hole in the floor. I'm not even 18. That date's wrong. Forget that fact that I'm not a terrorist. Forget that every bite I ever pilfered, streamed, listened or played was archived here. Miranda explains courteously. Terrorism starts at conception. Mush. I'm not even jello. My vision is greying and reddening out, and I have trouble catching my breath. I thumbprint the screens until my hand cramps. When I finish, Miranda takes the pad and her smile somehow becomes even brighter. Excellent! Now we just need to get you set up with proper accommodation while we process your application for deportation. And we'll need those goggles back. They're issued equipment. Oh, sure. I hand over the goggles, blinking as my eyes adjust. Deportation? Application to be deported? What? I'm about to ask, but that's when I see it. The lobby I thought was pristine marble turns out to be cracked concrete, painted to look expensive. Water stains bloom across the ceiling like abstract art, and the comfortable seating is made of that industrial plastic they use in actual prisons. The soft lighting comes from flickering fluorescents, half of which are dying. "Is everything all right?" Miranda asks, as if she's noticed my expression for the first time. I shake my head, not in answer, but to clear my mind-numbed fog, and look around more carefully. Now that I can see clearly, the luxury hotel vibe completely evaporates. This is a processing centre, all right, the kind where people get processed like meat. "Fine," I manage, "just tired." Something is going on here. Not just the insane confession of guilt, and my brain, feeble as it is puzzled by the facade. Why? "Of course," Miranda's porcelain smile returns. "You had such a long journey. Let's get you to your accommodation." She pivots like a runway model and leads me out and down 3 flights to a hallway lined with doors that have small windows and card readers. Each door has a cheerful placard. Hospitality Suite 147. Guest Quarters 148. Luxury Accommodation 149. But underneath each nameplate, in smaller text that you'd miss if you weren't looking, "Do not enter. Illegal entry. Unauthorized personnel only. Detention level 3. "Here we are," Miranda announces, stopping at a door labelled Premium Guest Suite 152. She swipes a card and the door clicks open. "I think you'll find this very comfortable." I'm floored, this time in a good way. No special goggles needed here. "There are complimentary refreshments in the mini-fridge," Miranda explains, "and the television has access to all our channels. You can catch up on any of your fave vids. Someone will be by in the morning to escort you to your hearing." Hearing? Immigration review. Very efficient process here in Pacifica. We pride ourselves on swift resolution of cases. Her smile could cut glass. "Have a great evening." The door clicks shut behind her. I am so confused, whiplashed. Last dinner for the condemned? The room is amazing. King-sized bed, well, maybe not big enough for our king, flat screen, mini-fridge, and even a small patio. It's a bit nicer than the closet Pa decided should be my room back home, except that I hear the snick of the door lock from the outside. I'm in prison. A really, really nice prison, but prison nonetheless. Could be lots worse, I think. I flip on the screen, hoping to see Xeep. The main channel shows Director Chen at a podium, gesturing toward charts and graphs. "Unprecedented opportunity for scientific and diplomatic advancement," she's saying. "Our guest has already provided fascinating insights into their civilization's peaceful development." The camera cuts to Xeep, who's seated in what looks like a comfortable interview setup. But even through the screen, I see the stress signs. Skin flickering through colour changes, shoulders hunched, those big eyes darting around like they're looking for an escape route. A reporter asks something I can't quite hear, and Xeep responds with a series of musical chirps. The interviewer nods and says, "How fascinating! Such a complex language." I want to scream. They have no idea what Xeep is saying. But I understand the terror and angst entirely, my earbug exlating perfectly. Where is Avery? This is all wrong. I should never have let us be separated. I watch for another hour, seeing Xeep move from interview to interview, meeting after meeting, always surrounded by officials and cameras, every one of them choosing to hear what they want to hear from the musical answers. And poor Xeep, looking more and more distressed. The interviews close out with a summation by Dr. Chen. Xeep has so kindly provided us direct access to the interstellar spacecraft, and we will shortly have it open and get all the pieces we need. I barely sleep, even as incredible as the Eurotop mattress feels. Someone pounds on my door at 6. "Immigration hearing in 30 minutes, a voice announces. "Please be ready for escort." I stumble to the mini-fridge and grab a protein bar for breakfast. Outside my window, I see the facility grounds. In the distance, massive solar arrays and wind farms stretch to the horizon. But from this angle, I see their naked underbellies, rusted, broken panels, supports that look ready to collapse. It's like looking at a vidset from behind, two-dimensional, no substance. 20 minutes later, Miranda arrives with 2 guards. "Ready for your big day?" she asks with that same gremlin leer. They escort me to what looks like a small courtroom, except the judge's bench is occupied by a large screen displaying a stern-faced avatar. The nameplate IDs it as Immigration Judge 7. "Avery Reyes, please state your name for the record," the avatar says, in a voice that's better than human. "Huh?" "Avery Reyes," I stutter. "Avery Reyes, you have been classified as an illegal alien who entered the Republic of Pacifica without authorization. Do you understand the charges?" I understand the words, but I don't understand why I'm being charged. My mother is a Pacifican, a citizen. That should count for something. And wait a minute, I told them yesterday. I didn't even get to the border. You grabbed me in Zona and flew me here. How could I enter illegally? Noted. Not relevant. You had the intent to come here, did you not? Intent is 100% of the law. Do you have documentation proving legal citizenship? No. But you can look it up. My mother. Her name is Layla Reyes. She worked for Pacifica Medical Missions about 20 years ago. The AI's eyes flicker as it processes information. Records show no Layla Reyes. There was no such medical mission into the remnant wilderness. There is no record of marriage or legal dependence of any Pacifican and an FK remnant. Maybe she had a different name. I can't remember. She was with my father, Marcus Reyes. I'm sure she took his name. Now that I think about it, I'm sure she hadn't. I'm screwed. They were never married. Marcus would never have agreed to marry an outsider, a foreigner, one of the rads from the West, from the place he hated so much, spent his life fighting against. Irrelevant. Foreign-born offspring are not citizens by definition and cannot ever obtain citizenship. Motherhood is irrelevant. Children born outside Pacifica are illegals. Do you have evidence of birth within Pacifica borders from 2 Pacifican citizens? I was born in the FK, but... Case closed. Application for authorization to enter Pacifica denied. Do you admit you filed, confirmed, and verified an application for deportation? Huh? What? That seems to be my new mantra. The screen splits and flips through the hundreds of incriminating pages of my willful consumption of all the world's media, not friends, chats, and other Dystopia. Thumbprints glowing in bright red on each screen. Application for deportation approved. Deportation scheduled for 0800 tomorrow. Wait! I stand up, heart racing. I want to appeal. I have the right to appeal, don't I? The avatar's expression doesn't change. Appeals may be filed using Form 447B, application to request permission to appeal immigration determination. Fine, I want Form 447B. Form 447B requires completion of Form 223A, preliminary application to receive request for appeal consideration. OK, I want Form 223A then. Form 223A requires pre-approval via Form 156C, request to apply for appeal of approval of application for deportation. I stare at the screen. Are you kidding me? The Republic of Pacifica maintains the most efficient immigration system in the world. All forms must be filed in proper sequence to ensure optimal processing. How long does this take? Current processing time for Form 156C is 6 to 8 weeks. Appeals of immigration determinations must be filed within 24 hours of the initial hearing. But that's impossible. Case status closed. Deportation scheduled for 0800 tomorrow. Next case. The guards are already moving toward me as the screen goes dark. Back in my luxury cell, I stand at the window, watching the sun set over Pacifica's decaying infrastructure. Somewhere in this strange megalopolis, Xeep is probably being wined and dined by scientists and officials who think they're having meaningful communication via song when they're just listening to stress responses. And tomorrow morning, they're going to flush me back to the FK like raw doo-doo. Euphemism, I know. Can't help it. I press my forehead against the cool glass. Above me, the massive solar arrays stretch into the distance, their underlying cracks straining to hold the perfect illusion together. Down here, looking up at their bellies, I see the rust eating through, cables swinging loose, panels that have fallen and will never be replaced. Just like everything else in this place, beautiful from the right angle, rotten underneath. Chapter 17. Mrs. Robinson. Sleep, lovely sleep. Try as I might to fret, worry, fidget and lament, that, plus a king bed, was the finest rest I can ever remember. The dawn peeks across my pillows and rouses me without complaint. I wander to the marble lavatory and stare at the shower. So many knobs and sprayers. For a good 20 minutes, I luxuriate under stream after stream of deliciously hot water, trying every nozzle, every setting, soaping down again and again. The towel and robe seem only appropriate as I settle into a seat at the sink, comb out my short hair, the pink, purple and green streaks long faded from the blistering desert crossing. The door chimes, and I wander over nonchalantly, pull it open to see bright and cheerful Miranda, holding out my clean and pressed dungarees, boots, vest, belt, my pack, and all my gadgets. "We've taken the liberty of fixing and upgrading all your tech. We regret the inconvenience of lemping you. Your departure will be in 30 minutes, and I'll be back for you just before." With that, she hands me the bounty, pirouettes away, and drones off to another chore. I dress, sit on the edge of the bed, and cycle through all my gear. All power on, fine. All better than new. None connect. All flash. Illegal alien. Access denied. I pocket each of them, double-check my mini tools, and everything is clean and pristine and present. Like new. Well, better than new, since I'd managed to find all my stuff from previous owners, so to speak. All I'm missing is my bike, but it's probably fried beyond repair. The second chime, and I'm ready. Disheartened, but ready. I hadn't heard even a squeak from Xeep since the night before, and there is no new vid on the big screen. No way to know, but I bet Xeep is having a great time at the centre of all the attention. That's good, and as it should be. My part is complete, and they say I don't belong here, so who am I to argue when they are sending me off in such grand style? 'Cause it's shit. No euphemism intended. "Miranda?" I ask, as courteous as I can manage, as she leads me through the grey, decaying basement. She doesn't slow, but asks over her shoulder with that unfaltering smile. "Yes, Avery?" WTF? Oops, not what I should start with, but I head downhill from there anyway. "These halls are crap. That room was amazing. What the FK is going on? Is this like some Last Supper before the guillotine? Are you going to dispose of me? Grind me into soylent green to feed your pigs? Is this the way to the garbage masher?" Miranda stops and puts a hand on my chest. "This is for your own good." Good? Shit, what does that mean? Isn't that what we tell our hounds on the way to be fixed? "You can't be here. The IJ decided. You're illegal, no matter what you claim. We can't have illegals overrunning our paradise, using up our resources, enjoying our freedom." Paradise? Freedom? It's a sham. It's all falling apart. Look around. This place hasn't had a trash pickup since the dinosaurs. The deeper we get into the basement, the ranker the smell. And rats. I hear them among the trash in the corners, even though I haven't seen any yet. Rats. We don't even have those back at Paw's base, except maybe his goons. Rats of the worst species. "Oh, silly, I forgot. You don't have goggles anymore, do you? Poor thing. It's all perfect here. They just painted the walls last week." I look back and forth. No paint. Not new paint. No paint. Raw, cracked cinder block. "What are you talking about? What's that?" I point to what smells like the remains of some creature that escaped this hell by dying. "Why, it's a very nice, variegated elephant leaf palm, freshly potted. My readout says it was put here yesterday." put here yesterday, read out, palm, potted. It's a dead, it's a carcass, trash, detritus, crap. How can't you see that? Are you sure? She seems a bit disappointed in me. Or do you just want to see something contrary to what's really here? Dumbass. No matter her contrite smile. I stoop, hold my nose with one hand, shove fingers of the other into the mess, bite my tongue, swallow bile. Here, sniff this, and wave the gross goo under her pretty nose. Oh, very nice. Lilac? Coughing, I impolitely wipe my fingers on her frilly white blouse. Sure, lilac, with a touch of botulism. Miranda chuckles. Oh, you're just so funny. Come, we must hurry now. Your ride is waiting. I glance back at the mess in the hallway and the bloody ooze on her top and smile. Sure, let's book. Had to get out of there, away from the smiles and her secrets, away from layers and layers I would never understand, never penetrate. We make it down the final stairs, and Miranda taps numbers on a pad at a rusty vault door. Drollics whoosh and Lectrics whir, and the heavy barrier swings outward. We step through into a chamber that rings bells for me. I've seen these in vids. U-Bahn, Metro, Hyperloop, a tube by any other name. Station signs hang limply on the walls. A lone bullet car sits on the track in front of us, and a cluster of techs is readying it for a fast vacuum shot somewhere. I know this type. From back when they were interconnecting all of old Nor-Am, before the king. Miranda flashes what she believes is that irresistible smile. Well, maybe it is. But this isn't an irresistible smile kind of adventure, is it? All set? They're loading your bike now. I look. Sure enough, Horse with no name is here and looks better than new. How? Why? We couldn't leave you on foot, could we? There are provisions for a week, which, based on your earlier, drama, should be enough to get you home. Home? Eek. Banished from Pacifica would be bad, but sent home? To Pa? My stomach curdles, and that bile I almost lost in the hallway leaps up my throat. Of course, you're an illegal alien. We can't deprive you of being at your natural home, can we? Your ride will shoot you to the Zona border with the Federated Kingdom. Doesn't go past there, doesn't work, I'm sure you understand. Now, time for you to run along. We all have things to do. No way. I back up to the wall by the vault door, eyeing it, wondering if I could grab my bike and get up the long stairs with it. Go somewhere, anywhere else. Miranda's smile vanishes as if it had never been there. The menace that replaces it is unmistakable. Get in. It's a command, not a request. She waves, and 3 of the techs surround me, 2 grab me, 1 shoves me forward, and they unceremoniously stuff me through the hatch. Now I understand how Xeep feels every time I stuff that deflated cartoon into my backpack. Stop! Stop now! I hear the shout, but the nasty techs hold my head down, strap me in. I can't make out the words, but a serious argument ensues just out of my vision, back at the vault door. The techs release me and back away. I take a deep breath, unsnap, straighten slowly, heart bursting out, turn and climb back onto the platform. The corporal from my helo ride, the one whose name I still don't know, is there with 4 escorts. They're armed to the teeth in their Spec Ops gear, but she's not. Her blonde hair is tied back tight, her blue eyes firing lasers, but she is dressed in proud parade blues, ribbons and creases and stripes, smart as can be. The corporal looks to me. "Avery, are you all right?" Okay, I'm speechless. Seldom happens. Nothing comes out. I swallow, twice. The director has decided a mistake may have been made, perhaps too hasty to let you go home. Too hasty? To let me go home? In my brilliance, I retort, The corporal is across the platform in 3 strides and reaches out to stabilise me as I faint. Chapter 18. Ventura Highway. Faint? Me? No way. But I grey out like I have in those HG flight sims I snuck into back home, vision tunnelling to a pinpoint before snapping back to the platform. The corporal reaches out to steady me, but I shrug it off and right myself. She backs away, hands up. "Easy there. I know this is a lot to process." I blink hard, try to make sense of what is happening. 30 seconds ago, I was being shoved into a deportation tube, and now Spec Ops is what? Rescuing me? What? Why are you here? Because Director Chen made a mistake, and I convinced her of it. The corporal extends her hand. By the way, I'm Clarity, and we need to talk. Clarity Wholesome. Because of course she is. Tan, blonde, blue eyes, pure California girl, straight from the tunes. And of course, she'd been the one leading the Spec Ops team that rescued Xeep and me. I look at her now with fresh eyes. The girl those beach guys sang about. No grungy goons in Pacifica's forces. She sure puts the king's oh-so-fine to shame. Behind her, Miranda's smile has frozen in a vampiric grimace of mist blood. Like she's trying to pretend the last 5 minutes didn't happen. Well, isn't this exciting? A change of plans. Clarity doesn't even glance at her. Ms. Whatever, please arrange transport to Capitol House. Priority clearance. Of course, Corporal. Right away. Miranda scurries off like a roach when you switch on the kitchen overheads, clattering away up the stairs as fast as she can, leaving us. The armed escort, confused techs, my completely vacuous mind, and a blonde tornado. Clarity waves to her squad and barks, all business. Grab the gear and the bike, deliver it all, you know where. She turns to me and says, softer, "Let's go," and leads me to an elevator up from the tube station. We'll talk on the way. All I can do is wonder, why did I have to take the stairs? The transport turns out to be a sleek maglev that glides through the urban canyon so smoothly I barely feel we're moving. Clarity sits across from me, studies me, trades her military bearing and parade blues for a distinctly unnerving tone. She talks to me. To me. You want to know why I stopped your deportation? She says. It's not a question. Okay, I get it. Alice in Wonderland had an easier time than I do. I manage to say, That would be nice, yeah. I sit there thinking. I've listened to just about all the old stories, some more than once. That's what that damn admission of guilt showed, right? She points to herself. Because I was there when you actually talked to Xeep. At your extraction. I saw you two communicate. Really communicate, not just that musical guessing game everyone else thinks is happening. I lean back in my seat. You believe me? I believe evidence. And the evidence is that you're the only person who can actually understand our honored guest. She pauses. That makes you valuable, priceless, if for nothing else than that thing you mentioned, the earbug. Through the transport's windows, I catch glimpses of gardens fallen into disarray. Even here, in the middle of Pacifica's capital city, I see the decay. Cracked concrete, rusted support beams, cracked windows. Can I ask you something? I ask. Silly that. I press on. All this infrastructure, it's falling apart, don't you see it? Clarity follows my gaze. What do you mean? The rust, the cracks, the untrimmed gardens, the water damage, it's everywhere. She's quiet for a long moment. Pacificans receive AUG eyes at birth. Neural implants for our eyes, nose, and ears that overlay augmented reality onto everything around us. They help us process information more efficiently. Yeah, right. Process information, I cough. Or ignore reality. Another pause. The corporal looks amused. Both, I suppose. She meets my eyes. Sometimes I wonder what we're missing, and then I realise it doesn't really matter, does it? What is that old saw? Perception is reality? No, it's actually not, is what I want to say. To tell her to stop making excuses. It's a choice. But who am I to question other people's worldview? The transport begins to slow, and through the windows I see we're approaching a much larger station. Capital Centre, according to the signs. I almost feel it, a gentle humming behind my ear. Could it be? Xeep, I say. Is Xeep okay? You'll see for yourself in a few minutes. Director Chun wants to test your abilities before we proceed. Test? Proceed with what? Emergency session of the PCC. It isn't lost on me that the corporal is ignoring my first question. Tests. I hate tests. I always fail. What's a PCC? The corporal looks at me with that, okay, I'll explain anyway, gentle look that people think isn't condescending, but then they're not on the receiving end. The Pacifican Coastal Congress. Going to anoint Xeep with some highfalutin powers and such, very big deal. Overriding all broadcasts today, full shutdown of all work so everyone can vote in the E-poll. Clarity stands as the transport comes to a stop. And they need you to make sure the communication is accurate. The cabinet room in Capital Centre is all polished wood and intimidating portraits of serious-looking people. Director Chun stands at the far end, hands clasped behind her back, pretending to be busy studying a planter, watching as we enter. Xeep sits in a chair that's obviously meant for humans, looking small and nervous, skin flickering through subtle colour changes. The moment Xeep sees me, the flickering stops. Those big dark eyes widen, and suddenly I'm being tackled by an alien who moves faster than anyone can see. Avery. The word comes through the earbug like music. I thought they had taken you away forever. They tried. I'm here, I say, hugging back. I'm okay. We're okay. Director Chun clears her throat, clearly only hearing my impertinence and a loud string of Xeep. How touching. Now, if we could proceed? Clarity steps forward. Director, they haven't seen each other since arrival. Perhaps a moment to... Time is pressing, Corporal. Congress is waiting. Chun produces a pad. I have specific questions I need translated accurately, if you can really do it. I look at Xeep, who nods. We're both thinking the same thing. Cooperation might be our best path forward. What do you want to ask? Let's start simple. Tell Xeep I want to count by raising my fingers and have Xeep tell me how many fingers I have up. Chun steps behind me, creeping me out. Xeep understands what you say. I don't need to translate your words. I actually can't, I realise. It's one way. Maybe I should have withheld that bit of trivia. Oh well, too late now. Xeep's people listened to all our old casts, all the years of us spewing stuff into space. I guess starting way, way back with amplitude-modulated radio, is what Xeep told me. Then frequency-modulated. Xeep said that was harder to figure out, and then Xeep's people figured out how to watch our vids. Any and all that we radiate, they take in. They relish it all, unfiltered. And so they know everything. But this is different. I understand what Xeep answers. It's my earbug. I point to my ear, and then wonder if that might be a mistake too. I have a tendency to volunteer way too much info. Okay, Dr. Chun says behind my back. How many fingers? Xeep tells me, 2, right hand. I echo. 2 on your right hand. And now? She asks. Xeep's not amused. 2 more, these on her left. I pass it along. You've put up 2 more on your left hand. And what is the total I am showing of 2 plus 2? 4 fingers? Xeep seems confused. She raised a middle finger. It's 5. I glance at the corporal. She's squinting hard, like she's trying to see through haze. How many fingers, Corporal? She asks Clarity. Clarity is struggling. But why? 4, ma'am. 4 fingers. Of course, I think. Because 2 plus 2 is 4. That's what the director said, and that's what Clarity sees. Xeep continues. What can I say, Avery? Do all humans misspeak? She is showing 5 fingers. Tell her this is ridiculous, and the flower on her top covering is about to fall off. Xeep says it must be a mistake because you're holding up 5 fingers, and Xeep politely notices that the flower thing on your blouse is falling off. I hear Chun huff, and she comes around to my side, repinning a flower brooch on her lapel. The corporal shakes her head. Is Clarity warning me? Enough of that. Here is the more important part. Chun reads from her pad. Please ask our distinguished Xeep if there are any requests regarding the diplomatic protocols for today's ceremony. I turn to Xeep and wait. Xeep considers this. Tell them I would be honoured by their recognition, but I worry about speaking to so many people without you there to help with understanding. I translate, and Chun nods approvingly. Excellent, and ask if Xeep would be willing to share more about the interstellar ship technology with our scientists. We've brought it here, and it seems to be fixing itself. We cannot get it to open for us. This time, Xeep's colour shifts deeper, a severe grey of anxiety. Me too. We'd seen the pod hanging from one of the helos during our rescue. I translate, leaving out our mutual concern. Xeep is saying, I am not a scientist. I cannot teach what I do not understand, but I would be happy to try to answer what I can. Chun makes notes on her pad. One more question. Ask Xeep if this is a happy outcome. Xeep looks around the formal room, at Chun's clinical expression, at the guards by the door. Then Xeep looks at me. I am happy to be with my friend, Xeep says carefully. But I miss the simplicity of singing with snakes and sleeping under stars. I'm about to translate when something bubbles up, an urge I can't quite explain. Instead of repeating Xeep's diplomatic answer, I find myself humming a few bars of Ventura Highway. Xeep's eyes light up and immediately joins in with that perfect harmony I remember from our desert nights. For just a moment, the stoic cabinet room fills with music that speaks of friendship and protection and being there for each other when everything else falls apart. When we finish, there's silence. Chun is staring at us with an expression I can't read. Clarity is smiling. The guards look confused, but not alarmed. It will have to do, Chun says finally. Better than nothing, I guess. The corporal will escort you to the Congress chamber. The Congress chamber is that monumental place where important decisions get made. Soaring ceilings, ornate architecture, and enough cameras to film a major production in stop action. Screens everywhere. The galleries are packed with delegates, reporters, and dignitaries, all buzzing with excitement. Xeep and I are seated in a special section near the front, with Clarity beside us. On the giant screens around the chamber, I see our faces broadcast to the crowds. The director calls for order, and the chamber falls silent. Distinguished delegates of Congress, free people of Pacifica, she begins. We gather today for an unprecedented moment in human history. For the first time, we welcome a representative of another world to the one true home of democracy. Applause thunders through the chamber. Xeep's skin flickers and I reach over and squeeze hands. The resolution before all of us today would grant our honoured guest the title of Planetary Emissary Extraordinary, with all the rights and privileges of unrestricted Pacifican citizenship, to be a full member of our marvellous society. More applause. A bell rings and numbers start counting on the screens. 2 minutes tick by and the bell rings again. The resolution passes unanimously, because of course it does. Furthermore, the director continues, We establish a new Department of Interplanetary Relations, with our guest as its Director Pro Tem. As the ceremony continues, I watch Xeep's face on the screens, trying to look appropriately honoured. But I see an overwhelmed kid, rapid colour changes rippling beneath the surface that can't quite be controlled. When it's over, we're swept up in a crowd of congratulations and handshakes and photo opportunities that blur together into a daze of lights and voices. The banquet in the Capitol House ballroom is more than I ever imagined. Heck, what could I expect from a state dinner? I had no clue. Food? So much food! Gaudy decorations? You bet! Crystal chandeliers and flowers everywhere. And the best part? Hours of formal speeches that make your butt sore from sitting too long and needing to find that toilet that no one told you about. Speeches that manage to say nothing while using lots of words. I eat too much. Things I've only seen in vids. Lobster, they tell me, and beef, and fresh vegetables. Broccoli. I catch Xeep shoving in samples of each, and I worry, but Xeep is too busy, or too nervous, or just starved. I spend most of the evening translating for Xeep, who fields questions about everything from interstellar travel, we make up stuff from vids I've seen, to alien cuisine, from more sci-fi stories, with remarkable patience. When someone asks about Xeep's planet's music, I suggest Xeep might perform something. What should I sing? Xeep asks me quietly. Something from home, I suggest. Something that's yours, not from our signals. Xeep stands and begins to sing. Not the Xeep sounds I'm used to, but something flowing and complex and beautiful. It's haunting and sweet, and sounds like homesickness given voice. My earbug Xeeps along in time, but there are no words. The ballroom falls completely silent. When Xeep finishes, the applause is different. Not the polite political clapping from before, but something genuine. A standing ovation, with tears evident on those closest to us. What was that about? Clarity asks me as we're finally escorted to our quarters. The farm, I say. Just the farm. The quarters they give us in Capitol House are actually separate rooms. Luxury suites with all the amenities you could want. Nicer than my special suite I'd left just a few hours before. And there's all my kit. Pack, the rations I'd been given, vest, belt, tools, and best of all, my bike. But when Clarity leaves us for the night, Xeep opens the adjoining door and calls for me. Help! What? What's wrong? I have to recycle. Now! I don't want to make a mess. Poor Xeep. I've never had to hold a friend's head while they vomit in a toilet, but I guess that's what friends are for. Never had a friend that close, actually. Just seen it in the vids of all those party animals. Too much alcohol or something. But we'd had none. Gross, I know, but so much grosser in person. I had no idea how gross. Whole, completely undigested chunks of human food, unchewed. Xeep has no teeth as far as I can tell. I can barely suppress spontaneous recycling myself. My stomach muscles heave that long ripple upwards like a wiener dog throwing up grass. Or so I've heard in old stories. When Xeep's done, and we've cleaned up the toilet, and my stomach has turned back right side in, Xeep implores me not to leave. I don't want to be alone. Neither do I answer, and I mean it. Xeep heads through the adjoining door to my side, to the corner, and pats my bike. Our friend. I can't help but smile ear to ear. We drag bedding out onto the balcony of my room, which overlooks the city. From up here, even without goggles, Pacifica looks almost beautiful. The lights twinkle like stars, and you can't see the decay underneath. Avery, Xeep says, as we settle onto the deck, our makeshift bed under real stars. Yeah? Do you think they really want to help us? Us? I'm not sure there was any us in the discussion today, but I don't voice it. I think about Clarity's intervention, about the ceremony, about the title, citizenship, and department they created for Xeep. It all seems positive, progressive, everything I hoped Pacifica would be. Yeah, I say. I think they do. But as I fall asleep under the stars, I remember that old pessimism. When it seems too good to be true, you're screwed. Chapter 19. Beautiful Life. Room service? How cool is that? I order shrooms and blue cheese for Xeep, and pancakes with maple syrup for me, with a side of bacon. Can you believe it? Crispy, smoky heaven and sticky, gooey delight. Hog heaven. Well, hopefully the hogs were, but so tasty. Nothing like that back home, that's for sure. I can't get over it. Why the falling apart surroundings of the city, yet the food is otherworldly. Xeep sucks down the shrooms and smelly cheese without pause. One big noisy slurp. I see in those big eyes the fringes of starvation finally being sated. My blood sugar spikes as well, and I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's take a day off, I suggest, as we put the trays back outside the door. One of the director's lackeys takes it, nods and waits as we close the door. Xeep asks, "Why?" I'm confused and say, "What?" Xeep asks again, "Is that human waiting for us?" Now I understand. Oh, I thought you meant why take a day off? I look and have to admit to myself, it's a puzzle for sure. Lackeys at the door, specifically at Xeep's door, not mine. That is a definite why, and I have no idea. I venture a guess. You're a celebrity. Need to keep the groupies away. Xeep blinks, not getting it. I tease. You know, you're fresh meat, so to speak. Some might want to sample the goods. Xeep blinks again. I'm awful at telling jokes, so I just say, "Oh, forget it, bad joke. Let's take the day away from here. Take my bike, go for a ride, explore." Now Xeep nods. I unload my gear from the bike and we wheel it out the door of my suite. The lackey is on us in a heartbeat, blocks the way out. "Your Excellency," he says, clearly not to me. "You must stay inside. You will be escorted out to the lab soon. They want to discuss your spaceship." The lackey points to Xeep's door, opens it, and Xeep turns to me with a puppy, "Must I?" look. I shrug, having nothing better to offer. Xeep drifts in through the doorway, and the lackey pulls it shut with a solid click of the latch. I'm not sure if it's locked, but I'm willing to bet it is. The lackey stations himself up against the doorframe as if it is going to burst outward, never paying me another glance. So I can go?" The lackey honours me with a sidelong nod, which I choose to accept as approval. "Oops," I extemporise. "I forgot my pack. Need some snacks for my ride. Oh, and my rugby ball to get some kicking practice." Like I actually know how to kick a rugby ball. But Mr. Lackey doesn't know that. Lackey ignores me, which I also take as tacit approval. I leave my bike in the hall and slip back inside my suite, my brain on fire with how to do this. I tiptoe to the adjoining door and quietly creak it open. Xeep stands on the other side. "I felt you coming," Xeep says. "You're plotting something deceitful." I laugh and say, "Plotting? You need to deflate, right now. Make like that rugby ball you did last time. I'm gonna stuff you, shove you in my pack with some snacks. I'll sneak you out, escape for the day, be very, very bad. They will not like this one bit, I'm sure." I smile deviously. This will be a blast. I know Xeep would smile, if possible, if there were teeth in that orifice, but Xeep obliges anyway, and in seconds I grab the leatherish ball, shove and stuff it and a few bars and snacks into my pack. I look around, but nothing else comes to mind for our short bike about. I shoulder the pack and step back out my door into the hall. The lackey takes notice and dutifully surrenders his post at Xeep's door, eyeing me suspiciously and asks, "What's in there?" I'm impertinent with my reply, "Told you, my ball and snacks." The lackey is unfazed and demands, "Let me see." I shift the pack forward and open the top flap. He glances in and backs away, satisfied, saying, "Okay, take your bike down the freight elevator in the rear. Don't want you in the lobby." And that's it. We're off, scot-free, getting out on the town, see some parks and loll in the countryside. I'm already humming. A few blocks away, I retreat into the bushes of a particularly untrimmed park and unloosen Xeep. With a sharp intake that sounds as much relief as it does inflation, Xeep pops back into being. I give a big hug and exclaim, "We did it! This is great! What now?" Xeep hums the opening to "On the Road Again," and I burst out laughing and start singing along. We cruise through the city streets, Xeep's arms wrapped around my waist, both of us making music at the top of our lungs. I'm belting out the lyrics with the screeching talent of a barn owl, an ironic counterpoint to Xeep's pitch-perfect instrumental mimicry. It's fabulous. My bike hums along in sync with us. The Pacifica techs really did fix everything, made it better than new. The charge indicator shows full. We can ride like the wind. I call back between verses, "Where should we go?" Xeep says, "Somewhere with trees. Real ones, not the fake ones I see around us." I think I know a place about 15 minutes outside the city centre. I'd spotted a hill and a park from the maglev yesterday, overgrown, untrimmed, perfect for two kids who want to frolic in reality. The park is better than I hope. Ancient oak trees sprawling in every direction, grass that hasn't been mowed in months, wildflowers growing wherever they please. It's beautiful in that messy, uncontrolled way that makes you believe the world once looked like all those vids. I wheel in near a cluster of tables and shut off the Lectrics. The silence is incredible. Just birds and breeze through leaves. The distant hum of the city seems a million miles away. "Check this out," I say, pulling up pirated tunes on my phone. I search and find something that feels right for the moment. My tiny gadget starts booming away and Xeep's eyes light up. Xeep exclaims, "I know this one," and hums along. I can't help myself. I start dancing. Not good dancing, not the kind you see in vids, but the ridiculous flailing kind you do when no one's watching and you don't care how stupid you look. Xeep joins in, and we're both terrible at it, stumbling over each other, laughing until we can barely breathe. Me shout-singing the words accompanying Xeep's full complement of instruments, a riotous ballad about a 17-year-old dancing queen. Tears and laughter everywhere, jumping up and down, flapping our arms like two thrashing zombies. Xeep's skin rainbows brilliantly through a spectrum I've never seen. Not stress, joy made visible. From a distance, I suppose it might look chaotic. My arms waving around, Xeep's back-jointed legs flailing in movements that don't quite match human rhythms. We bump into each other. I grab Xeep's arm to steady myself. Xeep catches me when I trip over my own feet. Pure clumsiness turns into pure ecstasy. When the song ends, we collapse onto the grass, still rocking with laughter. We play a game. Xeep hums a snippet from the middle of a song, not even the intro, and I pick up the lyrics right at that point. Off key, out of tune, wrong beats, but perfect. Xeep mimics one, and I see the words in my memory, and it is indeed a beautiful life. We don't need a translator. We can sing the truth to each other. After we catch our breath between songbursts, Xeep asks, "Avery?" "Yeah?" "You asked me why I am here. Why did I do all this? It's not what my people do, go against the norm." I wait, unsure what brings this out now or what's next. Xeep continues, as much internally as to me. But I didn't fit the norm. My leaf mates wanted me to be braver, more adventurous. So I took their dare and stole a pod to prove I could be what they wanted. Xeep stops and tugs out a blade of grass in a very human way and says absently, "But I'm still the same anxious one who deflates when flutterbees appear." I'm no good at empathy, or consoling, or giving advice. Shit, I'm no good with people. What could I say to a space kid? I try. "Yeah, well, you did it anyway. You came here." Xeep sits up straight and points out, "And you left your father's home and crossed the desert. We're both terrible at being what others want us to be." I sit up too and look at Xeep. Really look. Skin shifting through gentle colours, those impossible eyes that somehow always seem understanding. The way Xeep holds together, like disappearance could be at any moment, but chooses to stay visible. Xeep won't let it go. "What happened? With your friends? You started to tell me in the desert, but you went silent." I feel heat rise in my cheeks. "No, What? Why would you ask about that?" In the vids and casts, when two beings spend time together, alone, enjoying each other, making music. Xeep's skin shifts to that pale grey of uncertainty and continues, "I thought perhaps it was something to do with that. The ritual humans do. So many of your songs are about it. Agony, defeat, disappointment, despair, longing, searching. You have a whole dictionary of words about it." "Sure, but how about all the happy ones, the inspirational ones, the found love, the belonging, the forever bonds? We are the champions, still believing in yourself and running down dreams." Apologies, I didn't mean to disparage the lot. You're correct, there is such hope and wonder among your musical savants. More, I was wondering about your ritual. Is it so awful? The thing you do, The thing you call dating? I twist and stretch, thinking, picking at the grass. This is not a conversation I'm prepared for, not with anyone. All I can say is, dating is complicated. If Xeep had eyebrows, they would raise, but doesn't, and gently asks, "How so?" The words spill out before I can stop them, saying bluntly, dating, relationships, figuring out what I want or who I'm attracted to or any of it. You're right. I was going to talk about it back at our campfire. You see, back home, my friends both thought they could fix me. Different from what Pa meant, Amanda and Fred. Amanda thought I just needed the right girl to show me how great it could be. Fred thought I needed a guy who understood me. They both tried really hard to be that person. Xeep stretches out sideways, those big eyes focused on me with complete attention. And it was awful. Awkward and just wrong. I catch a startled look from Xeep. Oh, no, they didn't force themselves on me, nothing like that. It's not because they weren't good people, but because they didn't know me. They only knew themselves. They were trying to make me something they understood. Or maybe something I don't know how to be yet. Maybe something I'll never be, or want to be. I stop and cover my face with my hands. I stumble over the words. I don't even know what I'm talking about. You're talking about not fitting into the shapes others want you to fill. I understand that feeling. I peek through my fingers. You do? Neither of us is complicated. The worlds we live in just want to see us that way. So, finish the story. What happened to Amanda and Fred? Pretty amusing, really. They found each other through me. Solid match, like bunnies in springtime. I wince at the thought. They'd been less than discreet for kids our age, and I'd stumbled on them midway. Bunnies? Rabbits. It's an expression for, well, never mind, like you said, practicing too much. Xeep asks, so they were dating? Yep, you could say that. Are we dating? I'm floored, choke and cough. What? Did I say something wrong? I force a laugh that comes out fake, more nervous than amused. Well, for starters, don't most species stay in their own home court? You know, like their own species? That seems limiting. We're not creating new generations, even though your kind has to practice it a lot. I grunt. Yeah, well, we're limited creatures. I roll onto my back, staring at the clouds, and admit, and I'm especially bad at it. Bad at what? Practicing? No, not that. The ritual thingy. I see. I think I understand. Perhaps we can enjoy each other's company without trying to be anything else. Perhaps we can make music together and not worry about what species we are. That actually sounds perfect. This time I hear the smile, even without teeth to show. I pull up another song on my phone, something softer this time. We lie there in the grass, humming along, Xeep's harmonies weaving around my tepid like to get to know you in ways that shouldn't work but somehow do. The afternoon stretches on. We explore the park, find a creek where Xeep cautiously touches the water before jerking back with a shudder. We climb trees. Well, I climb, while Xeep pretends to be the tree, skin camo matching the bark until I can't distinguish either. Eventually, we end our ride up at the highest point in the park, where my refurbed airlith puffs a last fart before shutting down. Time to pump, Xeep says philosophically. Our horse needs to eat, and settles cross-legged in the grass to wait. I start pumping, and sure enough, the battery begins its odorous chorus. Xeep finds this hilarious, making small Xeep sounds that harmonise with the farting in ways that can't be musical, and yet they are. Between pump strokes, I ask, "You know what's funny?" "What?" "This morning, I thought today was going to be boring. Official meetings and labs, and people asking you questions you can't answer. And instead, we have greatest hits and tree climbing and something, but hopefully not a date." I hesitate. I'm not sure I can process that. Maybe, given time, but not here, not now. Xeep lets me off the hook, skin shifting through soft colours. "I don't think it is. You never had one, or not one that felt right. And my people don't really have any ritual like that at all. But even though it will never matter that we're different, are we incompatible? Maybe? Or maybe not. I don't know." "We're both terrible at this." Xeep nods. "Perfectly terrible together. But we do sing great." But then I think, well, Xeep does. The battery gives one final satisfied fart and goes quiet. I pack up and we prepare to head back toward the city. In the distance, the spires and towers of the capital look almost magical in the late afternoon light. As we prepare to leave, Xeep says, "Thank you." "For what?" "For showing me what a beautiful life your world can give when it's not trying to impress anyone." I'm about to respond when I hear it. The distinctive thwop, thwop, thwop of approaching helos. Multiple, coming fast from below us in the valley, from the direction of the city. Leaping to my feet, I spout, "Uh-oh, I think our day off just got noticed, and not in a good way." Chapter 20. Somebody's watching me. 2 Spec Ops helos set down barely outside prop wash, and a squad jumps out of each, Clarity at the lead, rattling off obscenities as she bounds toward us. "You've ruined everything!" she screams, and waves for her soldiers to grab me. Clarity is no longer the California girl. She's all anger, all Spec Ops corporal. The blue eyes have gone cold steel. "Thanks a lot," she spits. "I believed in you. Why did you do this?" The corporal's distaste is palpable. She barely contains her fury directed at me. Not Xeep. Me. Her soldiers bind my hands behind my back and roughly shove me into the back of the second waiting helo. The corporal straps in and waves her gun in my direction. Xeep screeches from outside. What? Wait, please stop! Please stop! I hear in my earbug. And then I hear no more of Xeep's pleas as they slide the door of the lead helo shut and lift off, leaving us to head another direction. "Where are you taking Xeep?" "To safety," the corporal growls. "Away from you." "We didn't do anything." "You kidnapped Xeep. You just couldn't control yourself, could you? Our extraordinary visitor got all the attention, and you didn't like it, that we'd taken your pet from you. You couldn't have chosen a worse time. I was trying to help you. My mind is mangled spaghetti, tossed with jello and turpentine. Noise. All I hear is noise. The words make no sense. I want to shout, "Xeep isn't my pet. If I could have a pet, it would be a sausage dog, like all the stories. Mischievous, abominably stubborn, fiercely protective." Oh, wait, that's Xeep. Vomits just the same as a wiener dog. It was just a day out. We were playing, singing, dancing, is all I can squeak. It's too late. She stares at me. You really screwed the pooch, kid. The corporal pauses, bites her lip, and I think I see clarity leaking through. I found Layla, but not Layla. There's no one by that name. She was right under my nose, on my team, my medic, the one who examined you on the extraction. My mother? Ma? I don't know if she is your mother. She was never Layla, or so she says. But when we screened your DNA for transmissible threats, she popped out. Much to our surprise. My surprise. And even more to her surprise. I never suspected any such thing. She's the best, the smartest medic I've ever had. That she ever did something illegal like that, crossed the border, left Pacifica. She is so rigid, so stoic. Now I understand why she's probationary. But she's here. Right here. Now it's all for nothing. I don't know. They're going to take you out of my hands. Good riddance. We land inside a very dreary part of the capital. Not even the special goggles can make this look clean and modern. An old penitentiary by the look of it. High grey walls topped with double concertina wire. Just like one of Paul's gulags for errant goons back home. The corporal steps aside as two local goons grab me, wrestling me through a yawning concrete door that swings shut with a permanent-sounding thunk. She never even looks at me, disappears in the thwop-thwop of departing anger. Inside, only flickering lights. Must be old, incandescent, yellowish, too dim to focus on much. I'm lost. Can't keep track of the twists and turns as they half walk, half drag, half shove me around corners, up and down stairs. Yeah, that's 3 halves, but I'm not counting. I give up and let them drag me, feet and legs flopping with resignation. They plop me down in a cell, no better than Paul's brig, snip the binders on my wrists, and slam the door. I've never actually seen the inside of a brig or gulag before, except in vids and first-person shooter games I pirated. Those characters always find a way out, right? Dig away the corner of a rock wall, file the door hinges, smash a window, or snuff a guard. How hard can it be? No one comes to check on me. There is no window, no rocks, nothing to dig with, no food, no water. Who am I fooling? Stupid games. Why can't I just push reset? I stare at the one thing of use in the cell, a bucket, grimacing with horror. But finally, out of total panic, I very reluctantly use the receptacle for biologic necessity, and then retreat to hibernate on the opposite side as far away as I can. Days pass. Well, maybe a day, or a part of a day. How do I know? The door rattles, and a smug guard comes through, throwing me a bar and a water bottle. Eat it and drink. and rinse the grime off your face with the rest. You're leaving in 10. I have no idea what has happened, what's changed, or if this is what was supposed to happen. Intimidation? Yep, it worked really well. Whatever they want, I'm selling. Free. Giving. Just get me out of this place. A blur of more guards, a little less violent this time. A ride in some vehicle on bumpy roads with opaque windows. Into a garage, much cleaner and nicer than the gulag. Up more stairs. Always stairs. Why stairs? I know they have elevators. More intimidation, I expect. Or maybe they don't work? They bring me to a chamber not unlike the immigration hearing room from a couple of days back and plop me down in a seat facing one of those big screens with an unsmiling avatar. The guards step back, blocking the door. Not that I'm going anywhere. I can't even muster a snide remark. Avery Reyes, the avatar begins without preamble. I think it's supposed to ask me to state my name for the record. Isn't that how this works? Yes, I say, completely in control of the situation. Avery Reyes, state your name. Ah, now we're doing it right. Avery Reyes. Avery Reyes, you are charged with malicious contempt against the free people of the Republic of Pacifica, attempted kidnapping of an esteemed guest, willful deception, providing false witness, and intent to conduct destructive terrorism. Your status of illegal alien is revoked, and you are hereby convicted on all charges and any that may be initiated forthwith. Sentencing is immediate. Servitude to commence after... The avatar, judge, jury, and executioner pauses, as if searching for some data it was missing. After the retrieval of the illicit listening device on your person. It's too much. I laugh. Prove it! Isn't that what everyone says? The avatar doesn't think it's funny. Case closed. Convicted may stay to review the evidence, awaiting transport to the lab for extraction of the stolen device. Stolen device? I pat my pants, belt, and vest. They took everything when they threw me in the slammer. What was that ghost talking about? But the screen goes black and is replaced by a vid feed, a montage of vid streams. It cycles like a carousel, talking heads spewing truth. Footage, yes, footage of me and Xeep. Aerial shots, long-distance zooms, scratchy audio of partial sentences. I can make out Xeep's chirps among tidbits of mine, selected chunks. Replaying my life. Am I dead? Have I gone to what? Purgatory? Hell? A drug-induced coma? No particular order. They should hire better editors. Even I could do better on my phone. Flashes of Xeep recycling on the rest area concrete table. A shot of me rolling Xeep up to squeeze into my pack. A fight scene, too fast to see, me with 5 biker goons, then 5 busted bodies on the ground. And in my suite. Me holding Xeep during deflation, then stuffing the rugby ball into my pack. Me hightailing it away from the capital, me, my backpack and my bike with Xeep stuffed inside. On and on, a snatched voyeurism of every moment we had shared. But only pieces. And the dialogue. Ouch! I could never be an actor in vids, I just don't have the voice for it. Or my script writer should be fired. The mics only caught broken phrases. Never threaten a bully. Kill them. It's a dead. It's a carcass. Trash. Detritus. Crap. You're fresh meat. Some might want to sample the goods. Too good to be true, you're screwed. I'm gonna stuff you, shove you in my pack. I'll sneak you out. Escape. Be very, very bad. They will not like this. A blast. And more, until I can't absorb another sound. Yep, yes sirree, I said every damn word. Just not like that. My head spins, my ears throb, my eyes water. If I think they're pervs to vacuum up all my worldly netting, this makes them files of the worst cloth. They'd been watching since Roswell, spying, zooming in, collecting, cataloguing. It was bad enough they snooped my private roaming for bites to convict me as an illegal alien. Nah, this was way worse. They'd snuck peeks into the intimate. The screen goes blank. One of the soldiers barks at me. "Kid, time to go. The lab's waiting." I shrug with the little of me that's left and let them haul me away. Chapter 21. I know you're out there somewhere. The lab is the whitest place I've ever seen. Not just painted white, aggressively, blinding white. White floors, white walls, white ceiling, white everything, gleaming under lights so bright they make my eyes water. The kind of clinical sterility that screams money and tech, and the sort of people who never have to pump air into farting batteries. They strap me into a chair that looks like they're going to be pulling teeth without gas. Leather cuffs around my wrists and ankles might be kinky for someone else, somewhere else, but never, ever gonna be my thing, and suggest they think I'm bigger and stronger than I look. Must have watched that spy vid of me thrashing those 5 biker goons back in the desert. My one claim to fame, and it wasn't even me. Strange, but I'm on the seeing side of a one-way mirror. I guess they put me in the wrong room. In there, it's not so snow-blinding. Just soft lighting, comfortable furniture, and an overloaded refreshment cart. And Xeep, pacing back and forth, those silly, backward-bending knees now stiff and jerking, skin like neon at one of those old highway rest stops, cycling incoherently through an entire spectrum. Stress patterns for sure. "Xeep can't see you," Director Chen explains, settling into an observation seat beside my torture chair. "Or hear us, unless I press this button." She waves a controller, like I hadn't already figured that out. "But we can observe our guests' responses during the procedure. And hear." To prove her point, she taps the controller. Xeep's thrumbling through a song. Mindless Xeeps for all the director can tell. But I know it. Wistful. Poignant. I know you're out there somewhere. Makes me clench my teeth to hold back my reaction. Corporal Wholesome stands near the door, pistol drawn, arms crossed, face unreadable. She won't even meet my eyes. That's when the medic walks in, and this time I see her clearly. Not wearing Spec Ops battle gear, not wearing that helmet and goggles she was wearing during our extraction from the desert. I know it's her before anyone says anything. The bone structure, the way she holds her shoulders, something about the tilt of her head when she's concentrating. Much older than the girl in Pause Hidden vid, but not so different from my memory. Unmistakably an older version of the woman teaching 3-year-old me to swim. Different hair, tied back tight in a bun, laced through with grey. Dr. Rebecca Pride, Director Chen announces. Probationary medtech on loan from Spec Ops. I believe you've met. Owes us for bad behaviour. Something you claim to be a product of, I hear. The doctor is in surgical scrubs, examining a pad as she approaches. Professional. Clinical. Like she's just here to check on another lab rat. Ma? The word slips out before I can stop it. She barely looks up from her notes. I was right. She turns to the corporal. On the helo I measured it, and just now, when our guest, she waves her pad in the general direction of the glass barrier and Xeep, when our guest just made those noises, something registered here. Not just the audio, some biologic signal. Ma! I bark it like I'm in a big hangar and she's miles away. But maybe she is. At least for me. Stop it! She bites off the words, stabbing me with a menacing glare. I'm not your mother. She died. Your father killed her. The director and corporal look at each other as confused as I am, but let it play out. I won't beg. I don't know what's going on, but I'll never beg. I can prove it. You taught me to swim. You told me something so important I never forgot it. Never start unless you know where you're going. Never stop until you get there. I see the shoulders sag slightly for the merest fraction of a femtosecond. But maybe it's just my imagination. Irrelevant. And I always knew exactly where I was going, and I didn't stop until I got there. Irrelevant? I fight it, but my voice cracks. You're my mother. Now she does look at me, and her eyes are cold as the surgery lights. Biology is not destiny. Genetic connection doesn't create obligation. Something flickers across her face, pain maybe, before the clinical mask slips back into place. The words slap me dizzy. Dr. Chen clears her throat. Dr. Pride, could you complete the testing we discussed? Family reunions are so sweet, but this criminal is keeping us from getting access to the spacecraft. My mind is in shambles. If the previous roller coaster days haven't shattered my sense of reality, this horror show certainly does. Dr. Pride, I can't call her Ma apparently, approaches with a scanner similar to the one she'd used during extraction. When it passes near my head, it emits that same high-pitched whine. It's definitely an organism, as I suspected, and it is definitely integrated with the auditory cortex, she reports to Chen, as if I'm not even there. But it's not deep and seems very small, so I think I can extract it with no issues. For Avery? The corporal chimes in, moving to my side, gun now holstered. Her face looks grey. Her blue eyes look at me strangely. Something is wrong with her. I was referring to the specimen. Please back away, Corporal. You don't need to be here. They're talking about my earbug like it's more valuable than my hearing, or my sanity, or me. Let's test the connection first, Chen says. She waves the corporal back to the corner, out of the way. Corporal Wholesome will stay. in case our criminal here gets rambunctious. Dr. Pride, please proceed. The doctor takes the controller from the director and clicks on the audio, and I hear Xeep again through speakers somewhere above me. For my audience, more whistling, the musical Xeep sounds. To me, I hear songs about fear and confusion. Ask our guest to perform something, Chen instructs. Something we can verify. I don't want to play along, but Xeep's distress is breaking my heart. They want you to sing something, I call out, knowing my voice is being transmitted to the other room. Knowing Xeep heard and understood what was already said, what was demanded. The whistling stops. I see Xeep look around in confusion, then approach the mirror on that side of the barrier. Then, soft and haunting, Xeep begins humming a melody I recognize immediately. The tune fills both rooms, beautiful and heartbroken and achingly familiar. My throat tightens. It's a song about missing someone, about love that might have been, about chances lost and time wasted. Xeep's telling me something personal, something private, through a musical tune that needs no words, even though I know each and every one. Am I really always on Xeep's mind? Well, Chen demands. What is it? I look at the doctor, at the corporal still standing in the corner like a statue. They want to use our connection, exploit it, dissect it, turn something beautiful into a tool. What did Chen say? Keeping us from getting access into the spacecraft. That's what this is all about. Teach your children, I lie smoothly, about passing wisdom to the next generation. Chen makes notes, apparently satisfied. She doesn't know the real song, probably has never listened to a classic tune in her life, and doesn't understand what Xeep is actually trying to tell me. Heck of a test when the proctor doesn't know the material, much less the answers. I could win this game. Interesting. Now, Dr. Pride, headset, please. The doctor clamps a helmet over my head, covering my eyes, soundproofing my ears. I hear Chen speak through its speakers, but all else is covered by dead white noise. Tell Xeep to sing Count on Me. I understand Xeep has quite an old music repertoire. And I hear the mic click off. There is no admiration in her comment, only derision. She must have pulled that one up just for this purpose. Before I can repeat, which I know is unnecessary, someone puts a hand on my shoulder to stop me. I hear nothing. A minute passes. Silence. Only white noise. The hand on my shoulder tightens. Another minute. The hand lets go, and my helmet is pulled off. All three women are standing in front of me, staring, expecting me to do something, say something. What? I blurt intelligently. The corporal speaks first, paler than before, if that's possible. Did you hear any of that? About your bodily functions in the desert? I feel the flame wash over me. Nope, the director says decisively. No one could have listened to our describing details of their, necessary daily habits to Xeep without reacting. You clearly heard nothing. Xeep heard us, understood us well enough to spout back that vindictive-sounding, offended tune. I don't think Xeep likes that song, huh? So, Dr. Pride, we've learned all we need. We need that translator. We need it now. And we need to know how it works. She rubs her hands together gleefully, like all those crazy-ass villains always do when they're about to serve up some spectacularly gruesome trauma. Proceed with the extraction. The doctor wheels over the surgical tray. Local anaesthetic, scalpel, forceps, and other instruments that make my stomach lurch. This will hurt, she says matter-of-factly, and doesn't bother reaching for the anaesthetic. She notices me looking back and forth at the local. Nope, not for you. Necessary to make sure we don't poison the creature, she explains, like that justifies everything. But pain is temporary. Unlike abandonment, I want to say, but the scalpel is in her hands, and I'm stupefied. No amount of numbness could block the agony of having her, my own mother, treating me like a frog about to be sliced open for biology class. Or the proverbial lab rat. And I have nothing against rodents, much less frogs. I stare at the white nothingness above me, trying to lose myself, daydreaming of Frog and Toad singing with Harold and Phyllis. Then remember something Xeep told me. Everyone is someone else's meal. There ought to be a song about that somewhere. I feel the cut, hear it, smell the blood, a wet slicing sound that makes my teeth ache. Then, pressure. Stinging, stabbing as forceps probe deep and twist sharply. That's when the screaming starts. Not mine, the earbugs. A high-pitched shriek of pain and terror that cuts straight into my soul. They're going to kill it, and it knows it, and it's calling for help that won't come. It's out. And all I hear is silence. Not the deadened white noise of the helmet, but brain silence. A part of me is missing. It's tiny, smaller than a grain of rice. The doctor waves it triumphantly in front of Chen and the corporal to prove she'd pulled it out of me, and then slips it into a container on her microscope. On the big screen repeater, we can all see it, magnified to monster size. Tiny legs thrashing, translucent body convulsing, the delicate internal structures that had been learning to bridge two alien minds now collapsing in on themselves. Fascinating, the doctor murmurs, adjusting the focus. Looks like a tardigrade. I wonder if they're related. The organism's neural network is surprisingly complex, much more sophisticated than initial scans suggested. The tiny limbs curl inward, shrinking. The thrashing stops. On screen, the earbug becomes still, its bioluminescent patches fading to grey. From the speakers, a sound I've never heard before. Xeep, keening. A cry of loss that doesn't need translation. My friend feels it die too. The silence that follows is absolute. No more whispered Xeeps in my head. No more shared understanding. The bridge between us has been severed, and I'm alone in my skull for the first time since the desert. Then, faintly, through the speakers, I hear Xeep humming again. A different song this time, slower, more deliberate. I know this one too, though I doubt anyone else in the room does. An ode to long, long gone war in a different age. I don't translate it. This one's just for me. The keening instrumental chords beg me, we gotta get out of this place. And I shiver, helpless. Dr. Pride reviews her notes with evident frustration. The organism expired during extraction. We may not be able to replicate the translation effect. Director Chen points at her with frigid disappointment. Doctor, I'm afraid this outcome is not good for you. You hid your past genetic dalliance after you returned from your unauthorized time with the cretins in the East. This could have made up for that. We were counting on you. You cannot fathom how much of a setback this is. You will not be returned to full citizenship. Ever. Dr. Pride's professional mask slips for just a moment, revealing something that might be panic. Director, I followed protocols exactly. The organism's death wasn't... Nevertheless, you will remain under review, in probation, indefinitely. I watch Dr. Pride, my mother, struggle with the realization that her calculated cruelty buys her nothing, costs her everything. The director waves at her. Get out, before I think of something more I should do to you. The doctor slinks away, never even glancing at me. Chen shifts her anger to me, using her last weapon to drag me down. Corporal, stay with this criminal until the sentencing team comes, and dispose of that, pointing to the container with my dead earbug. She stands, gathering her materials. The Congress is expecting a full report on interspecies diplomatic protocols. I'll take Xeep to the hangar and see if I can get the ship opened without help. The director struts out, but looks smaller, defeated in the best of ways, the worst of ways. I may have lost a friend, but I've gained an enemy, right? Chapter 22. I'm alive. With the director and doctor gone, the corporal seems to regain composure, submerging whatever was bothering her. She comes over and stares at me for too long. I don't say anything. What could I say? Don't go anywhere. Clarity tries to crack a smile and chuckles at her own joke while I glare at her. I don't even bother to tug at the restraints. She dabs some stinging liquid in my ear and slaps on a sticky pad of some sort. Numbness runs across the side of my face, and my tongue feels swollen as I work my jaw to speak. No words come out. They'll be here soon to get you, she offers, not an ounce of care. You're sentenced to the worst there is. I try to get a snitty retort out, but nothing works. Oh, they didn't tell you, did they? You can't imagine how awful it will be for you. It's a forever sentence. No reprieve, no parole. No tech, no comm. No outside contact. Nothing but what you can scrounge, forage, and fight other baddies like you to get for yourself. I doubt a kid like you will survive long. It's a horrible place. I've seen vids. I bet you've heard of it. Hawaii. Only the worst of the worst deserve that sentence. She looks back as she heads for the door and remembers to grab the glass box with my dead friend, my earbug. She waves it at me and shoves it in her belt. The door clicks locked behind her. Not that it matters. My only concern is how long I can hold off with that liquid recycling Xeep and I joked about, not whether I can get out. The numbness must be seeping into my brain, feeble as it is, and I slip blissfully away for the last time. Not a care in the world. A light at the end of the tunnel. Roses. Angels singing. A final welcome into loving arms. Yeah, right. You wish. The room gets colder, brighter, and lonelier. No angels coming here. I shiver and sweat and pointlessly test the harnesses strapping me down. Everyone escapes. I've seen it hundreds of times. Pull your arm, here. Twist your hand, wiggle your ankles, strain like a Hulk. And boom, you're out. Running down the hall, grabbing a schnauzer, shooting all the zombies. Oops, that's a dog. My brain is running in circles. Ages. At least 2 albums worth. The sky spins. Darkness swells in and out. Images turn, turn, turn. It must be time. Grey fog. My eyes open and I try to focus. White, white, white. I'm still here. The door clicks, and I'm sure it's the goons coming to haul me away for disposition, my sentencing, my trip to hell. Off to Hawaii. I gather spit for one last defiant show of respect and swallow it back down. Corporal Wholesome is back, her California tan bleached paler than she was before, whiter than the room, and she's terrified. The corporal scans the lab, looking for a place to hide. No, wrong guess. It might be clarity leaking through, bubbling up, looking for the controller. She grabs it and fumbles to switch on the big screen, flipping through channels. All the same. The sky is black. Against the glaring white of my tomb, it's a black hole. I close my eyes, blink, squint. Not black. I stare at the image, focus, focus, think. The sky is not black. It's covered. I can almost see edges, horizon to horizon, as far as the cameras can see. I squeeze my eyes tighter. Texture, shapes. The bottom of a volcano flipped upside down. Too dark to make out details. It's sinking. Lower and lower. The camera pans, and the once bright and sunlit capital is all greys with nighttime lights coming on. All traffic stopped. Peds stand frozen. All eyes upwards. Descending. A mountain in the sky, descending, hungry to crush all below. Another channel. This one must be inside the hangar where Xeep was taken by the director. Zoom, spotlights, Xeep's pod. The director clenching Xeep's arm, pointing out the hangar door, back to the pod, frantic, mouth voicing soundless screams to the sky, the blackness above them and at Xeep. Xeep shrugs. I see it, even with the long zoom. Resignation? Just desserts, they say? No, not pie. Just desserts, that's it. Justice. How appropriate. The corporal stares at me. What is that? What is happening? I mimic Xeep and shrug within my constraints. What do I care? They're shipping me to that awful, horrible place, aren't they? Hawaii? If I'm not mashed potatoes in the next few minutes. Fufino, I garble, totally lucid. The corporal ping-pongs back and forth from the big screen to me and back, indecisive, clearly needing consoling from a kid like me. Fun. Go. See. I manage to get a full sentence out, or enough. The corporal decides, straightens her shoulders, flips the controller aside and unstraps me. Feet, then hands, and pulls me roughly out of the chair. Let's go, now, to the hangar. You've got to talk to Xeep. I think that's Xeep's people. They're going to kill us. All of us. Perceptive, isn't she? Just like they say about those amazing California blondes. But I hold my tongue, literally pulling it out and pinching it to make sure it's still there. Yep. I try to speak again. The corporal looks at me like I'm drugged, duh, and leads me out the door, past the suite Xeep was in, out to a jeepney Lectric thing, just seats and an awning over it, and a wheel. I plop into the passenger side, she kicks off the stopper, and we whish away down a spotlit path toward the hangar in the distance. Overhead, the crushing solid cloud continues its inevitable landing, intent on squishing all below. Nasty little termites we are. I know what it is and why it's here. It makes sense why Xeep never talks about long journeys or where they're from. Everywhere is the answer. And nowhere. They take their whole home with them when they travel. No point in always trying to get back. All those silly vids where adventurers get lost and spend entire lifetimes trying to return to where they began, to get back home again. Stupid trope. Our racing jeepney bumps across the tarmac, and I smile at the magnificence of the destruction Xeep's people will reap. In the distance, I can tell the Colossus is almost down to kiss the tallest spires of Capitol House. I wonder what all those PCCers think now about their unanimous decree for their extraordinary visitor. The corporal whips in through the hangar door, stomps on the stopper, and skids to within feet of the apoplectic director. Xeep breaks free from Chen's stronghold and sprints to me, grabbing me, pulling me from the jeepney, squeezing like never going to let me go. Music. I hear music. Xeep is keening, zeeping, singing to me. Instrumental, perfect pitch as always, a whole orchestra, full of joy, light and smiles. I think it's a musical vid some blonde was in, from Down Under the Earth or Other Side or something. I almost see the dance scenes as Xeep twirls me around, and I imagine I hear the words, "I'm alive," and the world feels brighter. I can't help it if my eyes leak. It's from getting sliced in the ear. "Xeep," I croak. "Is this it? The end?" Xeep stops us spinning and leans away, those big black eyes reflecting me. Gross. I look really ragged. Big white patch on my ear. A lot worse for wear. Xeep changes tune. It's got to be that old Swede foursome again. Yep. About bananas? I piece it together. Musical code. Nope, not bananas. I understand. I'm slow, sure, but Xeep's not upset. Not worried about becoming mushroom fertilizer. Xeep's worried for me. Xeep points, and everyone goes silent. The director stops ranting. The corporal stops asking me what Xeep is saying. The descent has stopped. Even from here, I see it starting to bend the spike on top of the dome of the PCC. "It's Xeep's farm," I say matter-of-factly, my voice finally finding itself. "They've come for their kid." Chapter 23. Fight Song. No one beams down from the farm. That's silly. Who'd want to be fractionated into nothing and hope they get the right bites back to the right bits in the right places on the other end? Trust your private parts to a second-class red shirt? Never understood that. And no giant hatch hisses open with legions upon legions marching forth, armed to the gills, eyes blasting lasers at everything in sight. In fact, nothing. No strobe lights, no flashing beacons, no blaring speakers shrieking too high to hear. No bombs, no torpedoes, no spiders, no robot warriors. Nothing. Silence. Silence that stretches and stretches. And that's the scariest of all. Director Chun shrivels and shrinks behind Xeep's pod, like that's gonna hide her. Little kids. I can't see you, so you can't find me. Xeep ushers me out on the tarmac, in full glory at the centre of all the attention once again. Did I say I hate cameras? I see our faces plastered on the big screens on the sides of the hangar, my bloody gauze ear patch in stark contrast to the shimmering delight of Xeep's rainbowing. Xeep's waiting for something, someone, humming at me. I feel the musical code easily now, memories of lyrics I'd bellowed out in my closet at home, never pondering why, nor the messages inside. We are family. It's working. We can still talk, in a fashion, if I don't get lost in translation, mangle the tidbit Xeep intends in each melody. I hold up my side of the communication bargain and muster enough courage to be curious. Aren't you worried? You stole a ship. Crashed it? Won't they arrest you? Punish you? I hit home, so to speak. Not sure Xeep has thought that far ahead. Pausing in mid-note, Xeep's head hangs, just like the stories where your wiener dog poops on the rug and hides it under your homework, nicely scrunching the paper deep into it. Teachers never believe that one. If Xeep had a tail, it would be tucked. Ouch. Couldn't I let Xeep enjoy the glory of the moment? Xeep nods and begins another tune, and I'm numb with sad notes dredging up scars from school and fogging my brain. Numb with every mistake, every wrong step. I shudder, and for a moment I think the code is shooting me through the heart. But the tune doesn't stop. The coding must complete. Xeep turns me, holding me by the shoulders, staring at me with the huge black eyes, while the world watches, recording every sound, no doubt trying to decipher hidden meaning, hidden plots. But it's much simpler as the instrumental washes through me. So much disappointment. I pinch myself. Such a narcissist. Everything is not always about me. Maybe most of the time it is. But not this. But not here. Not now. Part of the upside-down mountain above us disintegrates, crashing down toward us. A chunk bigger than the hangar. Acres and acres of avalanche headed our way. Seconds to live. I don't cringe, don't even close my eyes. My life doesn't flash before me. I don't cycle through joys and regrets. I just squeeze Xeep's hand. Good thing, as the camo disappears, and it's a gigantic version of Xeep's pod, slicker than a snail's trail, oozing out of the mountain above, decelerating to zero, stopping inches above the ground in front of us, settling down with a crunching shatter of the concrete. No anti-grav here, I guess. I let out that breath I'm clamped down on and wish I'd had time for that pit stop. No telling now when that will be. Xeep's shaking, starting to deflate. My fault. I prop up the sagging shape, dig deep, and know the right tune. I can do something. I can help Xeep. I start slow, each word careful and exact, and croak an enthusiastic but dreadfully off-tune rendition of one of my all-time faves. Fight song. And the shrinking slows. With a slight sucking inwards, Xeep tunes in with me, catching up, picking up the melody and crescendoing with the finale. Xeep's back. Maybe taller, filled out, structurally more rigid, standing proud. Corporal Wholesome whispers from behind me, "Nicely done, soldier. Gotta learn that one." I shudder with relief. We wait as the hours pass, or minutes, or seconds. It's all a jumble. Maybe the vid could show me later, but for now, I barely make it through each moment, my heart leaping forth from my chest like a gruesome alien porpoise. No hiss, but the proverbial hatchway finally dilates, and legions do emerge. No armour, no guns, no eyeballs shooting lasers. Carbon copies of Xeep, differentiated by shimmers and rainbows. Hundreds. I lose count. The newcomers don't seem interested in anything except Xeep. They form into a deep circle, many Xeep deep, facing us, a narrow path open on our side. Xeep squeezes my shoulder and steps forward, away from me, and strides confidently to the very centre and turns full circle, slowly, head slightly bowed, slightly nodding. I stand on tiptoe, stretching up as tall as I can pretend to be, and can see, barely, between the shoulders of the ones nearest me as the circle closes. Corporal Wholesome nudges me and asks, "What's happening?" "Xeep's family," I say, though I don't think that is literally true. "Elders, the elders, I think this is a reckoning for Xeep." My spidey sense tells me this is more than a homecoming. How'd they find Xeep? The ship, of course. They knew exactly where the ship was, I answer. Like, why wouldn't they be able to track one of their own spaceships? Duh. "We should have just left it. Left you. Why aren't they attacking?" I look at her, her Spec Ops bravado resurfacing, bristling just under the surface, itching for a fight. "You couldn't win," I state it as incontrovertible, and I know it's true. They could have squashed this entire country without noticing, but they didn't. The rapid-fire onslaught of Xeeping amongst the throng stretches endlessly, Xeep's head bowing now and again, Xeeping short bursts and long dialogues in response to queries, to interrogation. Then it's done, and quiet falls. And Xeep bows again in a very human fashion, stretches an arm and a bony finger, and points out of the circle to me. I'm in trouble now. The circle parts. The corporal clenches my shoulder. "You can't go in there." She's right. And if she can tell my knees are jello, she's right about that too. "It'll be okay," I say. Sure. First taste of human protein. Sacrificial meat. I make my way past all the Xeeps, trying to make myself look as tall and brave as Xeep, and failing miserably, and the circle zips shut behind me. No escape for the princess this time, or prince, whatever. Trying to make myself calm, not working very well. Bear hug, not thrown into the volcano. Xeep embraces me, crushes me. I melt, and the collective Xeep is overpowering. Is it bad? Did I really screw the pooch like the corporal said? Or is it okay? Xeep beams at me, the rainbow now a brilliant flare. A wave of rainbows washes around the full circle, reflecting from the giant pod ship, lighting the whole tarmac, and the chorus of Xeeping is lustrous. I can't understand a word, but I feel it, hear the lilting warmth. It fills my ears and mind with unsung, unwritten songs, tales daring to be told. Xeep bows again to the throng and begins to sing. For me to understand. I'm the one in a million. I'm overwhelmed, but I get the point. I grab Xeep's wrist and quietly croak my own vocals like a frog with strep throat. That feeling I had from the very first camo flash. And the crowd of Xeeps erupts. Or at least they all pick up the tune, full blast, an instrumental blitzkrieg rocking the tarmac, swaying in time. In the corner of my eye, I see the concert playing live on the big screen on the hangar wall, no doubt broadcast everywhere else as well. Chapter 24. Hello again. Corporal Wholesome has some cojones, that's for sure. While the rest of the frail humans cower in corners like frightened mice, no offence to mice, the Spec Ops blonde makes her way beeline for me, shouldering her way through the Xeep circle. Not disrespectful, just not to be deterred from her mission, whatever that might be. The chorus stops, the rainbows dull to grey, all the black eyes track her, watch her confront Xeep and me. Her face is an inscrutable mix of concern, suppressed trepidation, courage, and determination. I wish I could carry that off. Makes a great vid face, I'm sure, thinking of the millions watching. She looks back and forth between us. I guess you really can talk with them, can't you? Even without the thing? The bug in your ear? She's telling the world. She knows the world is live, on the edge of their seats at her every word. She's leaving no doubt. I nod, not sure what to say. Anger bubbling up, livid memory of my earbug getting killed. All I hear is whistles. All any of us hears is whistling melodies. She looks around the circle. Are they going to kill us? I have to laugh. Should they? Have you done anything wrong? I wave at the Capitol dome in the distance, sweep my gaze around the tarmac, and gesture to the hangar. I point to Xeep's pod inside, where the director is still cowering. The corporal visibly grimaces and looks at her feet. I didn't ask for this. I'm nobody, I say. Xeep touches my shoulder, and I look into the big black eyes. I just want to get along. I don't want to be at the centre of all this. I wave at the circle, at the big screens blasting out my face and words, at the director emerging from her hidey place. The corporal looks back up and locks eyes with me. Sometimes we don't have a choice in what role we play. With that, she reaches into her belt and withdraws the clear casket carrying my dead earbug. I spoke with Becky, Dr. Pride, my medic, your mother. Yes, your mother, like it or not. She does not apologize for today, or her past. She did not deny her actions 2 decades ago. But she asked me if I had this. And she waves the tiny casket. And then she cried. The corporal turns her attention to Xeep. I take it that you understand my spoken words. Let me tell you this. There was no excuse for interfering, for robbing you of your bond with Avery. Dr. Pride insisted I return this to you. If ever handing over a dead thing is symbolic, this is it. Xeep takes the offering, opens it, withdraws the tiny shrivel within, and stares at it. I can imagine Xeep going full berserk, like in the desert, smattering the corporal across the field. I expect that this is the end of Clarity, the end of a Spec Ops career. But then I have anger issues. It isn't Xeep that acts, and there isn't time for the corporal to retreat. 5 Xeeps are there in a flash, moving in with the speed Xeep had shown, crowding in on the three of us, rapid-fire Xeeping, Xeep's head spinning to each burst, chirping short Xeeps in response. One of the Xeeps raises a hand, and there is silence. Not just among us, or the five. I can feel the entire world hold its breath. The Xeep reaches out ever so gently and takes the mini carcass from Xeep on one finger, and Xeep opens that single orifice. In goes the dead bug. Xeep's mouth closes, and the cannibalism starts. I can't breathe, waiting for the swallow. No. No swallow. Xeep opens up, puts in a finger, and pulls the bug out. Wriggling. Little legs are going a mile a minute, squirming on the fingertip. Xeep turns to me with a question in those eyes, and I nod. The corporal understands instantly and steps up, helping, delicately pulling my ear patch away. Xeep's finger pokes oh so carefully while I bite my tongue, anticipating the worst. No pain, just a tickle. A wiggle, maybe that same small snick of a mosquito, and... Can you hear me now? I jump. Literally, up and down. I grab Xeep, I grab the corporal, we're all jumping. The 5 Xeep elders back away from our fracas, but I sense relief spread from them throughout the circle. You're back! You're back! You're back! I'm shouting with glee. I was never gone. Yes, but now I hear you. Not the music, you. Your voice. Yes, the elders explained to me. The Xeep sleeps, hibernates when away from its Xeep. Its mate? I am not sure that is the correct word. It can be rehydrated? Like a desert shrimp. I mean it as a joke. I'm so beside myself. Mate? WTF? I think you would say reanimated. I did not know that. It belongs to us, to you and me, and can only be shared between us, forever. The corporal butts in, whispering in my unbugged ear, but softly. I think your mother knew that. She said something about tardigrades being indestructible. She told me she couldn't replace lost years, but she could maybe save you from one more separation. I hear the corporal's words, look at the face delivering them, blink and store them away, maybe to be processed later, maybe to be ignored. This isn't the time. Even if the corporal, and my mother by extension, have saved the day. Wait, Xeep, why can't I understand what your elders are saying? I just notice the increased chittering around the circle. Not like hearing a crowd of humans all together, just more of the same as before. Xeep doesn't need to ask them. They understand my question. The nearest chirps at Xeep. It's only for you and me, Xeep answers. I don't know what it does, how it does it, but you and I are the conduit. The corporal cleverly chimes in, as much for the cast audience in the background as for all of us. So let's be specific. Xeep and your people, and the corporal does a slight bow to the elders nearby, every one of you can understand all of us, every word, every nuance. You've watched every cast, listened to every song. and then tilts her head towards me. And the only human that can understand you is Avery Reyes? Xeep gives that single bob of the head, yes, and all the elders in the circle follow suit in a wave. The collective sigh from the people of Earth is deafening, at least in my mind. I think my blood pressure is skyrocketing. Can I just black out now, please? The corporal punches my shoulder. Good thing I retrieved your bike and gear, friend. You and Xeep have a long road ahead of you. It might be metaphorical, and she might be well-intentioned, but I think she underestimates the importance of closure. Xeep confirms my fear as the elders Xeep more. They want to know why the humans shot me down, why they stole my ship. Why did they lie about you in all the vids and casts? Tell them this. And Xeep passes along a message. I turn to the corporal and sigh. The reunion celebration is over. Xeep's been properly admonished. Now they have one request. I stop, knowing every word is being cast, then continue, parsing out each word carefully. They said, literally to Xeep, lead us to your takers. And sure enough, yep, it sounds even more ominous when I say it out loud. Chapter 25. We are never, ever getting back together. My face is everywhere, and I cringe, and the huge screams echo it, and I bite my lip, and that makes me look even worse. I stare at the ground to avoid looking into my own eyes. We're back at the PCC, back on the centre stage, back amid the heraldry, back surrounded by all the sycophants. But this time, they're all clamouring at me, while Xeep stands at my side, rigid, stressed, overwrought by all the shouting and pleading. Behind us, dozens of elder Xeeps hem us in, a semicircle, watching me, waiting for me. The director is back in control, standing at her throne, the podium of truth, waving for silence. Like she's still in charge. I guess no one but me saw her dive for cover in the hangar. No one but me saw her spineless whimpering. No one but me saw through her. She starts to speak, but her mic goes dead. Like the farm above us blocks the sun and shrouds the entire zone in perpetual twilight, she seems to have lost control of all the signals. I hear her sputter, fume and fumble with the console in front of her. The screens autopan to her sweaty, flaring red face, and she stomps, yes, actually stomps her foot. I hear thrumming behind me. All of the Xeeps are urging me to talk. It's time to let them see, Xeep whispers. We will show all of them. We've overridden their eye deceivers, ear deceivers. We will show what really happened. Who you really are. The PCC falls silent, then gasps, chaos of startled looks as they look at each other, and each delegate, reporter and minion sees the world around them for the first time. With that, all the screens begin a lustrous travelogue. Not a peep in the PCC. Heads are turning confused. The director furiously fumbles for controls, frantically waving her arms for her minions. A scrawny kid on a grungy, cobbled-together Lectric bike. Do I really look like that? Nice hair, pink and green locks flying high with the wind, zipping along the highway to Roswell. I feel detached. Is that my Lectric? Poor thing, I thought I kept it cleaner than that. It deserves better. Buds in the kid's ears. My ears, I remember. So long ago. Somehow the playlist ekes through the silence. Embarrassing. The spying mics grab the audio, and I'm belting out the words, "We are never ever getting back together." Not what the tune meant, no doubt, but close enough, as an ode to Pa, as I rushed into oblivion. Away from home, from the lies, from the deceit, from the disappointment in me. Wow, I was so smart. Flash in the sky, 3 MISSUL contrails zigzag. 2 miss their game, 1 intersects. Flailing pod, spiralling down, trailing smoke. Me at the crash site, shouldering Xeep onto my bike. I'm glad they skipped over me skulking for salvage. Our campfire soliloquy. Harold swaying in time with Xeep, me snoring in a fetal burrito curl. A death scream from Xeep, me rescuing the butterfly. I hear an involuntary chortle from the delegates in the PCC, and a nervous, shuddering Xeep from the semicircle behind me. Me carrying, then hurtling Xeep to safety as I slip into the current of the Rio. Me pinned to the rocks by the biker goons. A tiny kid abused by hulking savages. Slow motion, every second stretched, every exquisite detail crystal clear, Xeep exploding out of my pack, ballooning, kamikaze karate around the circle of thugs, mashing their faces, kickboxing their chests, breaking their knees. If they lived, I'd be surprised. There is a collective intake of breath, from all sides, human and Xeep. Watching the replay, Xeep stands proud, eyes never blinking. As the segment ends, Xeep whispers to me, "I'd do it again." Squeezes my shoulder, and I shiver. Our campfire vigil, chatting about life, liberty, everything. How'd Pacifica chord all this? The tonal Xeeping and my one-sided return, odd dialogue without subtitles. But I hear myself and wince. No one should hear themselves voice their deepest, well, let's say, I'm not sure which was worse. Telling the world I was going to be sent to the Royal Rehabilitation Academy, or that my ma had abandoned me to return to Pacifica. Or trying to explain copulation to an asexual alien. Nope. Nothing makes me flush more than the bit about toilet practices. Some things you just don't talk about. From below the stage, at the front of the delegates, clarity catches my eye, winks and smiles at me. And it's okay. The vid montage continues. No selective, edited segments out of context. On and on. Our pickup, the first PCC proclamations, our day off, our singing and dancing in the park. The screens go blank. Gotta give Pa credit for one thing. He was right all along. The pervs here were penetrating FK with surveillance drones every minute of every day, spying on us. I mean them. Pa and the King's goons. No matter. Clearly nothing was sacred to these vultures. And then the a-holes here had twisted it to whatever suits. When she least expects it, Director Chen's mic goes hot again. No right to show this. They don't understand the threat. The FK shot it down. It wasn't us. We have to Her face appears on the screens, and she freezes in mid-sentence. I guess the Xeeps relinquish control at just the right time. Ah, too bad. Her grimace is enough to shatter glass, and the screen does split. But only to show the avatar judge next to her, staring straight out the screen at her on stage, from all the hundreds of screens throughout the Congress Hall. The bell chimes, and e-poll numbers flash wildly, counting, climbing. Higher, way, way higher. The bell tolls again, and the count-up stops. The avatar blinks. I thought they didn't blink. It speaks, that too perfect human voice, measured, exact, unforgiving. Director Sophia Chen, on behalf of the Republic of Pacifica and a jury of all the free people, you are hereby charged, tried, and convicted of malicious contempt, kidnapping, deception, false witness, and intent to conduct destructive technology exploitation. I just have to smile, chew my lip to hide it. Awfully familiar charges, woefully deserved. But I didn't expect the next one. Minions from the floor escort another figure to the stage, to stand, shoulders slumped, beside the blanching director, still wearing that cruel lab medical smock. She looks at me as her face replaces Chen's on the split screen. The avatar doesn't break stride. Dr. Rebecca Pride, probationary citizen of the Republic of Pacifica. You are hereby charged, tried, and convicted of willfully and knowingly causing bodily harm to an extraterrestrial emissary and its human host, and reckless and wanton destruction of a critical communication capability with intent to conduct destructive technology exploitation. My jaw drops. Director Chen and Dr. Pride, your sentencing is immediate and irrevocable. You are to be removed immediately to Hawaii. Cases closed. The avatar fades away, and only the two humans remain on the screen, Vid following them as minions escort them from the stage, heads hanging. The show's over, but it's not. Xeep turns back to the semicircle where a chorus of chittering and whistling ensues. Xeep? I ask, tugging Xeep's elbow. What's up? What are they discussing? The whistling stops, and they look to Xeep. Xeep nods and turns to me. Nothing important. They are chatting about something the director is saying. I say it is true. I'm still catching up to the speed of justice, but before I can ask more, the immigration avatar appears on the screens, and this time I'm in the bullseye, right there again. But in the split screen this time. Aren't they tired of my mug yet? I run fingers through my now dyeless locks, wishing I could find some iridescence that would show better in these lights. Avery Reyes. Well, here we go again. Shortly, I'd be back down in the basement, thrown on the tube to the FK border. I hope they brought my bike. Avery Reyes, the avatar repeats. I look around. I guess I'm supposed to acknowledge. Yes'm, that'd be me. Too tired to even be funny. Avery Reyes, the Republic of Pacifica and all citizens herein hereby naturalize you as a full citizen of the free peoples, irrevocable, endowed with all the rights and privileges thereof. You are welcome. Wait, what? Welcome for what? I hadn't thanked them for anything. A-holes. What about those inviolate rules governing citizenship? Oh, wait. Those only apply unless you have something they can't live without. I scoff, extend my arm to the ceiling for all to see, hoping their org-eyes are still disabled, and flip the bird for the big screens to cast worldwide. Stupid, I know. Looking the damn gift-ass, donkey, horse in the mouth. But I've never been one to suppress spontaneous, unambiguous communication. Nothing lost in translation with that response. Based on the gasps from the hall, I guess my signal overrides theirs. Xeep grabs me by the shoulder just in time before I go further and launch into verbal abuse. "Time to go," Xeep insists. The Xeeps move to the exit and Xeep implores, "We would like you to come with us. I would like you to come with us." I stare. Go? They want me to go. Me. Go on an interstellar spaceship. My pea-brain parses each word in disbelief. To outer space. Look, I know that's every kid's fantasy. Aliens come, rescue them from repressive bullies, whisk them away for adventures in the forbidden zone. I don't even have a spacesuit. How will I travel? I can't. Can I? The corporal appears and cements it for me. They want you to go, don't they? Let's go. Let's go with them. I'd like to come along too, if that's okay. Xeep does that quick head nod and asks her, "Can you sing?" I'm not sure if Xeep's joking or not, but I translate the question for the corporal. "I can learn," she answers, speaking directly to Xeep, and drops her belt and pistol on the stage. 3 musketeers. How great is that? The 3 of us hug, and my eyes try to do that leaking thing again. Chapter 26. For What It's Worth. It really is a farm. An entire ship of farmers in the sky. I expect gleaming metal, pristine corridors, wishing doors, and crew rushing about. That's what the big pod ship is that takes us up. Or at least hissing steam pipes, dripping goo, dark corners, and things that leap out and eat you. But no, beyond that, above all that, who'd have thought a botanical heaven? Hills and valleys, flowers, trees, fruits, bushes, squirrels. Yep, either that's a squirrel I see or a close fax. Does everyone have squirrels everywhere? I guess it makes sense. Why else would we all say, "Squirrel, squirrel," when we want to distract someone? I hear that it works with wiener dogs especially. Even Xeep goes, "Xeep, Xeep," and points to it. Xeep is so excited, wants to show us everything, drags us mile after mile of paths, up and down the hills. I can't even see the horizon, it stretches on forever. That makes sense too, since it's still blocking out the sun over Pacifica. Thankfully, no stairs here. We shot up to the surface on a elevator from the podship bay. The sun is setting over what must be westward, as we still seem to be hovering over Pacifica. At least that's what I figure, as I can't see past the edge of the world, past the edge of the farm, so we've not blasted off into space, warped away or anything. I wonder what happens when we do. Will the sky go black? Do I have to put on a helmet to breathe? I don't ask, as no one else seems to be thinking about it or worrying. But then, I don't think Clarity ever worries about anything. She looks a lot more casual now, pure California girl, leaving her starched Spec Ops uni behind. "Xeep!" I call out as I lag behind the 2 of them. It's been ages, 2 days? Since Xeep's people darkened the sky above Pacifica. Hours since my ascension to full citizen. What a joke that is. Insulting at best. Duplicitous opportunism. Like I couldn't see the puppet mouthpiece they wanted me to be. Just another triangular hole for a pentagonal star. No thanks. But not a spare minute of privacy or napping. Barely a pit stop. My knees knock, argue with each new incline. Xeep gets me. Here's my exhaustion. No words needed. We slow and step off the path to a nice spot in the grass, stretch out for a break. Clarity is all smiles and giggles out a crazy playlist mix. If I could find a palm tree in the sand, I'd put on a French bikini and be sipping another tequila, singing about sunrise in Kokomo. It's a pretty funny mashup coming from a corporal in Spec Ops. But she has the right idea. Xeep creates a melody from the mashup, humming and wandering off to dally among the latest batch of leaves. The nursery. No butterflies here, or flutterbees. I catch most of the refs from the tunes, and I'm surprised by the transformation. Watching the corporal now, short shorts, tank top, blonde hair flying free as Xeep wanders among the leaf pods, I'm deluged with an onslaught of unanswerable, unknowable. No point in beating around the bush. I sit up cross-legged and ask point blank, "Why are you here? Why come with 2 kids?" Clarity rolls up on one elbow, glances at Xeep to make sure we're alone, and then looks at me with intensity that makes goosebumps ripple. But more importantly, I see her digging deep. Everything I believe, everything I see, everything I hear, everything I learned, everything I fought for, all lies. I felt it even before Xeep's people temporarily disabled our org-eyes. All serving someone else's vision of right and wrong. Damn it all to hell, they shove it inside us as babies. Babies! They decide it all for us when we're babies. I don't fit anymore, Avery. I don't think I ever did. I don't know who I am. You and me both. Clarity nods, stares at the sky above, then says to me between gritted teeth like she's submerging some pain. Becky knew what she was doing. She knew where she was going and didn't stop until she got there. She didn't go to FK to be a rebel or to spy. She wanted to have a child who could be free, really free. She was willing to pay any price for that. She left you there on purpose. She didn't abandon you. She saved you. It hits like that proverbial Mack truck T-boning you at an intersection. It makes sense. All those painful memories flood unbidden in a torrent I can't stop. Pa lying. Pa hiding the vids. Pa saying she died. Pa sobbing when I was spying on him. She knew they were going to arrest and convict her and send her to Hawaii. You were safe. That's all that mattered. I shake, uncontrollably. I close my eyes and count. I bite my tongue. I struggle to my feet, squint and run up the path, up the steepest hill, away. Away from Clarity, away from Xeep, away from me. I run for a long time until my knees give out and I collapse into the grass at the top. What was it the one vid said? Nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Take off your blinders. My panting slows, my vision clears, and I stare into the distance. Clarity's words echo over and over. Everything I believe, all lies. I've been lying to myself. Every day of my life. There is no finding myself. I'm me. I always have been. I always will be. I did the glamouring. I forced people to see what I wanted them to see. Everything is clearer now. No, not about me. I mean, it really is clearer. The sun setting in the west carves shadows in the sky to the east on the horizon. Shadows among the clouds where there shouldn't be. Shadows of mountains blocking the rays. There are no mountains where we are in Pacifica. The farm is moving. East. Towards the FK. Towards Pa. I scramble to my feet and race back down the hill, meeting Xeep and Clarity in search of me. "We're leaving! We're flying!" Xeep looks at Clarity and at me, but says nothing. Clarity shrugs. "We are. And I think I know where we're headed." She pauses. "I don't think we're departing." "Then where? What?" The proverbial light rings a bell for me, or some other mixed metaphor. "Xeep, what aren't you telling me? What were you talking to the elders about? What did you tell them was true?" I realise too late that I know what Xeep is going to say. I've had my fears, and they're coming true. They asked me who shot down my pod, who shot me down. The elders intend to prevent it from happening again. I look back and forth. What does that mean? Prevent it from happening again. Clarity is on guard, intent, understanding the tone, if not Xeep's words. "Retribution?" she asks. Xeep's hands splay out shyly and says quietly, "The elders cannot understand any people who could shoot a child, shoot a kid out of the sky without provocation, without asking any questions. We are not aggressive, but they told me they will eliminate the place and machines where it happened." Place and machines? You mean the base? My home? Eliminate? What about the people? Xeep shrugs. "What about the people?" I screech, reaching up and grabbing Xeep by the shoulders and shaking. "Accountability," Clarity offers. She's figured it out. I see it in her eyes. Xeep's people will hold everyone in FK accountable. The entire kingdom. Not just your home. Everyone. Everything. Xeep looks at me sadly, and I lash out. "How could you? I saved you. They didn't know. They've been plagued by spies from Pacifica forever. They were just defending themselves against another incursion." Defending them. The very ones I'm running from. Why am I doing that? Why am I defending Pa? He was a monster, wasn't he? I'm so confused. Livid, boiling-ass mad. Someone has to stop this. Now. You have to take me now, right now, to someone I can talk to. The elders. Take me to the elders. More than I can chew. What am I doing here? What enormous piece of gristle did I gnaw off the bone this time? Never had any meat on a bone, but it sounds like this might be a quiv. Xeep leads us behind a hillock and whistles for a hatch to open. Down flights of stairs. It's always stairs into the dark, isn't it? Onto a brightly lit platform. Reminds me of that tube station Miranda dragged me down to. But this is a bullet. Not a pod, but a chrome bullet with a pointy end up front. The mirrored sides morph the reflections of the three of us into cartoon characters. If I hadn't been so angry, so scared, I would have stuck my tongue out, cavorted and laughed. maybe someday. Xeep ushers us to benches inside the bullet, and it zips tight without a sound. Not even a pressure hiss. No windows, no displays, no adverts. I gnaw my knuckles and worry. How big is this farm ship anyway? If a bullet shoots 1,000 feet a second, on a train going 60 miles an hour... Oh, crap. That's right. I failed algebra. Big. Big enough to dwarf all of Pacifica. Big enough to crush entire landscapes from what I had witnessed underneath. I'm about to ask Xeep to turn us around, to forget it, but the bullet cycles open in the centre of a cavern. Or a lobby. Didn't feel a thing. No stopping, no decel, no popping ears. It's definitely a lobby. As we emerge from the bullet, I see forest through windows that must be hundreds of feet high. Xeep leads us to a elevator shaft in the middle, and whoosh, whee! This time I feel it, and my ears pop. Twice. 3 times. I swallow hard. Clarity does the same. Xeep looks impervious. At the top of the world, the top of the farm, we step out on a deck. Not a bridge, not a control room. A shiny dance floor the size of a stadium. We ascend so high that the sky looks black above us, and I see the curve of the earth in the distance. Hundreds of Xeeps all around, turning to stare, congregating, circling, closing us in. And why aren't we wearing spacesuits? A chorus of Xeeping sweeps around the circle. I told them you have questions, Xeep explains to me. Clarity stands immobile. Questions? Yes, questions. WTF? What are they planning to do? And why? But I stifle my anger for a moment and take a deep breath. Chapter 27. Firework. What can you say when the answer surprises you and the universe turns your way? I rerun the last hours through my brain, numb. They'd listened to me. They quiz me over and over through Xeep. I lost track of my answers, but they listened. And they didn't hesitate. They trusted me just as Xeep had. Be careful what you ask for. Xeep tells me it's time. They've asked me to lead the delegation to confront the humans on the missile base. The humans. My pa. Big mistake on their part. He'll never even notice me. The farm politely slows and stops its eastward crawl through the sky somewhere over the Rio, and I imagine I see the scant, muddy ribbon I tossed Xeep across a few days ago. They laid out one condition. No missile, no weapon, no warfighting capability would remain viable. I had nothing to say to that. They open an air vid as big as a house, stretching around us on the dance floor at the top of the sky. We are in amongst it, can walk through, inside, and watch from the outside. The view drones away from the bottom of the farm, pans back up. It makes me dizzy, but Xeep is there, steadying me. 12, 24, more and more pods separate, each bigger than a hangar on the ground, fan out, descend inexorably, inch towards the surface, each squarely aiming for a comfortable landing zone, right on top of missile batteries, hangars, ammo depots. Slowly. Oh, so slowly. I'm mesmerised as the droning view follows the ants scurrying for safety. Soldiers, goons, pitifully shooting, uselessly fight back. Each pod hesitates just long enough for the last frantic retreats, then settles so gently down, grinding the detritus into the rock, concrete and earth. And off again, zipping back up to the farm, back into their bays, their nice, snuggly home. Mission accomplished. Sister pods from across the horizon rejoin them, having cleared away remnants farther east than I can see. It is breathtaking. The air vid fades away, and I know it's game time. Clarity leaves us at the elevator down from the tower, and Xeep tells me she has an errand to run. "Don't worry," she says. "I'll be there." Up might be ear-popping, but down seems 10 times as fast, like the ground falls away and I leave my gizzards up top. I'm sure we'll just blast through the bottom of this rock and splat down on the ground. But without fanfare, and no reaction from Xeep, we're stopped and in a hangar bay. The pod ship Xeep leads me to is the largest in the bay, larger than the crushers we just witnessed, obliterating Paws weapon systems, and it's filled to the brim with Xeeps wanting to be part of this visit firsthand. I put my foot down, terrified that the massed intimidation will escalate intolerably. Xeep roams the decks and corridors, Xeeping in every nook and cranny for them to stay put, I hope. But when we strap in for descent, Clarity's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't stand to be part of my slaughter, I guess. I shrug, figuring this is my fish to fry and I'd better get on with it. The landing might have been soundless, but I'd swear I felt the final setting down and the crushing of concrete. If I had any wits about me, I'd gather them, but I don't. So I tighten my belt and vest and follow Xeep to the ramp out. My heart pops. She's there, just like she promised, and I whistle. Not in Xeep, but a cat whistle, the California blonde all gone, now full Spec Ops drop gear. Armour, ammo, helmet, automatic rifle tight across her chest. This is a killing machine of the finest, not to be trifled with. Clarity winks at me. She's all corporal now, and to my relief, she explains the obvious. "I told you not to worry, Avery, that I'd be here. Had to suit up for the fun. I brought along my kit just in case. I thought you might want some backup." My heart does a flip-flop, but not from seeing Clarity. At the bottom of the ramp, Pa waits. My eyes adjust to the glare from the tarmac, and I study him. The commander, standing as tall as he can, faking it, pretending he isn't intimidated, hasn't been humiliated. He looks so shaky, so small. All of his assets, all his weapons, all his tronics and dishes have been compromised, zapped, melted, crushed, and disabled by an unknown monster in the sky. He has nothing left except his goons, not even his pride. He doesn't even wait for the three of us to get to the end of the ramp. He lurches forward, saluting. Pushing past me, past Xeep, saluting the corporal. Clarity. The corporal gestures with her big gun for him to back off, marching him back to the ground while his goons raise a grumble in the background. Clarity takes up a position behind me, and Xeep slips into place beside her. The commander is flustered, face flushed, sweat dripping in his brow. "Where's your commanding officer? Who's in charge?" I say nothing, unnoticed. The corporal nods towards me and barks. "Avery is in charge. Avery Reyes, the one and only. We don't have officers in Spec Ops. Useless bags of..." She spits to the side. Not the same thing as saying it out loud, I know, but everyone gets the point. Pa certainly does, and backs away, shaking his head, still not looking at me. The corporal lowers her weapon to ops stance, ready for action, and barks again. Know this, Marcus Reese. Avery Reyes is the one and only. The one who speaks for Xeep, for all Xeep. You and yours owe your life to the actions, the bravery, the diplomacy of Avery. I will follow Avery anywhere and do anything required. A collective grunt from the crowd. Oh, bulls. But the commander raises his eyes, staring at me, and I see Pa looking at me, maybe seeing me for the first time. He raises a closed fist, and the crowd silences. Where to start? I can't talk in public. Teachers taught me that. Humiliation after humiliation. I fight the urge to turn and clamber back inside the ship. I look over my shoulder, and Xeep is there, standing tall. And Clarity. She locks eyes with me and gives me a slight nod and mouths, "Go and show the bastards what you're worth." I turn back to the commander, to Pa, and notice the throng of goons inching closer. Time to step into the minefield. Here goes nothing. I'm alive because she sacrificed herself. The words come out unbidden. Twice, I say. She did this because she knew the truth, because she wanted me, and she wanted me to live free. Murmurs rise from the goons, confused faces on all sides. What am I babbling about? Who am I babbling about? You're wondering who this snivelling kid is yakking at you, huh? A few taunts of yeah and grunts of agreement. I'm his kid. And I point to the commander, to Pa. But you all know that, right? You've seen me scavenging for parts at the flight line, at the junkyard. You've seen me when the commander used to take me out to the missile batteries during inspections. Some hesitant mumbles of confirmation. Yep, that's me. Avery Reyes, the runaway runt. Miss me? My joke falls flat, but every eye is on me, waiting for me to fail. I'm his kid. I wait for that to sink in, and then I twist the dagger. But I'm also the kid of his mate, Layla. A Pacifican, can you believe it? Over there, on the west coast, they call her by her real name, Dr. Rebecca Pride. I don't peek at him, but I hear a slight gasp from the commander. Something he didn't know. Or maybe he did, and had buried that memory too. I look around. I look back at the silver pod ship. I look up at the Colossus stationed overhead to the west, close enough to be menacing with its enormity, but far enough west to allow the sun to still shine. I take it all in, slowing my racing heart, absorbing, stewing. I look at the faces behind Pa, their tired, haggard expressions resigned with the fear they feel inside, masquerading as bravado. Oh, how I understand that feeling. I notice the uniforms, such as they are, tattered here and there, ill-fitting, nothing like the regalia the corporal and her spec ops folks wear. I'd had a hunch, and I'd gone round and round with Xeep's elders, but in the end they were convinced I was right. Time to run with it. There is no king, I begin. Never has been. There has never been a federated kingdom. It exists only in the lies you tell yourselves. The things you choose to listen to, the things you want to embrace, these are things you choose to believe. Grumbles. Angry grumbles. Eyes downcast. I know it's true. It all blossomed inside my brain, one tumultuous gestalt. It was why it was so trivial for me to VPN to the outside world, to pirate away all I could see and hear. The outside world wanted me to have it, wanted all of us to have it. It wasn't pirating. That was one of the lies I told myself, to give myself a thrill, to believe I outsmarted the king's goons. No, the outside world gave it to us, just like they gave it to the stars. To Xeep's people and any other listeners, watchers, the best that all humanity had to offer. To give us some vestige of truth, some hope for a better world. We lie and lie and lie. There is no truth here, and there is no truth in Pacifica. I move past Pa, towards the goons creeping closer, and they stop, parting in a path I know I must follow. I stride out beyond them, outside their menacing glare, and turn back to face them. How do you change a world-view born of endless years of untruth, hate, despair, mistrust, suspicion? Mine was built one bite at a time, scrubbed through my VPN, vids, casts, stories, then frosted with taunting, teasing and derision. I'm a bit jaundiced, I know, but there was never much good coming from the king and goons. I could see it in their eyes. Wannabe bullies. But they'd met their match and lost. We are so different. Not you and me, humans and Xeep. They are all the same. Each one is an individual, each one identical. Why are we so different? They didn't even have a word for harmony until they heard our casts. They're just always in total sync. I wait while they catch up. I'm not sure what I'm saying is accurate. I'm just guessing, but it makes sense. They learned everything they could from us, all our tunes, all our stories. They admire us, that we can be so separate, so alone, but that we still get up each day, we still go about our lives. I can't sing, but I do love belting it out anyway, at least metaphorically. This is our song. Every one of us has a voice in it, all different. Xeep's people came here because they believe in us, that we can find truth and live it. I approach the crowd, walk among them, looking up to meet their eyes as they try to look away, not to notice me. One looks like broken nose, but can't be. He's likely buried in the desert or sleeping in a hospital bed. I try not to think about either. So, why me? Why am I here? Why waste your time listening to the whines of a kid? There are a few grunts as I re-emerge to the centre, face to face with the commander, with Pa. Clarity hasn't moved, but is keenly on alert, watching every move of every goon. I'm here because you sacrificed yourself, and I poke Pa in the chest. There is a hush from the crowd and a sharp intake of breath from the commander. You lied to save me. You killed her memory. You did what was right, for the truth. I see his jaw twitch, and I know I've struck gold. You both knew it was all fake, all a facade. There was never a real threat to us here, just pervs peering over our shoulders. I can see Clarity wince on the ramp. The missiles were never supposed to work. Layla, my ma, Dr. Rebecca Pride, was here to make a difference, and the two of you did. She helped you rig the tech, way back then, and you kept doing it. You weren't ever supposed to hit a target. You never meant to shoot down anything, anyone. The collective sigh deflates the entire throng like I'd stuck a pin in their balloon and they couldn't hold shape any longer. It's okay. Xeep survived. Now they've taken away your machismo, your weapons. They could have crushed all of you, this base, this entire country, literally sat on you, landed the farm on top of you and squashed you like bugs. But they didn't. Not today. Nobody dies today. I stand close to Pa, close enough to smell his fear. I look up into those eyes, the ones that had been so angry, so hurtful for so many years, and I see right through them, to the glimmer of a memory of Layla saying goodbye. His Layla. My Ma. Xeep's people are leaving. They've made sure Pacifica won't bother us anymore, but none of that is important to me. I hold my breath and admit to myself that I finally know what it is. There's only one thing that matters. I'm proud of my Pa. With that, I run out of steam. Do goons know how to clap? Pa melts and wraps his arms around me and pulls me close, and I feel him shudder, and the goons whistle, and slowly, a few here and there clap, and more. A tidal wave washes over me, and I know I'm where I need to be. Epilogue. Rocket Man. I think it's going to be a long, long time. Xeep's people raise a monument near where Xeep crashed, at the site where Xeep's tourist ancestors had been murdered generations before. They use some diamond-like crystal from the farm. I'm betting it actually is diamond. Things are only valuable if you hoard them. And they give Xeep's disabled ship a place of honour on top, missile still sticking out of its bum. Xeep and I show them how to build a campfire, and we all gather around it. More Xeeps than I have ever seen. All sit in that awkward back-jointed knee-cross leg that I still don't understand, humming and swaying. Harold is near the fire, Phyllis coiled close beside him. I smile as I watch them rattle their tails in a deep discussion with Xeep elders. Harold's stepping up to his new role, accepting the Xeep request to become our face, the first ambassador for communicating Earthlings. Sure glad it isn't me. Pa is there, sitting at my side, shoulder to shoulder. No words, but that's okay for now. Clarity is at my other side, leaning next to Xeep. Xeep stands, raises his head, and looks toward deep space. I know they're leaving, and the world will feel so empty when they're gone. Xeep pulls Clarity to her feet and says to me, "She told me she wants to try and sing." Clarity looks uncertain, but everyone goes silent. No Xeeping, no humming, no rattling, no hushed human whispers. Her solo is soft and starts slowly, the crystal perfect voice of a star, and my heart swells. She pauses to catch her breath, and suddenly the orchestra is live, filling in to support her. Hundreds of Xeeps in total harmony. Harold and Phyllis standing tall, rattling with all their might. I stand, pull Pa to his feet, and together we croak the chorus as loud as we can, echoing through the desert. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. The campfire burns low. Harold and Phyllis have disappeared somewhere. Harold smirking back at us as they slither away. Clarity is off with Pa, engrossed in deep military jargon. Most of the Xeeps have returned to the podship. Xeep hangs back, the last to leave. Pats my bike one more time. Clarity had rescued it, brought it along tonight for show. I turn to Xeep and say, "Thank you for getting shot down." Xeep looks at me with those huge black eyes, reflecting the last embers of the fire, and whispers, "It still works, you know, my pod. We actually fixed it and added long-distance capability. If you ever feel a need to come visit, the ship can always find the farm. Just sing it this song." And then quietly Xeeps me that unforgettable tune, the words spinning through my mind, my eyes leaking one more time. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. The end. This has been Lost in Translation, written by David Neyland, narrated by Samara X, an 11 Labs V3 AI-generated voice. Copyright 2025 and 2026, David Neyland. All rights reserved. Production copyright 2026, David Neyland. All rights reserved. Afterword. Avery's mantra. Never start unless you know where you're going. Never stop until you get there. Superstition is just physics we haven't named yet. Resourceful is using trash to avoid dying. Water discipline in the desert isn't optional. Speed is life, right? Move fast, take names later. If it is easy, you've done it wrong. Sometimes our bodies just do stuff when we're scared. Fight, flight, fart, or freeze, you know? Don't threaten a bully. Either walk away or, well, you know what to do. Perception is reality. No, actually, it's not. Stop making excuses. It's a choice. Biology is not destiny. Genetic connection doesn't create an obligation. The things you choose to listen to, the things you want to embrace, these are things you choose to believe. Nothing is ever as simple as it seems. Take off your blinders. Sometimes we don't have a choice in what role we play. Everyone is someone else's meal. Things are only valuable if you hoard them. If it seems too good to be true, you're screwed. Author's note. Stories are bridges. They're meant to be crossed, not fenced. A story untold is a burden. A story shared is a light against the darkness. When I first began writing this novel, I wasn't trying to predict a future. I was trying to remember what it feels like to still believe in one. Inspiration comes at the oddest times, oddest places. I was westbound on the Central Line from Lancaster Gate to West Ruislip, and A Horse with No Name played in my earbuds, and thus was born Lost in Translation. Science fiction has always been a mirror for how we imagine ourselves, and over the years, that mirror has grown darker, sharper, and more afraid of its own reflection. This book is my small rebellion against that trend, a reminder that compassion, humour and hope are still forms of courage. Avery and Xeep were never meant to save the world. They were meant to understand it, and in doing so, to remind us that every act of understanding is a kind of salvation. If you've read this far, thank you for crossing the bridge with me. May you find, in your own translation of this world, something worth carrying forward. David Neyland, October 2025. One more thing. Oh, and by the way, did I tell you? Xeep's playlist. Yep, it's real. You can find it on Spotify. Search for the profile DLNSCN. Listen to it, curled up by the fireplace with your wiener dogs. You don't even need a VPN or pirating it. The world wants you to listen. And you'll always remember Xeep and Avery singing their way across the desert.